Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Margin of victory yet. It's really impressive, though I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
It is my favorite intro. It is way better than the second one that I made. Let me get some water. I got water, I got tea, I got Olipop soda. .1080p, 60 frames per second Scott jump scare. It's not a jump scare. Like the transition has like it lets you know it's coming. Yeah, I DM'd someone in Discord was like, Wick is ranting that D&D isn't woke now. So I just DM'd him and was like, D&D's woke. He was like, now or then? And I'm like, now. Hey, Rudy the rich man. Listen, Rudy donates a lot, and I really appreciate the donos. Okay, I appreciate the donos, and this isn't to say anything against Rudy, right? But like, Rudy be in the Discord, y'all, and like before stream starts, because his time zone is a little different than ours. I'm not gonna dox him or anything. And I just see him in there alone, and I'm busy. I'm gonna reorganize the Discord so that the VCs are above the all the text chats, because I have so many text chats. Even when I cut it down, there's still plenty. That like you kind of, for some people on some devices, they'd have to scroll down to see the VC chats, and I think like maybe that keeps people from hopping in. So like I'm gonna move the VCs to a thing just above the text chats, and then maybe more people will come in and hop in. Hey, what's up, Blaze? Yeah, Rudy gives us much love. I appreciate it, Rudy. Even if you're banned in Russia, I appreciate it. To be fair, I'm all for arguing with NPCs, and I have all faith there will be more tonight than yesterday somehow. Dude, Gridmotorsports is back. He was prepping today, but I was working and doing stuff. No, I appreciate the support so that I can do content, man. It's I gotta get back to where I was on Twitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was a time where I was streaming every day, and I had a few more connections when I was on Twitch, and I mean I had like something like, I easily had 200 subs a month on top of like bits and stuff, but I haven't quite been there since switching to YouTube. But part of that is because, switching to a new platform, it takes time. And then I had to take a break. Would you consider streaming your Sunday fun days on Twitch? Maybe. Maybe. The problem with streaming on multiple platforms and maintaining multiple different audiences and things is a lot. So part of it is the back end comes with a lot of stuff. And then the other part of it is like to people that aren't on Twitch, because there's a lot of people that are on YouTube but not on Twitch, right? Like I think everybody uses YouTube in their daily life these days, even if it's only a little bit. Whereas like there are a lot of people that haven't that might watch a live stream on YouTube or whatever, but don't want to deal with another platform. And so for that core audience of people, every day that I choose to stream on a different platform is like less content that they see available to them, right? Because like if I do Sunday fun days on Twitch, then the people that don't watch live streaming on YouTube will only see me like once every 2 weeks or something. And then the people that watch on YouTube regularly, they'll see me on Mondays and Wednesdays and Thursdays, but they won't get that fourth day out of the week. So it'll be a Thursday, and then they won't see me Friday, Saturday, Sunday until Monday again. So it's kind of like a balance. So like I don't know. Maybe it is a good idea to do Sunday Fun Day because it's a different type of content. But I don't know. It seems like YouTube is doing this weird thing where there's like a vertical engagement. So like because of the introduction of YouTube Shorts, it seems like they're less focused on like you need a new channel for every type of content type of thing. Oh shit. All right, boys, we're not going to do an AMA. Instead, I'm just going to hop on Wix stream until we have to, for a little bit. We'll see how long that lasts. They're talking about Elon potentially buying Hasbro. Let me find fucking, where the fuck is, I am in so many fucking Discords finding, there's Wix. All right, I'm just going to hop on, see what happens, boys. Give me 1 second to switch this. Switch. Hey. Oh, dang it. Wrong one. There we go. Switch to this. All right, and then we'll do this. I'm just sitting in the waiting room. I guess I can pop in.
No, the designers should be more encouraged. Who else is a part of that decision-making process that I mentioned?
God, why is Fabian
I don't
here?
know the corporate lattice within WotC, and nobody here does.
What degree of specificity do you want, by the way?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Beautiful. About what you just said. WotC's not a perfect company, not by a long shot, but they have been doing creative stuff recently. I mean, while D&D 2025 was,
Oh, and he's cutting in and out. Fix your fucking
your
audio.
mic's really bad.
Your mic sucks.
Me. Can you hear me now?
You got to speak up into your mic. Yeah.
I am trying. I am naturally soft-spoken.
I mean, you're a D&D player. We know that. We know.
For D&D 2025, WotC let players playtest all the different versions of the classes for the better part of a year. And while doing that, what they did was they would put out the classes, players would play them, try them, then fill out a form to do feedback.
Yeah.
And then they'd release another version a little bit later. And cumulatively, through all this, we got the current D&D 2025 classes, which is, I think, all of them are a straight-up improvement on what we had before. Ranger got a little shafted, but the Rangers always get shafted. Nobody cares.
It's a good point to point out, too, that you're talking about, that the basic classes did change over that time.
Hold
right?
on, I want to
there
make
was
sure
a big
that
iteration difference.
I want to make sure that we're
they
still
did
talking
listen.
about the original subject here. So I want to ask you generic directly, and then I want to get Fabian's opinion on this. Elon coming in, will he make it better, worse, no change?
He is absolutely guaranteed to make it worse.
How?
Because Elon Musk does not care about the product or the players. He just cares about the optics. He will just do things to get likes on Twitter, essentially. We are going to de-wokeify D&D.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. And I'm afraid of what he would do to do that.
Well, enter Fabian, who DM'd me saying D&D is woke, so maybe Fabian can explain. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Does Fabian, do you play D&D?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I've homebrewed and ran year-long campaigns as a DM before, multiple times. Mostly in 3.5 with some 5th edition. And then there's nothing in between those two other than Pathfinder, because that is the edition that shall not be named. But anyways, I think, obviously I'm just hopping in. Do I think Elon will make it better? I didn't know that was the exact topic. I don't know. I think if you're one of these people that talks all the time about how you love democracy, you kind of can't shit on him for democratizing D&D, if that is kind of the claim that you're making, which is sort of what you said. But I think, what I would say about the wokeness of D&D is, the
how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you make talking about Elon to talk about the left and democracy?
Well, I was
trying to make it into it.
Don't interrupt. I don't know rabbit holes. I want him to get to his point. Fabian, continue.
Yeah.
Don't.
So I don't know if Elon will make it better or worse. I do think he's obviously at least somewhat of a gamer and a nerd. I don't know how much of D&D or Magic the Gathering or Wizards of the Coast kind of chops he has. But in terms of is it woke? To say that it's not woke, I guess I kind of need to hear what your definition of woke is, because to me, if you're going to release a book from the 1970 to 1977 foundational documents regarding as to what how D&D was made by its two founders, and then you're going to have employees come in and try and tell people, oh, well, these were white men and D&D wasn't diverse, and they say that these armies are made up of men even though the lore should have women there too, and women are cast in a misogynistic and often racist way. If you're going to have someone literally struggle session on the graves of the founders of D&D, and then you're going to tell me that D&D isn't woke, well then what the fuck does woke mean to you? What is your definition where identity politics are forcibly put into editions because they're worried that their player base or that the media will be offended if they simply put in full context of the time what people
Yeah, why
in
can't
the
they put full
1970s
context
do.
of the time? Yeah, what's wrong with saying that we respect? Well, maybe you think they're not respecting the founders doing that, but in what way is it saying that they're woke by pointing out that, hey, back in the 70s when our founder created this game, the standards were very different, and we don't do that anymore. Why is that woke? Why is that woke?
Okay, well, what I would say is a company is woke, or a company is engaged in woke praxis, right? Because critical theory has always had the element of.
I know you're a
praxis
critical
being
theory
cited.
expert. I know you are. I'm not joking when I say that. Yeah.
Right. So I would say that a company is woke when it is engaged in woke praxis, when it is engaged in critical theory praxis. And so I would say that it is indeed engaged in critical theory praxis when it feels the need to have the thoughts and feelings of the founders 50 years ago, right? It feels the need to add this context to modern political themes instead of just letting the reader or the people interpret what those things were. I don't think it is absurd to think.
So history books are woke?
Yeah, go ahead.
So history books are woke, right? Because they're putting things into context?
Well, I didn't say putting things into context. What I said was they felt the need to. So this is an is-ought problem, right? Like when we are talking about 1970 and 1977 writings and diaries and workings in the development of D&D, right? We are talking about it's historical. This is what the history is, right? So again, engaged in what something is, or engaging in some lens of analysis of what it was, is not by definition woke, because it's not engaged in critical theory praxis. It's just engaged in some reference, right? A structural functionalist that is critiquing, history obviously wouldn't be woke because that's not a woke ideology.
Can I?
It's not the same thing as an ought.
Can I just try to direct this a little bit, because I something a little more we can crunch into as players of the game. In what ways? If you think this, I don't know if you do actually. The current way we play D&D, or at least as it's written in 5th edition and the new D&D 2025, in what ways is that woke, if it is?
I don't think it's woke, because I mean the first page of the Dungeon Master's Guide is basically telling you like, hey, this is a guideline for what we think works. Right, like it is up to the DM. It is up to your group of friends to tailor the lore, the universe as you want. Like it's not a video game that's on rails. So sure, if we're talking about like Sword Coast Adventures, right? Like leagues that they're doing in shops that are run and have to be lore accurate, and you can't use unearthed arcana and you can't homebrew things, then like sure, some of the lore in that perspective, such as how orcs have changed over time, you could say has like some element of woke praxis in it. I mean, in its affection. But like as you as a player at home at a table with your friends, the only way the game is woke is if you're running a woke game, and that's what you want.
Well, I mean, what one argument I have heard, right, is that they removed the racial bonuses or racial penalties as well from races. They've removed the intrinsic evilness of certain races as well. Like orcs in the lore are no longer intrinsically evil now that they are more kind of like there's no real intrinsically racial evil. Is that not, at least by some definition, woke? And
I agree.
I understand that,
like
I understand there's rule 0 exists. I understand that everyone can play however they fucking want at the table. So we can't really crunch in on that, but we can crunch on the official lore.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I would say no. I would say no. It's not woke.
There's a woke element.
Yeah, I don't, because it doesn't really have an impact on play. Like we just switched it from, instead of it coming from your ancestry, your race, your species, whatever, we switched it to coming specifically from your background to demonstrate how you're going to demonstrate the variability between these different species. It's going to be like, if you're choosing a species, then that's going to have some other impact on your features. But
right, if it was racial, then it would be woke. Right? Like if it was racial, it would be woke, right? Because so many of the woke people do believe in these inherent traits of race.
Just imagine having a tiefling automatically having a -2 to charisma because of racial stigmatization.
Right.
Okay. All right. No, I could sympathize with. Yeah.
That would be woke.
I agree.
I don't.
So,
I totally
the
agree.
thing about the thing about individuating cases, right, is that there's always an element to be made in many individual cases that it's either not a big deal or that it's not a part of critical theory or that it's like you can do so much when you individuate a case, right? And so one example that I like to use often when we're talking about companies or classrooms or things that have been kind of like taken over by critical theory is like if I go to Lowe's and I buy a hammer, that's what you go to Lowe's for. You buy a hammer, right? And if I go to Lowe's and I buy a tarp, that's where you buy tarps. And if I go to Lowe's and I buy zip ties, that's where you get zip ties. And if I go to Lowe's and I get, duct tape, that's where you get those things, right? And if I go to Lowe's and
what
I
are
buy
we doing here? What are we buying?
right?
What are we assembling?
Right. But if I
Duct tape,
start
hammer,
grabbing
zip ties.
all of
having
these
a great
other elements
weekend.
together and I go to the fucking cash register, you're going to have some fucking questions, right? Like your eyes perk up. You're like, hey, is this a serial
Well, that's why
killer?
you don't buy
Right?
them at the same time. You buy them separately, obviously, like
Right,
any
that's
sane
why
person
a
does.
company always puts out one little piece, and then and then the people on the left argue, "Oh, well,
Yeah,
this isn't
because the
actually woke."
masses are idiots. The masses are idiots. You know what I'm saying? Like in general,
I get the argument
as a group,
though, that
we
they're doing
we're
this by
stupid.
piecemeal so
Yeah.
that you don't see the whole, and any one single change can be explained away as no big deal. But when you have a death by 1,000 paper cuts, or
Well,
it's
yeah,
like a
that's-
ship of Theseus kind of.
That's how
situation.
vanguardism works, right? Like this is how Lenin described vanguardism, as part of his dual power theory in August of 1917, right? It's like the whole government, the whole company isn't woke, right? What happens is you have some employees that are woke, and then you have some investment people that are woke, and then you have a company that needs to then balance maintaining their product, maintaining audiences, making everybody happy, and compromises get made with different factions within the company, within ESG, investment.
Yeah, it's the
structures,
antithesis
etc.
of individualism here, and it's the antithesis of somebody like Elon Musk. It's funny that you're here, Fabian, because I brought up John Galt earlier. I feel like all
Who's
these
John
libertarians. Yeah, exactly. I feel like all these libertarians are trying to use Elon as their John Galt.
He's not.
I understand. Yeah, well, obviously, John Galt could never exist, will never exist, but that's a separate conversation.
You never know.
But it is very
It could
funny
exist right now, my friend.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure. And yeah,
Okay, enough of this.
So-
You're mixing our
I
nerd
have-
talks. I want to get back to the specific D&D stuff.
I had a question.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry. Okay, so what mechanically, like with gameplay, is woke about D&D?
Well, that isn't a claim.
We
I
just
make.
had like a
we already
5-minute
asked.
conversation defining our terms about how we would begin to approach that conversation.
Like
I'm
I
sorry
said,
that you were not
mechanically,
paying
there is
attention
full
for that
zero.
portion of the conversation. It's like we're not going to come to an agreement on what specifically is woke. I'm disagreeing that I disagree that the changing of ability score improvements and how those come from your background versus your ancestry, as it used to come from your race, or the changing of the term ancestry versus race, is woke. I think it's mostly, it is within this Venn diagram of like, could be just to stop fucking arguing about these stupid points constantly all day. I don't want to argue constantly. I don't want to
Yeah,
have
you give
a
in to the
billion
woke mob.
questions about
Well,
like, oh, well, are all orcs? It's like, okay, I get that there is a drow guard in the monster manual, and he has neutral evil written on his alignment. He also has an armor class of 13 and a +6 attack bonus, and wears chainmail. Are all drow, even the babies, are they neutral evil because of the thing?
Well, no,
I don't
that's
know.
the
Do they
whole
have a
point of
13
Triss-
AC?
no,
I don't want
hold
to have that conversation,
Awesomeness
guys.
Coyote,
that's
I'm not
the whole
actually sure
point
this
of-
is true.
No, hold on. It's
but
the whole
Awesomeness
point
Coyote
of Driz.
says, yeah, well, we're gonna get to it. Awesomeness
They might be
Coyote
lawfully.
says in D&D, and you guys can tell me if this is true. I'm not familiar enough with 5th edition to tell you. In 5th edition, elves can pick a fate to change their gender at will. Is that woke?
Oh my god. I mean, like, it's so again.
It's not
There are. This is the problem with individuating things, right? So if we're going to individuate something, then we need to have details that we likely won't have, right? Which is we need to understand the rationale behind the change,
right? So you brought up Drow, and so Drow's a great example, right? Because one of the most famous characters, anybody that fucking DMs, they always have somebody that comes in that wants to play a fucking Drow ranger, and hopefully they get a pet, and it's a panther, and you're like, dude, come on, man, right? Like but the thing that makes Drizzt different is that he is an exception to the rule, right? The species of Drow are an evil fucking species. The god that presides over them, I mean, obviously you have Celandrine and kind of like modern day, aspect that is, rebelling against, Loth, but Loth is like a chaotic, evil god, right? That is, specifically misandrist, right? That is the culture in which he comes from. And to say, oh, well, it's just the culture, but Drizzt is the proof that all Drow aren't evil. It's like, no, Drizzt is an exception to the rule. The race is evil. The Drow are an evil race. And yes, sometimes there are exceptions that break that mold. And ironically enough, the reason that Drizzt breaks that mold is because he's Loth's chosen, because she values chaos more than she values evil. And so the concept of having an empathetic Drow that goes against her own society is an agent of chaos. And that is like why he's even allowed to live in the first place.
So Parallax, if you give me $50, I'll kick him. But otherwise, he's staying. Okay, $50, and I'll. Kick
A lot
him.
of hate coming. Jesus,
but I am curious what he has to say. Like, I understand. Like, and this is. I feel like
charge
the
more
kind of
easy charges 100.
The defense that they always run behind. It's just one. It's just one change. It's just one thing. Why are you making a big deal out of this? It's just one thing. I think that I've tried fairly recently. It was a few months ago, so it wasn't like yesterday, but it was fairly recently to go to like one of those a pickup game of 5th edition, right? Just a pickup game at a local game.
And you survived?
I survived. The feel of and again, it's a super anecdotal. I understand, right? But the feel of sitting down and playing that was very, very different than I had when I first tried out 5th edition in the pickup games. Like, I feel like the culture around, excuse me, Dungeons and Dragons has changed. And I'm not
How
sure
is
it's
it
for the
different,
better.
Wick?
Huh? Say one more time.
How was it different? How did you feel like it was different?
The
specifics.
Yes, I'm trying to, again, it's been a few months, so I'm trying to remember. I'm mostly describing feelings here, right? But I remember sitting down, and again, there's always the anxiety of like, oh, there's your new players, but just how they interacted with the game itself and how they would focus on the points of plot that they would focus on, the points of the game that they would focus on seemed fundamentally different to me. And again, anecdote, months behind in memory. Maybe I just fucking made it up in my head. I don't know, right? But like, it had a different feel, and it felt
It's hard
a
to
little.
Is it because
it's hard to tell because 5th edition is so much so
yeah,
different,
and
too.
that's
But
why
it was
it's hard to-
were you playing with young? Were they
mixed.
younger, mixed?
No, they weren't like they were.
Was it a?
Like, they were just. They were the standard FLGS nerds that you would find at any.
Sure.
Fabian,
Well,
have
yeah,
you
I'm
ever
looking
done
at
any
them.
of the Adventure League stuff. I was asking Fabian if he had ever done any of the Adventure League stuff. Because
No. I haven't. Well, and that's because of the change in D&D. Like I remember going into D&D shops and feeling, a sense of belonging, feeling like these were my people, feeling happy. Like, I could stand around and just look at like Warhammer or like other figurines in the shop for a long time. And then, over time, there's a store in Richmond, for example, this is just my anecdotal experience, but like One-Eyed Jocks is a store in Richmond, and like, you go there and the environment is very unwelcoming. And it feels like, I'm not really wanted there.
That's how I felt when I went. That's how I felt going into a lot of card shops early on. They were absolutely
I'm not making an
gatekeeped.
argument with this.
You know what I mean?
I'm specifically saying why I don't do these things. That has just been my personal anecdotal experience. I'm not saying this is like D&D is woke and here's why. Here's my anecdotal experience.
The reason
I'm just saying
I
like
brought
that's
it
why
up
I haven't been involved.
The reason I brought it up was kind of to answer Wick's question. As somebody who has been like a D&D DM for the Adventure League, you are told, especially after the beginning, the idea is Adventure League helps you find a regular home group. It's not so much about everybody coming every Thursday or whatever is to do Adventure League. It's a seeding process, right? So the actual
And for testing, play testing.
Yeah, but the actual construction of the game and the consistency is paramount, depending on the gaming shop that you are at, obviously. But Adventure League has rules where the structure of the game, like you were talking about the gameplay loop way before, is more important in a lot of ways than the creative aspect of it. So what I can tell you is if you came in the middle of an Adventure League situation, like after maybe like 2019 or whatever, when 5th edition had been out for a while, people were probably more relaxed in that. Right now, with a brand new one coming out, you're probably going
If
back
you
to
guys
a more...
you guys are more familiar with 5th edition than I am, probably. Again, I mostly played 4th edition, and
We've heard.
Oh my!
now
Whoa! What the
played
fuck,
13th
dude?
edition. Look, 4th
You're not supposed to say
edition.
that.
4th edition
I feel
was
like
the roots. It was more of a war game, which I loved. Right? I love the war game aspect.
No,
I love
stop!
the
You
The
just stop.
only
You just
true
stop. Look,
successor.
there's
see,
fucking-
that's the
Dungeons and Dragons
problem
first
right
edition.
there.
There's first edition. There's AD&D. There's second. Arguably second.
You
1.5,
want to play
there's
a
third,
war game?
there's
You should be
3.5,
playing.
Then there's Pathfinder. Then
What
there's
What do you
yeah.
think D&D is at its core? Right?
Oh,
Second edition sucks.
You want to go there, Wake? Are you serious? You think
Second
D&D
edition
is
was
a
the
war
old school-
game?
Was 5th edition for the old people.
You think D&D is a war game at its core?
At its heart, yes.
There is no way, bro.
It's an adventure.
Are you
game
serious?
That was built off of a war game.
So
Yeah.
you need to have
It's
in every
hold on,
session.
Pause. Don't get too mad. Don't nerd out. Right. I think what to defend Wick here. I think he's talking
can't
about
contain me.
the foundation of the game.
Yes, the core.
What was it inspired
Yes, it
by?
was.
Right.
Caveman.
Like, and it was
Yeah.
it was
Bro,
D&D
that's the
was a-
problem.
Right, but D&D, these, Gygax and, oh my God, I can't remember the other founder's name off the top of my head, but
Artisan.
thank you. They were playing war games, right? They were playing war games, and that is where they were like, what if we added more fantasy, and what if we made this more individualistic, right? So you could argue, core is a bad word choice here, but you could argue that a fundamental piece or part of it is in concept a war game. And if you play with a lot of metagamers, right, you will find that they like that portion of the game a lot more than they like the, we went around town and we role played for 3 sessions, right? And so that is, it's going to depend on your group. I think core is way too strong of a word here, but I get what you're saying, Wick.
Those people did not have that. The people back in the 1970s did not have that distinction. It was grown out of the role playing was deep in character and often in the context of people holding domains and negotiating with one another about what they were. Are we going to fight this out, or are
I totally
our
get
armies
it.
privilege the orcs
I
we
totally
need?
get it.
Hold on. The whole point of the original, the more earlier versions, was to hold a citadel, build a base, gather followers, gather power, and interact in sometimes
You should be playing Rust.
Adverse way, not just with the environment, but with each other, right? And you would have the paladin who would gather.
Honestly, Rust is a
followers
really good
and build
example.
builds,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, Rust is exactly that. It's a war game with light role playing mixed in there. You get to do everything you want to do.
Right, but to be fair, just to kind of olive branch here with the other aspect of people that are like, what the fuck, it's not a war game, right? Like D&D doesn't really become popular until AD&D and the Satanic Panic, right? Like it's not really a wide game that is adopted by the culture and everybody on the school bus knows at least one person.
Yeah, because
that
everyone was
has
Satan
a
and
D&D
demons and stuff like that. And Mom roared me
well,
about
I
this
think
game,
that's
so let's
that's
try
the
it,
thing that
right?
I think triggered me, if that's the right word, right? So much about this kind of
Oh my God, you are
these
woke.
new people
Holy shit.
that are kind of shitting on the legacy of the founders. Is that these weren't some racist, misogynistic, evil guys. Yes, they're a product of their time in the 1970s, and so the language they use and maybe some of the ideas they have aren't necessarily commiserate with ours. But these were progressive dudes fighting back against the Christian right so that people can be creative and so that they can imagine and so that we can break down barriers between people and just be friends collectively, you know, and grow. You know, they stood up for the downtrodden nerds, and now because it was mostly white dudes, all of a sudden the company themselves feel the need to have their own employees castigate them for views they held in the 1970s with very little reverence and respect for, you know, the building blocks of what they did, right? Like, you don't have the modern video game without D&D. You just don't. And nerd culture and a place for these people and what has been some of the most accepting and inclusive culture in American demographic groups in the last 50 years, you know, they owe a lot to D&D. And so, like, this idea that we're just gonna like publish their, you know, their readings and then just shit and piss on their graves because they don't match our modern day political values is kind of the essence of fucking woke scolding the dead. And it's and they should be ashamed of themselves. They should just put it out there. And, you know, if they want to have fucking opinions on Twitter, have those opinions on Twitter. But, like, put it out there for other people to decide and, you know, embrace the legacy and the change and the progress that humans have gone through over time, and not utilize it as a moment to beat up on your own founders and kind of subvert your own systems. And I think Elon Musk sees that and sees it as a larger part of the overarching problem in our culture, and
I worry
feels like money will fix it. I don't know.
Yeah, to bring it back to Elon, I don't know if Elon respects the systems enough to do it justice, and I think he's mostly going for woke points or not.
For what it's
absolutely.
For what it's worth, I've never seen
Twitter points, right?
I've never seen
if I may finish
anybody
my point, then I'll give it to you.
Oh,
I
sorry.
promise I'll give it to you as soon as I finish my point, Ren. But, like, this idea, right, that what is Dungeons and Dragons? Like, we had an argument about that earlier. Like, Mr. In Pursuit of Knowledge here thinks it's literally just people around a table pretending to be something else, and that's false. It's wrong. It's not.
But it's not a war game as well. Like,
at its core, it is a war game. Yes, where you
we will disagree on that. We will disagree on that.
Regardless, okay. There is a core elements, okay? I mean, you can disagree in the margins of what those core elements are about what makes it Dungeons and Dragons, but I don't think Elon understands enough to keep
the
it
limitations.
True to the core.
Limitations are what allow for creativity, right? I think a great example of this is
totally fucking stupid.
No, I agree with this.
Totally
Magic is. I agree. Magic's the same way. You do need to have limits.
I think a great example of this is Brandon Sanderson's novels, right? I think he does it.
New one's coming out in like 5 days, gang.
Yeah, so he utilizes hard magic systems that are very, very strict in what his magic can and can't do, and in those rules that he gives himself, right? He can then extrapolate from this very rule-based hard magic system, you know, ways to get around the rules, ways to find the loopholes. And I think that is what makes D&D so great, is that it gives us a structure by which to create, by which to imagine, by which to build friendships. It is that structure itself that pulls back kind of you know, us going in 20 different directions and having no ability to contain it, right? It's like, you know, it's a fence, and within that fence you can do whatever you want, and it's the fence that creates the ability to create and do whatever you want. Without the fence, there is nothing. And so I do think the company's vision and the rules and the way that they make things are an important element of what D&D is, beyond just getting together and having a fantasy and role playing together, because those limitations they build the opportunities for what it is that we love so much.
I want to give a chance because Rube here disagreed with that, and I want to give him a chance to explain why.
Yeah,
you had a dovetail reaction. Let me finish prompting. Let me finish prompting this.
I'm gonna leave soon anyways because I was just hopping in.
You had a visceral reaction to this. I'm curious what it was, and we are going to end the panel in like 20 minutes anyway. So yeah, go ahead. Explain. Why are you mad?
Okay. I'm going to dovetail two different concepts here. You were bringing in a few details about how you didn't feel welcome in a friendly local game store. That's totally fine. Let's see here. Fabian, I think your name is. You brought up the same issue with Adventures.
Yeah.
The Adventures League,
I wasn't.
right?
to be fair, I wasn't saying it was necessarily an issue. I was just relaying my personal experiences of why I haven't been in those shops.
Yeah, no,
Part
no,
of it might
like,
just
not
be me
that it's
getting
a,
older. You know what I mean? Like,
right. No, I don't
you
want
know?
to like contradict that specifically. It's I have a competing personal experience that I think dovetails into this nicely. I brought a lot of people. I've been running a West Marches for the past few years. For the past 2 years, I've been incorporating a lot of elements from the old games, from AD&D, specifically one-to-one time. I have a bunch of videos about describing my process here. I've basically been replace the 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide with the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition Guide. And these new players, who all of whom, or not all of them, but most of whom have like the rainbow profiles and banners and stuff like that, loved it. Had a great time. We just wrapped up our last stretch before we're getting ready to switch over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but they had a really good time. They loved the experience of these mechanics that were... My visceral reaction was to the idea that limitations create creativity. That's my autistic trigger, I guess. The creative people
in context,
can
you know what I
use
mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm making a generalization. Obviously, it's not always true. The
No,
limitations
yeah, no,
create
I was just being
creativity.
like, it just
I
got
mean,
my tism about
it gives us the structure so that we know where to go to a certain degree, right? Like by giving us rules, it gives us ideas around the rules, and it gives us some level of
Possibly.
structure so that we
Limitations
don't have 6
wipe out
going in
different strata
totally
of
different.
creativity. Yeah, limitations wipe
Sure.
out certain strata.
But we
of
also can
creativity.
change those rules, though, right? Like,
We can. Let's
not-
not go into that for a moment because I want to finish this point. It's really important.
Right, but the rules are the
people-
foundation of our ability to create without getting
Yes. No,
off the
let's not go
rails.
into that point for just a moment. These people who I pulled from a progressive space enjoyed the rules content that was provided to them from these older days. That's not their objection to these rule sets. If you put them in a campaign where they use these weird esoteric things, most of whom the old players, the old grognards who are complaining about WotC's approach and WotC's attitudes, have not played themselves or have not experienced themselves because they were changing shit when they were back in the day, either because they just didn't quite get it, maybe it was a UX problem, or they just couldn't read. That's also pretty common with older people. That's not the issue. That's not the issue that people have with it nowadays. They're perfectly happy. If you take new players and put them in the old game, they are perfectly happy, provided you're aiming toward a greater range of gameplay experiences. They're perfectly happy to ride along.
I agree.
Or
Woke
contribute
praxis is almost
themselves.
completely performative, and when you get them out of having to engage in political action within companies and you put them at a table, they actually don't care about any of this shit that they claim to care about.
That's why I
They're
don't think
just
it's woke
subverting
practice at
art and
all.
culture.
I think it's an HR attitude that has invaded these companies. I don't think it has to do with
the
people's
same-
left-wing
it's
biases
the same-
at all.
It's
No,
the
because
same
left-wing
thing,
bias, there would be no art if it was just the same thing. If woke people were inherently anti-creative and all acted in the same anti-creative
I never
fashion
said they
as
were
one another.
anti-creative. I never
But
said they
that's
were
that's
anti-creative.
what I'm trying to distinguish here. Is WotC is not woke. It's just anti-creative.
I disagree with that.
I would say
Elaborate. Like you disagree with that.
If anybody has anything to say to me,
Yeah,
and
no,
tell me I'm
I finished
wrong,
my
I will.
nonsense.
I don't want to dip out like without you having
Sure.
a chance to shit
Anyone
on me.
take a
So,
shot
if
at
anyone wants
Fabian
to shit on
before
me,
you
go ahead.
No, my question to Fabian, like, so your issue pretty much just comes down to the blurb that was in the making of the original Dungeons and Dragons, right? That supplement.
Well, no, that's an example, right? Like,
But
you know, I
that's
think
the
it goes
most
back. I think it
egregious,
goes
right?
back. Well, I think it goes back. I think the first instance that we saw was when one of the artists for Magic the Gathering, right, was fired because she liked, not even shared, not even retweeted, not even gave support. She just liked a Ben Shapiro tweet, and that was enough to get rid of a great artist because she didn't conform to the culture. Right?
Is
I think
that
was
why
my
she was
first
fired?
example.
No, that's not necessarily true. But I know what you're talking about with Therese Nielsen, who's a gay woman that fantastic artist. She was excised from the community basically because it wasn't just she retweeted a Ben Shapiro thing. She was going on to podcasts that were very much alt-right. We'll go with the terms of the day back then. and they were very fucking questionable. Alex Jones tiers bullshit. Okay, conspiracy level bullshit. And the company said, you know what? We don't want to work with you anymore because we're getting a lot of fucking hate comments coming from the community. On top of that, you had Seb McKinnon, fantastic artist, awesome dude, awesome work, Canadian guy. During the COVID lockdowns, he was like, we need to not take vaccines. I'm with the truckers, blah, 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 a bunch of bullshit. Guess what? Magic Wizards of the Coast and so many people said, you know what? I don't fucking like that shit anymore. Another reason why Therese Nielsen was canceled, quote unquote, is because she's a TERF. She hates trans people in general. The same ideas of fucking what's her name, Harry Potter lady. So yeah,
well,
it's not bad.
We'll see. HBO.
Whatever. I don't know
no more. You know what I mean? Like the culture is a changing. We'll see, and maybe part of that cultural change will be Elon buying Hasbro and telling all the wokies.
I agree. I agree. It was probably too radical, but at the same time, do you think radical right is going to do it better? I doubt it.
Well, TERFs are really fucking annoying. That's the thing.
Elon
They're
Musk,
really
the radical
fucking
right.
annoying.
All right, boys. Let me actually hop in this other Discord. I was planning on just kind of oh fuck, I forgot that. Never mind. We'll go back to center. We're just gonna hop into this other platform. I heard from someone in the Discord, which is why you got to be in the Discord. That's where things happen. I heard that they were talking about D&D and it being woke, and I was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna hop in. So let me... Oh, he hasn't even put out the shit yet, even though it's in fucking 13 minutes. I'm going to go to the old one, because it's almost always the same one, and just try that, because I actually haven't tried StreamYard. So I got to make sure that StreamYard recognizes my camera. So I need to make sure I go in a little early. Oh, boom, it like immediately picked it up. There we go. Do I need to mirror the camera? No. Okay. What the fuck does touch up my appearance? That is so lame. Ugh. All right, we'll enter the studio. I'm muted. And then we'll hop in early. And then we'll just, mute myself. And then I'll just put it on the main screen so that you guys can see that I'm chilling. And we'll get some music rolling. All right. Here we go. No primes? Good. No, I'm going to prime. I just hopped on that one first. Impromptu. Woken writing basically means identity politics / preaching at the cost of great story. I mean, that is the consequence, I think, Shadow Warden. Also, don't forget, throughout tonight, even though I am debating, if you give me a super chat, I will respond to the super chat, even if I'm in the middle of the debate. But I read chat, and every now and then I type in something, but I don't normally interrupt the debate, especially for those that are watching later, because it gets annoying when I'm talking over other people and they're trying to watch it on my stream, because then they feel like they're not getting the whole debate, and a lot of times they'll leave and go to the host. And I don't want them to leave and go watch Prime instead of watching my video, right? So you're not guaranteed to get any responses, but if you super chat me during the debate, I will make sure that I mute myself and respond to your super chat. I gotta eat, boys. I'm a big boy. I'm a big old fat boy. I might as well cut my camera on while we're waiting. Oh, of course that's not. Never mind. Forgot it's being taken up by StreamYard. What's the debate? What's even the argument about? It's the title of the fucking video, my guy. Hey, what's up, Crowd? All is well. I'm doing all right. It's the holiday season. So there's a lot of random little stressful things, but it's doing good. But yeah, it's the title of the video. It's the Hunter Biden pardon. Though obviously, with all PrimeCayes panels, at least in the foreseeable future and in the last few months, it's open discussion, and then somewhere around 10 o'clock Eastern is when we start the somewhere between 9 to 10 is when we start the topic improper. And if that makes you mad because you don't like whatever random topic ends up getting debated, you can always, you can always, come be in the Discord, and then you'll get added when I start the topic proper. Though I would prefer you guys stay here or keep me open on the screen. Also, there are 29 viewers and only 12 likes, right? Like, I don't demand or like that you guys do anything. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fucking give me money. I like it. I need it. You know what I mean? You don't have to join the Discord. That's the best place for you to get stream notifications and be a part of the larger conversation and talk to me on days I'm not streaming. You don't have to follow me on X. That's where I get to do, be toxic as fuck and, call out everybody and speak truth to power and, talk shit, get hit type shit. But you should like the stream. I noticed 5 of you like the stream. I appreciate that. There's still 10 of you watching that I know for a fact haven't liked the stream. Potentially more, because some people might have already liked the stream and left and decided to come back later. So just give me a like. You know what I mean? Help me out in the algorithm. As far as I'm concerned, Hunter is a tax hero and gun from hero. Hunter is a horrible human being involved in massive levels of corruption with the CCP, with Ukraine, with, Metabiota, with John Kerry's stepson, with IQ in tech, with Black and Vetch. There's so many corrupt and evil things that Biden has done that he's now been pardoned of, and it is insane that people think that this is all about his penis and about some gun charge. Which, by the way, he didn't really deserve the specific gun charge that he got, but he deserved punishment for the crime that he committed, which is leaving a fucking gun with drug paraphernalia and coke crack residue, in a fucking floorboard of a car that his family was using. Well, I say family, I mean his brother, his late brother's wife, whom he was fucking, and 14-year-old niece who he was almost certainly fucking. Hunter is indeed also, well, I mean, I don't know if he's a deadbeat dad so much as he has done so many drugs and is gone for so long that the family keeps him away from them. Unban me on Discord? You're not banned on Discord. Like, that's not a thing. Unless you went by a different name, and you like came in and like just like spurred the N-word or something a bunch of times, then you're not banned on Discord. Like, I've banned 3 people other than people that were bots or people that came in and just immediately were like, N-word, or like said some crazy shit. Invite is on. I really, really wish that he would just switch to a darker background for his StreamYards. Because when I'm doing the debate and I show everyone on the screen, it's like, sometimes we're going till midnight or even beyond midnight. It's like, dude, can I fucking, not have people that are like up at midnight staring at bright blue screen? Like, can we get like a fucking darker color? You black as shit, he not you? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but all right. Run Hunter in 2028. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. I mean, yeah, he's from Haitian immigrants. Of course he's black as fuck. Or at least his mom is. Yeah, the left used to be fun, man. They really did. The left used to be good at trolling. Like, the left is awful at trolling now. I miss when the left were free speech warriors. I mean, I understand that they were just doing that so that they had the free speech to subvert the culture, right? They don't actually give a fuck. They never cared about free speech. It was only to protect their ability to subvert institutions and culture. But, like, when they were pro free speech, they were fucking fun. You know, like back when Eminem, you know, was like just being wild and shit, you know, instead of being a fucking homo. Well, actually, he was being wild by being a homo. To be fair, I just miss it, you know. Yeah, I miss like the early 2000s, late 90s left that were just like, you know, rockers and anti-establishment and shit like that. I mean, their philosophy was always predicated on protecting their shit to like, you know, I'm old as shit. I was born in 1990, so, you know, I'm not quite ancient yet, but I am middle-aged. What does Casimir do mean? Content is content.
Hey.
Oh.
Good evening. Everyone's like muted or everyone's present, but nobody has sound or whatnot. I don't.
Welcome.
How's it
There you
going?
go. Yeah.
Going well.
Yeah, I'm here.
Happy Cyber Monday, I guess. I don't know.
That's an American holiday.
For sure.
What?
Sure. You know what I mean? The American tradition
You
of
should call
consumerism.
the retailers up here in Canada with all their signs, Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Because it's definitely a thing here that we've co-opted.
I mean, it's great. It's just, you know, it's a great way to get those sales in right before the end of the fiscal year. Well, I guess it's beginning of the fiscal year, but you know.
Yeah, when they advertise on their website, you know, they slash the regular price and they say, oh, Black Friday price, you know, same thing, basically. At least some of the things that I've seen
You
are
definitely
pretty bizarre.
definitely have to do your fucking research because they'll definitely raise prices just to slash prices, and you'll end up with products that are sometimes even more expensive on Black Friday, Cyber Monday. But for the most part, you can get some good deals.
No, literally,
like this
that's-
camera that I got. I've switched from a webcam to a fucking DSLR.
So
That's good.
as an example of Canadians, you know, participating in Cyber Monday and Black Friday, like so, you know, no surprise, I order supplements. You know, I'll plug CanadianProtein.com, and like so I have an order history there, and like yeah, they advertise their Black Friday deals, but I can go and check my order history, and like I ordered this product like 2 months ago, and it was cheaper back then on this Black Friday sale. It's like 20% off, and it's like yeah, we cut the prices, and I can check my order history, by the way, and it's like it was cheaper 2 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, tech is about the only thing that is legitimately across the board less expensive on Black Friday, right? Because I mean, when you're talking about physical products, especially tech products, right? This is one of the few industries where prices just keep falling. Right, I mean, like the price. I mean, like a flat screen TV in the '90s was like $8,000 back then, right? Whereas now you can go to Walmart and you can buy like a Roku, you know, or a Vizio, like a cheap smart TV.
Wait a minute. That's only true in the long term, though, right? So, like, I was doing shopping, I guess earlier today. At the wee
it's obviously
early
not true in
hours,
the
right?
month to month, but
Yeah. So so what I'm saying is that like, I was going on. So I was on Newegg.com. I was trying to get some electronics, actually, right? So you know, got to get spy cameras. For
I suppose what else would
purposes.
you buy on
It's okay.
Newegg?
The sex robots aren't out yet, Prime.
The sex robots right there. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, I was there and I was looking at the prices on the website for the products I was looking for. But then I also just like went to like the retailers, right? And like the Newegg was saying, well, this is a price cut, right? But on the retailer side, it's like there's no sale here, right? There's like no sale, and the prices were the same. Like so, and I think if I had looked at, because well, one thing, I was gonna buy the products I was looking for pretty much any which way. I was just hoping to find a deal. I didn't really find much of a deal like this weekend. Because I just needed to get them. I've been waiting for literally months to looking for that. But in any case, I was hoping for a deal. If I looked at the long term price, there wouldn't have been much of a fluctuation. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually went up. But yeah, It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, you have to do your research. I'm just saying that, generally speaking, tech products are cheaper on Cyber Monday and Black Friday, as opposed to a lot of other products.
I got a
little
70-inch
more
TV at
sus.
Walmart for $300 now. 70-inch, like HD, like 4K. I'm like, that's crazy. I remember I paid for my 55-inch
that's
like
like
a couple years ago. It was like 2,200. Yeah, it
it's
was like 2,200 for a
6% of the
55-inch.
price of when they first launched, right? I mean,
nuts.
but that's the thing is that like tech products are like, I don't want to say infinitely, but they're damn near infinitely scalable, right? You know what I mean? Like when you're a teacher, right? This is part of cost disease socialism, but I mean, I won't get into that too much. But like when you're a teacher, for example, well, it's not made up. It's you can look it up. It's an economic term. It's fine. But like cost disease.
It is. It was just brought up at a humorous time, I would say.
Well, I'm just saying, like, this is the difference between scalability of labor, right? Like a teacher for like a middle school class, right? You can use technology so that they can effectively teach better, but it's difficult with all of the technology that we have to get a teacher to meaningfully teach more than like 30 kids, right? Like it's with all of the tech resources available to you, it's still difficult to do that, right? But if I invent a product like a tech product, right? You know, the limitation to my tech product is how many can we manufacture and how many humans exist that may find a use for this product in the world and potentially purchase more than one of said product, right? So like if I'm building, let's say Google Home, right? I could potentially there are houses that are going to want 5 or 6 of them. And so I come out at one price, right?
Buy
And
microphones to be able to distribute across.
yeah,
the
I
world.
agree. But like I can set them at one price, and if I can find a way to make it cheaper through the manufacturing process, right? Then I open up to a larger market of people that didn't value it highly enough at the old price, but at the new price do. And so I can reduce my rate of profit, right? Like this is essentially this is how Walmart operates, right? Walmart makes like 2
economies of
pennies.
scale.
It's not quite economies of scale, but sure. It kind of is, but regardless, like the more you make of a product, the more you sell in a period of time, then the lower the price can be and the lower amount of profit you need, right? So like when you talk about Walmart, they make like 2 to 3 cents of profit on an item sold. Okay, like when people talk about like, oh, these corporations, they jack up the prices massively. Like Walmart that's selling something for like $4.99, they're taking home literally pennies on the dollar. Not even pennies on the dollar, less than a penny per dollar in pure profit. But if you go to any Walmart and when they're busy, watch how many products get sold in an hour at just that one Walmart, right? You'll see thousands of products get sold, and that's like $2,000-$3,000 of like pure profit an hour when they're busy, right? Like that's the goal. And so it's just very interesting, like when you look at prices on things and how they change, the more scalable a product is, and the more a product is able to be sold, you know, to a larger range of people, then the more likely you are to find like a good deal on like Cyber Monday or Black Friday or something. Because they can really reduce the price by a pretty significant amount, and just pump out and manufacture more and more and more and more.
Agreed. No.
Yeah.
God bless capitalism.
Mm-hmm. Capitalism is amazing. It is the only.
I don't buy shit
justifiable
unless I need
economic.
it.
Well, I mean, sometimes you hold off
I
on
believe you,
buying
actually.
something for Black Friday, like this camera, right?
Yeah.
Like, do I need a DSLR camera? No, but it is an upgrade to the stream. It is an investment. I waited until a Cyber Monday, Black Friday deal to buy it because, you know, I knew that I could potentially save money.
I'm in
It's also
the
a
same
tax
boat.
write-off. It's a tax write-off.
I'm in the same boat, and yes, it is a tax write-off. But Lactoid, how many guns do you need?
More. I'll answer
Yeah,
that more.
So need,
Yeah,
need.
need.
There's no need cap on guns, right? It
Yeah,
is
because
a
you don't know how many guns you need until you need them. And let me tell you what, it's better to have more than you need than less than you need.
I am dangerously undergunned right now, Prime.
Amen.
Okay? Dangerously.
You don't even have.
Yeah, you can never have
Lactoid,
enough.
do you even have a gun in every room of your home?
Just a gun.
I have more than enough to fit in every gun in the home, unless you're the ATF
Every
watching,
gun.
in which case I gave them all away by the time you get to my house.
Yeah, of course. Exactly.
You
got
took them
it.
on an offshore fishing trip.
But do you also
Yeah.
have them like strapped to every table right underneath, so that like at any point in time within like a 4 feet radius, you can lean over and grab one? I mean, do you have
Let me
that?
make this.
Why
Let me
not?
make this very. Hold on. Let me make this very clear. As per my child custody agreement with, that is a legal binding document. The only firearms that I own in this home are indeed locked. Okay, and I am following the law, and I'm not memeing here. All right, it sucks, but that is the agreement that I am in. Okay.
Let me ask this. There's more.
I'm not that
issue question.
lactoid though, but like
Yeah, so hypothetically speaking,
I had to say
if I was somebody who did own guns, hypothetically speaking, of course, I would probably be the kind of person that would have guns in various locations around my house potentially to
the theoretical
respond.
house.
The theoretical
guns and the theoretical
Well,
house.
the house isn't theoretical. I own the house, and so
I want to know. Wait, how many of y'all don't actually have a shower gun? Like that's the question.
I don't have a.
I don't.
I don't have a
You
shower
understand
gun.
the
I can say
situation
that
I'm in,
honestly.
Admiral Gibbs, right? Like,
My shower gun is my
there are
penis.
things that I would like to do, but in order to
Well, you have a
maintain-
reasonable excuse, yeah, but like
Right,
the rest of y'all, what are y'all gonna do when someone just busts in on y'all when you're taking a shit?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Is it reasonable? I mean, Scott, is it reasonable? So you said, like, you know, according to your custody agreement, right? That you have to have them locked up, right, within some sort of a locking mechanism, right? Would that locking mechanism include those ones like those bed locks, you know, that are on the bed frame that you kind of reach down and grab, right? Would that be covered?
I mean, obviously, I don't talk about it a ton, but I have like a nonverbal autistic son, right? So it is imperative that anything like a firearm is not easily or readily accessible within my home, right? You know, if my situation was different, the way that I arm myself would be different. Like, yes, I am armed, but like, you know, it takes me a minute to get to my guns, and that's unfortunate, but also, you know, that is
I understand that. I'm saying
necessary.
like I'm just trying to understand. I know, I get that. I'm saying that what's covered, right? Because like if that is an effective gun locking,
they have to be in a
mechanism,
gun safe. They have to be in a gun
They
safe.
have to be literally in a box, right? Rather
Yes.
than any other type of mechanism. Okay, never mind.
Right.
Shower guns,
Yeah.
boys, get them. Don't need them.
I have 0 guns.
But yeah, like I think you are fucking insane if you don't have a firearm in your home. That is just
I want to
that is,
quickly say something
crazy to me.
So I don't have any firearms, but hypothetically, if I did, Gibbs was really spitting before when he was talking about having a bathroom gun, and hypothetically, I would consider doing that very soon.
Yeah, I suggest multiple. One underneath the sink. You got one in a plastic bag in your toilet, and then you got one.
No,
and then
wait,
one box in your shower. These
Yeah,
are
in
crazy.
the
Yeah, because if they hit you over the head and you're like holding onto the toilet, surprise! Or you fall over and you're on the ground, bang! Or they bust in on you in the shower. You got the shower box.
You fall down, you reach underneath the tank, and then you pull out. Yeah.
Be like, what's up?
as normal. Yeah.
See, Admiral Gibbs clearly used to be an alcoholic, and he had to change his life, and he replaced all of the places that he hid his alcohol with firearms. Right?
Used to be.
That's why he's got a toilet. That's why he's got a toilet gun.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the only issue, right?
I have to hide the alcohol for myself.
If he reaches for the pistol, right, he might accidentally pull out the whiskey bottle, but he can use that too, right?
Sometimes the bottle is shaped like it. We use like super soakers.
Here's what I think is genuinely justifiable. I think it's justifiable to have a bedroom gun, obviously, a gun by the door, a gun by your desk, a bathroom gun. Now I'm convinced about that one, but I think that's where else? I think that's probably good, right?
On the inside of every doorway.
Gun under
couch gun.
Your powder room gun, obviously.
Definitely a powder room gun. That's for sure.
How did you manage to make gun ownership gay? Like powder room gun?
It's a joke. You understand? I understand. You don't understand humor, Scott, but that's a joke.
Hold on, Fabian. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, that was
I know
also
that
a
gay
joke.
people use powder rooms, but I think everybody likes a little bit of the powder now and again. All right.
Oh, okay. What about a gun?
Hey, we're not on the main topic yet, Admiral Gibbs.
why not a gun underneath your baby's crib? Right now, your baby isn't mobile, right?
Yeah,
like
pick up your
it's
baby,
like
pop
just
'em.
laying there, and you
I've
never
got a
know when
very-
a threat might come through.
Yeah, I've got a very good answer to that. I don't have a baby.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying of when you somehow convince a lady to like
buy a crib and just
conceive
have a
with you.
gun.
I only engage in reasonable hypotheticals, Brian.
Yeah, actually, put the gun in the swaddle the gun and make it think
Lactoid
you're a baby.
doesn't.
Like, let me take care of my
Lactoid
baby.
doesn't.
It's a fake gun. It's a fake baby.
Lactoid doesn't engage in co-sleeping with infants with his infant, but he does engage in co-sleeping with his gun.
Probably safer, honestly.
I feel like I just told an old
and by the
person
way,
joke.
safety is overrated.
My bad.
Seriously.
So like Scott, you think it's crazy? Like for me, I don't own a gun because I feel like I'd be an irresponsible gun owner. I'm gonna be factual.
How would you be irresponsible? I don't even
So like one, based on what I've seen,
I would scratch my
I'd
nose
probably,
with
like,
one.
like toy with it a lot, right? Like take it out when it's not supposed to be out and such.
Flip it.
Or like for example, situation that happened yesterday morning. I was driving to a wedding venue location, and I as I'm driving, people were trying to merge lanes. Dude behind me beeped. I beeped. My fiance's in the car. She starts yelling at him. He pulls over, gets out of the car. Now I have to get out of the car. There's a lot of altercations.
That's why you need the gun.
Well, that's a life
yeah.
lost, brother. That's a life lost.
Why do
That's
I
not
get
good.
pulled over?
Let's engage honestly. Let's engage
See,
honestly
I'm
with the
like
question.
a bat guy. I have a bat. And
let me-
Oh my no! You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You know,
I am for who is attacking me, bro?
someone with a gun and you got a bat.
Why?
Well, I hope
that's
you don't
what he-
get.
that's
I
what
hope
he-
you
Why
don't
in
get tossed
America?
because we know
Why
you're
in
unarmed.
America would somebody attack me with a gun? I can't.
I mean, Lactoid, within
Why
20
is
feet, the
someone
bat would be
attacking
better.
me is more of the
Because you live in America. You live in a place where people will attack you with guns occasionally.
Do you think?
So let me
is this like a common occurrence
sociologic.
for you?
Let
You
me
get attacked with guns?
let me
I get attacked by
me-
hobos.
let me
Never
tell you
happened
why.
before in his life.
Gibbs has been attacked by a hobo.
Multiple
But yeah,
So
go ahead, Scott.
sociologic, right? Ali, you asked me why do I think it's crazy not to have a gun, and then your response is, well, personally, under my personal experience, I feel like the temptation of having a firearm might lead me to engage in violent acts. Or escalate violent acts that do occur in my life, so I feel safer knowing that I don't have immediate access to instantly life-ending means. So I do understand that, and I do understand that rationale. But the issue is that when I make the general claim you're crazy not to have a gun, the retort is I personally have an issue with me being responsible, right? So it's not really an argument as far as I'm concerned, because you should be responsible, right? From a conservative perspective, when we talk about gun ownership, the default is you ought to be a responsible gun owner that trains in your firearm, that occasionally uses your firearm at a range, that engages occasionally in practicing drawing your firearm, especially if you're going to be open carrying or concealed carrying, right? So that you are practiced in those situations.
Don't open carry.
So I would like to amend my statement. I don't want to say it's crazy that you don't own a gun. I will amend it so that, because there's a presumption baked in. It's crazy that you don't own a gun and are a responsible gun owner. Those two things kind of go hand in hand, and you ought to do both of those things. And it's a very small time investment in order to be at a level of proficiency where you can protect yourself and your family in situations. Because I agree with you that there are situations where you might aggress and where you might feel like you might escalate a situation, right? But the thing is that there are also situations that can occur where without a firearm, there is no other alternative. You are essentially fucked no matter what you do.
Better to have one than to not, I guess, is like the rationale. And I guess I get that rationale, but I feel like this anecdotally, I mean, I've had so few occurrences, if ever even occurrence, where like I've interacted.
It only takes
with
one. That's the problem with something like this.
That is really the argument. It's like you don't know, it's chaotic, it's random, so it could be at any point in time. So I think it's fair.
Right.
I mean,
If you want recommendations on any guns, just let me know. I can help you out.
People don't.
Oh,
I've gone to
people
the
don't
range,
survive
I've shot
those
many guns. I know how to use
Well,
a gun, take care of it, clean a gun. It just me personally, it's just like
this is very like
you
I
get
gotta
out
be
of your
honest.
car, we're gonna have an issue, and
Well,
I'd
hold
rather
on.
have my
I get road rage all the time, and I've never once been like, "We're gonna pull the gun out." I'll say this. This is how I know that you're somewhat leftist.
It wasn't
because
me,
this is
it
a bit
wasn't road rage. Wait,
Yeah, but
Who
I'll tell you.
got out
Hold
of
on.
the car?
Hold on. Listen, I'm
Now
just
we're
playing with you. Hold on.
leftist.
Hold on. Just how this story went. This is how leftist thing. You definitely pulled the "I'll just see red bro" kind of thing, or you were like, "Oh, I play with it." I know that I've never once. I've gone to many friends. I'm in Texas. Everybody likes to show off their guns. I don't even like when my friends are like, "Here, why don't you just hold my gun? You want to check it out? Oh, I got a new scar or something." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't want to touch your gun. Like, I don't even want to play with it because, like, hey, what if they kill somebody? My handprints on this. Or what if I actually hold it? There's got a gut-shaped bullet in there, and they didn't leave the safety on it, and I shot myself. Like, you never know. Like, people don't maybe not be responsible with their guns like somebody else. Which I don't even want to touch it because who knows? Maybe I drop it and I shot somebody. Like, there's all sorts of shit. Like
Playing with your own gun though, and like disassembling it and reassembling it, so much fun.
Like, check this out. Like.
Well, no, I'm wait. I'm not saying be reckless.
With their guns more than often, where they're
I
it's empty. There's no.
Hey, Rudy. Good night, brother. Hopefully, I'll see you Wednesday. We'll be doing another debate Wednesday. I appreciate the super chats and your fake money. I appreciate the fake money as much as I appreciate the real money. Thanks, guys.
A knife is more effective than a gun.
Stop. No.
Google it. Google it.
I will. I will Google it. I know for multiple reasons you're wrong.
I'm right. I'm right.
No, you're wrong. And we'll have this conversation. No, we'll have this conversation. I assure you.
So I can't.
If I'm 20, if I'm 20 feet away from somebody, I'd rather have a gun than a knife. Like every time. Okay. So we can have this conversation. Yes, because
how accurate I am with throwing a knife.
I'm not talking about throwing a knife. They're not gonna throw a knife.
Because bullets have a very particular effect on the human nervous system that knives don't.
Do they?
But Ollie,
what?
Absolutely, they do. Right. So okay, I watch a lot of videos of people getting shot and dying. Right, in war and shit. I'm fucked up in the head. Right, all the time. And when you get hit by a bullet, it just is what it is. If you actually look at a slow-mo video of a bullet entering jelly, essentially, it doesn't just pass through. It smacks against it, and it creates this massive air bubble, and that's it's like a hydrostatic shock, I think is what it's called. And that shock,
the word you're looking for is stopping power.
Stopping power. Yeah, I understand. But I'm describing the mechanism of how it works. It creates a giant air bubble in you, and that sends a shock wave through your nerves, and it paralyzes you. That's why when people in the videos where people get shot, they clutch up and fall over, and they can't move anymore. And that's because the effect bullets have on the body. And that's why they're so effective as a self-defense weapon. When knives simply are not, right? And so if you're going to bring a knife to a gunfight, I think that's dangerous. Honestly. And I want to clarify one last thing.
Let me just people do this many times.
I just want to clarify for Ali. When I'm saying play with a gun, I'm saying not being reckless with it. I agree. You should not be reckless. I'm saying taking it apart, putting it back together again, knowing what every single part does, checking. Okay, sure. Maybe that's what I think of when I'm thinking about interacting. I like taking it apart. I like looking at every single piece, checking the consistency, checking the. I played with Legos as a kid. It is exactly like Legos, and that's why I love it so much. If I owned any, but I don't. But go ahead.
It's fun to disassemble and reassemble and all that, and make sure to take care of. I understand all that. It's just I think for more people than not, they have the reaction that I'm having, which is one. They'd probably escalate a violent situation rather than calm it down, and not because they're gonna see red or they're so strong. It's just because I think for a lot of people they're in that fight or flight, and they're just gonna use the defense tool that they have for minuscule situations, which I think is the greater problem of everyone owning a gun, because I think the majority of people aren't going to be trained. Because even people who own their guns right now, I feel I've seen more people be kind of careless or reckless.
That's one more reason a knife is better within 21 feet. Knives take very minimal training to be effective. Guns, you need line of sight. You need cover. You need 21 feet that you can get to you faster than you can pull the gun out most of the time. Knife's more versatile. I can skin animals. I could cut things with it other than stabbing people. These are regular things. I mean, I hit a javelina the other night. Guess what? Now we got javelina sausage coming up in a couple of months. So I'm just saying, there's all sorts of things you could use a knife for versus a gun. I can't skin no animal with a gun. If they're within 21 feet, and I'm bumbling, I'm getting stabbed.
Let me. So I was trying to let me give the devil his due here, Admiral Gibbs, right? There is research that suggests that in stopping criminal activity as a victim, right? Like when you look at victim surveys and self defense, I forget the exact term, the National Victimization Report or something like that, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the raw data, what you will find is that knives are more effective than guns. And that is what the research suggests. The problem is there are statistics, there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics, right? So one of the issues is that firearms as a deterrent often stop the crime before the crime is committed, right? So someone comes up to mug you, and then you pull out a firearm, and then they run away. Well, that doesn't get categorized as stopping the mugging from occurring because the mugging didn't actually occur. What occurred was like a threat. It gets classified in the data differently, and you have, let's be honest, disingenuous people. There are a lot of NGOs and a lot of people with political views about guns that are willing to, not actually do an accurate accounting of the data in that regard. And it's the same thing when they talk about mass shootings, where they'll say, oh, well, guns don't stop mass shootings. It's like, well, that's because when there's someone there that pulls out a firearm after someone shoots someone and then shoots them, guess what? A mass shooting was never recorded because you can't record a crime that didn't occur because it was stopped, right? Like good guys with guns do stop mass shootings. It occurs all the time, but like you can't actually record a what if in the future.
I have a question for Sociologic. Basically, my question, in regards to this whole thing, is are you concerned about responsibility when it comes to owning a gun, at all, or just with the idea of concealed carrying?
Honestly, at all. I think a lot of people I think people see guns as not they buy them to have fun. They buy them to go to the range. It's a traditional thing. Their parents had them guns. I don't think everyone sees a gun as this self-defense tool. I think they see it as this as just a fun thing. And so
I think that might be your friends in your community.
Well, then that's fun. Most people probably don't need a gun then.
Because I was gonna say,
I'd argue that most people don't need a gun, but you never know when someone's gonna pull a gun on you, so you gotta have one just in case. But I don't know. That's kind of the. That's
because you're a lefty.
If you're a law-abiding citizen, I think you should have a gun.
Lefty Yankee.
Grid, you got to be more aggressive in panels like this.
I know, man. I'm trying not to be a complete.
Just be a dick. It'll be okay.
Oh no, I want these example. Just be an asshole all the time. Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, yeah, good. So I'm a competitive shooter. I don't know if you guys know that, but I compete in 3-gun. I compete in USPSA. Occasionally, I'll slum it down in IDPA. I have 3 within reach. That's just because this is America and I can. I just bought some.
What about the bathroom?
Tonight.
Maybe brother.
In the shower?
Yeah, under the tank? Under the
shower.
The toilet?
I'm sorry?
Under the toilet tank? Do you have one, right? Where you can
I'm in the toilet tank with a plastic bag.
Where a knife is probably better.
At the bottom.
Fine. I keep those handy too. There's one here and one there. Knives, so that's fine.
Just trips over weapons.
I'm sorry?
You just trip over weapons accidentally in your house?
No, well, when my son's around, that's true because he leaves them everywhere. However, he is being way more responsible these days, and so that's fine.
How old is your son?
14.
Oh, okay, all right.
This is a real American
I started
right here.
teaching my kid about guns at 4 years old.
Okay.
At 4 years old, my kid started learning about
Hell yeah.
My son has been shooting on the school play target team since he was 10, and he started with a 12 gauge, not a girl gun.
At 10? That's
a girl gun. Yes. What's
at 12? At 12 is big for a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, Katya, you didn't get any of your estrogen.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
I know.
Okay, I don't struggle, but it does give me a bruise. Come on, it's a lot of kick.
Hold on, if you
we gotta talk about that after
if you're taught how to hold it properly, right? It's not that bad.
I have always
really-
gotten a bruise,
like-
even when I've held it properly. Come
My-
on.
You
so
just
my-
you just
I
got
started-
a little
I
dainty
actually-
meat
You're just a girl,
skin.
Lactoid. What can I say?
Little
Yeah,
dainty
listen, you're
meat
just
skin.
gonna hold skin,
It's
though,
because
guys.
he didn't eat the heart of the deer last time he killed it.
Lactoid,
not
Lactoid,
an
you know that
intimidating
you know that they
gun.
make
It's
sissy
real
pads,
gun.
right?
It's a real
Yeah.
man's gun.
You know they make sissy
I
pads,
actually used
right?
to teach kids how to shoot.
Oh.
I ran a 22 caliber introduction program to competitive shooting at a local range. One of the kids I shot is nationally ranked now. He's very. I mean, one of the kids I taught.
Yeah, you taught.
You might want to rephrase that.
Yeah, whatever.
Joe,
I
fucking
got it.
Tim Walls moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, like Dick Cheney moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dick Cheney.
Cheney. But one of the kids that I taught, he's nationally ranked now. He does very well. He's actually won a couple of $1,000s this year in prizes. So for
Hell
shooting
yeah.
3-gun, which is not particularly impressive. But so I shoot competitively. I shoot pistol, rifle, and shotgun all at the same time while moving. We run with guns. We're not standing there shooting at paper target. We shoot at steel and paper. So it's a really interesting dynamic. When I hear people talk about guns that have never even been to the range or have been to the range and they've shot a 22 and thought that was awesome. I mean, that's great. That's cool. But come out with me and I will change your entire worldview on guns. That is what I do, and I love doing it. So you guys you have an open invitation. Come to Tennessee, the shooting state, the patron state of
There you
shooting
go.
stuff.
That is the thing
I
too.
will
Like,
teach you how to shoot.
David Crockett.
Grid,
he
Grid,
died
that is the
in
thing
the
where
Alamo,
like so many
Wiped
so
people
many
out.
so many lefties or like journalists have like gone out to like learn about firearms to like talk about how bad they are, and then like they're just like, this was so cool. And, like
It's so much fun. It's so much
it's like
fun.
they end up just becoming
But
gun
you know what
owners
I
because they
really
realize it's just silly.
you know what I really and I don't mean to necessarily pick on any specific group, but what always amazes me is the movement against the AR-15 because it is the one weapon that a woman can use most effectively in any
The girl gun.
situation. It is literally a girl gun. And
See, that's why I got the AK. Okay, I don't want to be mistaken.
Katya, it was made for your delicate female hands.
Well,
Okay?
no, it's
you know what AKs are men's guns.
Well, it's because it doesn't have a lot of
you
kick.
don't know if you're going to die or not, and that's
bruise
the
Lactoid.
excitement of it.
Well, no, the AR.
I didn't get a Century Arms one. Okay, it's not going to blow up in my face. I'm good.
Well, I mean, like the AR-15, similar to the M4, right? Like the collapsible buttstock, and that is effective for room clearing in indoor situations is also very effective. Like Grid said, towards individuals with smaller frames and not having like the longer barrel that's traditional of a lot of 5.56. Really does give it, gives it a little bit less kick. Now, granted, it doesn't give it as much distance, right? Like, an M16 is going to be a better shot at is going to be better at a longer shot. But of course, it's going to be more difficult to utilize and lug around in, indoor situations or in places like that. But I mean, yeah, for the same reason that it's good for that is the same reason that it is great for females that want to shoot rifles.
Listen, I can appreciate the girl gun, but just for the record, me personally, the gun that I've shot the most is probably a 1940s Mosin Nagant that with the bayonet on, it's taller than me, so I don't necessarily need it, but I do have one.
Where you're probably shooting it prone, right? Like you're not running around with it.
No, standing.
Not running around,
really-
but I'm standing.
Yeah,
She's
standing
charging
is
at the
really
Germans
worst
with it.
way to
Yeah.
shoot that specific gun. That's terrible.
So, Grid, right? You're new here, and your audience is new here. Well, actually,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know,
they're listening,
you've been watching Grid at least, but I'm not going to hide my power level here. I'm absolutely like anti-gun.
Sure,
Not a
that's
fan.
great.
Ooh.
But so
Because it's America,
per
you
this-
have that right.
per this
There's exceptions, Grid. Okay, come on. We can't allow hate speech.
But per this conversation, right? Like the at least the previous parts of the conversation, I've had like similar thoughts in that, like simply put, because I live in this country flooded with guns, that like as a form of self-protection from Lactoid and Scott, that I would need a weapon as well, right? But not because I in any way approve of the status quo of guns, but only just like the reality of the situation. Well, I don't have, and I've shot guns in the past, but I mean, yeah, I hear what Scott was saying, that it's a fun activity,
right?
sure, but like
We
whatever.
can give you some recommendations,
I'm
Prime.
not concerned about my own enjoyment. They are more concerned about like the thousands of gun deaths that we have per year. That's my issue.
Okay, so
but I will. I'll say one last. I'll say one last.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Then
What
I've got. This is a fun.
Sure.
This is a fun subject. This is great.
Great.
I like it.
And I'll go to you right next. Fuck. What was I going to say? Oh yes. I was going to say that like why I think that we can't advance some sort of consensus gun regulation regime is that we also don't recognize that in different areas of the country we're dealing with different situations on the ground, and where sure maybe rural areas aren't dealing with like the incredible gun violence we see in cities, right? Certain parts of certain cities. So, but maybe they can't understand the hesitance that you see from urban areas, and then on the other side, in rural areas, they are far away from like any particular help, right? And so it's on their own to defend themselves in case something does happen. You can't call the cops or anyone else, right? And so like I recognize that if we were to maybe find something, some sort of common ground, we'd have to understand that these different areas like have different situations, and we need to take that into account, and maybe try to be charitable with one another when we're talking about these things. But go ahead.
So I really, this is an argument that I actually really like to have, because it's entered into because there's a perception and then there's reality. So like the perception is that all these people die of gun deaths. Would you know how many children were killed in school shootings last year?
Like
I'm not just talking about school
40?
shootings, though.
Yeah, no, I just want to use this. This is just one
Okay,
fun
sure.
fact.
I don't know.
Six.
Oh, no, fun
Six.
fact, but
Six. Do you know how many were killed in crosswalks at schools?
Way more than that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
92. 92. So by
ban crosswalks, Prime.
if we want, yeah, right. No, we have to ban SUVs
Never heard this
and the
argument
women
before.
that drive
Never.
them, right?
Wait, you got to be careful. They actually do want to ban SUVs, so don't
and
give
women.
them that.
They also want to ban women.
I mean,
California's right on
I wouldn't
that.
know. I wouldn't ban SUVs. I would just have like sensible regulations around cars, right?
You mean
Cars
like a
that
driver's
because there's a
license?
loophole.
It was the
in
light
those
truck
cars.
loophole.
Yeah, the light truck loophole. Right? I would actually get rid of that, and so we could have like cars of sensible size, like not like increasingly larger tanks on the streets, right? That are a danger to all civilians.
Tanks actually have better ground visibility
hold on.
than modern
But
F4
no,
F150s.
Hold on. So
Pretty hilarious.
One of the major reasons that we have increasingly larger trucks and SUVs is because of the exact left that keeps pushing environmental regulations, right? The reason that they make the cars larger is that they have to have a certain gas mileage based off of per square inch of the vehicle, and it is often cheaper and easier for them to just make the vehicle bigger than it is for them to make the engine and the propulsion system more efficient. In
God
gas
bless
mileage.
America.
It is.
I love
It is.
so
No,
much
it is.
here.
That's not
It is the
correct.
unintended.
This is
That is not
roundabout.
incorrect. I didn't say it was the
smaller,
only
make it
reason.
bigger, baby.
It
Let's
is
go.
a
When
reason.
This is
you're
just a
talking about the
roundabout way of
cafe
making the
standards,
point.
they're not even regulated in that manner when they're considered to be light trucks, though.
She's somewhat right on this. Light trucks are exempt.
I love this country.
Yeah, there's a light truck
the
exemption.
people rolling
Go ahead,
around in
Grid.
Lexus whatever little SUVs, those are not classified as light trucks. They're SUVs, and that's what I'm talking about. We all know that. But I like this because what I'm trying to illustrate, and I think that we all, whether you want to be intellectually honest enough to admit it, we all know that more laws aren't the answer, right? So at the end of the
I think
day,
Prime's truly convinced now.
Yeah, I don't think we agree, friend.
Okay.
Well,
All right, so let's talk about this. What is the
have
answer?
laws. Do you understand? I mean,
Laws are
the
never the
problem
answer
is
'cause
that we
people
have
break
so
them.
many laws that most people don't even understand the law. Like I literally have to tell people all the time about the actual gun laws.
People
And
pay
a
me
lot
to
of
tell
them-
them about laws. It's crazy.
That's
And
crazy,
so-
yeah. Yeah, so
You're a lawyer or something.
what
we've already got
difference does
so
it make
many
there's so
laws
many
on the
laws that people
book
don't know?
about
We don't
this.
have to know all the laws,
And
right? Like
if
that's
we're
like not a
talking
thing.
about this one
not a
specific
standard.
thing,
Right? Like I don't expect Lactoid to know all the laws. When I ask Lactoid about like the law, right? If he doesn't have an answer to me that moment, I don't think he's a failure of a lawyer, right? No,
You're
like,
a lawyer. Name every single law. Oh,
yeah,
fuck.
exactly, right? That's
Right.
silly. Like, of course.
So you admit that we
like,
have so
again-
many laws that even a lawyer can't be expected to know the
Yes,
laws.
yes.
and
That,
could
and a
accidentally
No,
country-
break the law.
that is a good point.
What
Like
you're-
the
if you
bureaucracy
suggest
is
there's got to be
Byzantine. It's
something that
awful.
you
It's
can
way
do.
too.
Yeah, hon. In a country of 300 plus million individuals, yes, we have a lot of laws and regulations. And with a country that's been around for 3 centuries or however long the U.S. has been around, right?
and a half.
That yes, we've
Well, it's going to change it.
Yeah,
We already have
we-
the 10 Commandments,
we-
Prime. We don't need any more.
Maybe
Sorry,
we
I-
can do without as well.
and-
We-
Or
So,
more,
yeah,
but
we
I don't know how we feel about
accumulated a lot
those.
of laws, but we're dealing with many complex situations, right? Like property rights alone. There's a huge body of law around property rights because it's a thing
There
that
is.
matters. So yeah, that's fine.
Thank you for agreeing that property rights matter. I appreciate.
Hey, that was for you. No, that was for you. That's what reason I reached out for it. Like I knew I'd get a little consensus there. But yeah, so like so we can understand
And there
that.
should
So
be
like
no
I don't care
laws
about the
around them.
number of laws, the number of regulations. Now, what I care about is that they make sense, right? And so we can have perverse incentives that we create through the law. Absolutely, 100%, right? And when we do that, we should address those.
Do you want to?
That's what
Here's
unintended consequences are. That's the problem. Is every time you make a law, you have to be prepared that you are almost invariably going to have unintended consequences of the law. And if the means by which you address that, right, is to add in more laws to try and fix the problem that was created by the law before it, well, then that new law has new unintended consequences.
Or just
and
fix
what
the
ends up
first law.
happening. Yeah, well, that's not how our fucking
Can we have an
government works,
example?
right? Like
Well,
can I have an
I'm
example?
not
I'll
for
give you an
that.
example,
I'm
right?
not for
So
I'm
like
for good
the
things, not for
FDA.
bad things.
So before 2018, right? One of the ingredients that was not required. So sesame seeds, right? Sesame seeds are a thing that were in a bunch of products, but some group of people are allergic to sesame seeds. Okay, and what packaging
call
used to
them.
do is say. The packaging used to say, hey, look, may contain sesame seeds. And then that was not enough. And they amended the laws that said that that if your product, like they amended the laws on the packaging and labeling requirements for sesame seeds. Well, the problem with sesame seeds is that they're really fucking small. And so what the companies started doing is instead of having products that didn't have sesame seeds and then putting on their label may contain sesame seeds or made in the same factory where sesame seeds are processed, because they're so small and they just kind of slip into products every now and then, they just started adding a really small amount of sesame seeds to all their fucking products. Because now they don't have to worry about it because it's an ingredient and they can't get sued or get fined because a product that's not supposed to have sesame seeds in it doesn't have sesame seeds in it. So now people that are allergic to sesame seeds, mildly allergic, right? Not people that are going to go into anaphylactic shock, but people that get like stomach aches and like have like issues, they had a whole range of products that they used to be able to purchase that were very unlikely to have sesame seeds in them, that they now no longer can purchase and eat because the government was going to solve this fucking non-existent problem. And then they exacerbated it. So the individuals that have mild allergic, this very small group of people that have allergic reactions to sesame seeds specifically, now can't eat as much food and they have to be even more careful.
Sure.
And so the government didn't fix the problem. They just
I
created
want
problems.
to. Sorry, I don't want to focus on this. We've talked about that enough. This is like a side conversation to the thing we were talking about before, right?
You just asked a question, so I answered it.
About the car
I understand.
stuff,
I
or-
understand that. Then I let you answer that, and you.
Well,
did.
I can give you a very quick
Right.
example. This is a pointless law. The
don't
assault
care.
weapons ban of 1996. Absolutely pointless.
True.
We should have no weapons ban. I should be able to get any weapon. That's the real
not sure about that, but whatever.
Well, and I can tell you why.
This is
Well, there was
recreational
no.
news.
Bazooka ban?
Wait. Let me explain.
Bazooka ban also like
Wait.
irrational?
We
It
can have
is
a conversation.
ridiculous. Hold on,
We can
that
have a
is
conversation.
ridiculous.
Oh, no.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I
But
should
like
have
the
my
1996 assault weapons ban, which banned AR-15s, AK, stuff like that, the things that you can buy today, had no significant impact on crime. murder in the United States. There's been multiple analyses of this. Consistently, it has not had any significant impact on total violent crime. And the reason, and really quick, and the reason
people
for this
wouldn't follow
is
the
because
law.
all rifles and shotguns combined only make up 6% of gun homicides.
Yeah,
They're relatively negligible.
Oh, here's what's hilarious. Hold on. Let's just take his bazooka ban for a second. How ridiculous is it, right? He got like pistols, handguns. They're the ones that commit most of the crimes, right? Like the idea, that we ban bazookas, we're going to save people from having all these bazooka incidents. Like, what are people going to be doing with a bazooka? You're not going to be walking into 7-Eleven and going, give me your fucking all the money in the cash register with a fucking rocket launcher. Like, give me a break.
I grew up around a bunch of Arab Americans.
You convinced me.
If you allow Arab Americans to buy bazookas,
Good,
someone will accidentally shoot down a building. I'm telling you right now.
Well, statistically speaking, it'll probably be a mosque. And that'll be
Well, I was against it, but now that you brought up the Arabs, I'm kind of it makes sense.
Now I'm back on board. Now you convinced me again.
So anyway, all right. I guess the point. I was just trying to engage a good one here, because I appreciate you have a different perspective on this. In fact, I think half this panel, has actually maybe even more than half of this panel has a different perspective. Ali, I'll go to you, Ali, afterwards, I guess. Yeah, sure.
I was
Sure,
just
yeah.
enjoying Scott just rambling on. I like it. I enjoy it.
Oh, well, you'll get plenty of that. Well, this will be your paradise. So I appreciate
obviously I aim to please
on this. And so I guess I just want to hear like your thoughts and do you not think that there could be some sort of like consensus package that people in different areas could get behind in terms of gun regulations? You think gun regulation is in itself just a foolish endeavor, period?
I think that all the current gun laws are not only ineffective, but they provide criminals with methods of obtaining guns that they shouldn't have, that law-abiding citizens won't. And therefore, we should strike down all of the gun laws. Matter of fact, I'm all for the Hearing Protection Act, which will deregulate suppressors. First of all, it would anger me normally because I paid a lot of money to have the suppressors that I have. However, I want to do it for the good of the children. And so we must have the Hearing Protection Act and deregulate all suppressors. As far as full automatic weapons, they're great until you have to pay the ammo bill. So I actually have a drop-in auto steer. If you want to come out, we can go shoot some full auto if you like. You're going to pay the bill, and when your wallet hurts that much, you're never going to do it again.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach out. I agree. All the gun laws, take them off. I only want one law instilled. I want to see if you like them, because it is fun shooting a gun. There's a turret. You can rent a turret at the gun range that I go to. It's expensive, but you can do it. So the only law I actually think would help is kids being or parents being punished for their kids' crimes. So you have a kid who's 14, right? And he has a gun, blah, blah, blah. So now we're gonna move it away from you. Another parent has a kid 14. That kid's irresponsible with his gun that the parent gave him. I think the parent should suffer the crime of that the kid committed.
That's insane.
Yeah,
The whole crime, as if the parent did it?
Yeah, 100%. Katie the Eagle. I believe that that firearms education starts not just at home, but in our schools, and that every single child in America should be taught how to handle properly a firearm. We used to do that.
They were until the 70s.
I know, and if you
I
don't,
agree.
I think, and if your kid doesn't, I think you should suffer their crime.
So
Okay,
if
quick
if
question.
my kid
Hold on,
drives
hold on,
my
quick
car and
question.
runs over somebody, I should suffer that as well.
Well, if your kid,
This is-
we've had this panel before. If your kid has
you're the only one with a state.
history, a record of reckless driving, and you allow him to use
Yeah,
your
that's
car and you don't
different,
remove
though.
him, then yes.
So
Yeah,
you're-
sociologic-
if you
sociologic-
accident is an accident.
What if they steal your car?
So
An accident
sociologic. This is
Yeah,
this
man.
is a
So,
great
all right,
example.
What happens when
So
my
this is
14-year-old gets angry at the kid next door and steals my keys and goes and runs over him with a car? Am I responsible?
Yes,
Yeah, you
according
should
to
be watching
sociologic.
over your kids.
This is
I'm
A
sorry,
insanity.
14-year-old 24/7?
Yeah, it's not
14-year-old
realistic.
So-
I can tell.
so-
First of all, I
here we
can
go.
tell the
Access to your keys
delusionist
to
in
run
this
over
panel
someone?
right now.
What
I
if they
love
do
the
while I'm taking a
becoming
shit, bro? Like if I'm taking a shit, what am I supposed to do?
You
Watch
do
the
realize
Yeah,
that the
I gotta bring in a 14-year-old.
over someone, right? Like this.
Hey, you want me to make my kid sit there in the corner while I'm taking a shit and
Sociologic.
watch him, or like
Sociologic.
what? Like,
Sociologic.
What, like,
Sociologic.
like, if
This
you
is
sit there and shit real quick.
sociologic. So this is exactly what I'm
Don't
talking
you fucking
about.
move!
So hold on. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When people use the term reasonable regulation, right?
You're gonna make
There's-
parents responsible for all
All right,
of the
hold on.
stupid things their kids do.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
the
on.
most
Hold on.
insane thing I've ever heard.
Hold
When
on.
your
Hold
kid
on. Hold on.
steals from
Grid.
Kroger or Walmart.
Grid,
or
you're
wherever
repeating
you're
yourself.
gonna-
Yeah, hold on.
Let Scott
Let
speak.
Scott
You're repeating
ramble.
yourself.
Yeah, it's
You're
got to every
repeating
time.
yourself. You know what I mean? If he makes a new argument, yeah, fuck yeah.
You want that sweet
I
Scott
just
music.
want to see him like
So-
prosecute
so-
people for wiping their ass
All right,
because they
so
couldn't get finished
this
wiping
is-
their ass in time
all right,
for the kid
all
shot
right,
up a building.
So again, this is what I'm talking about when I say unintended consequences. If you enact a law where parents are now legally responsible for anything their child may or may not do that utilizes property that you own, right? So the car that you own with the car keys, the gun, etc., right? In your mind, you're thinking, well, parents will be more careful and they'll be more involved in their children's life. And that is going to be true for a percentage of children, But what's also going to happen is you're going to
Not
have
having
two
kids.
different scenarios. You're going to have, well, some people aren't going to have kids because it now becomes a financial
Right.
and legal problem, right? So you're going to have massively declining birth rates from
Well,
this
less gun
position.
owners will have kids.
So
everyone else,
hold
like,
on,
yeah,
hold on,
it
hold
helps
on,
solve the
hold on,
problem.
hold
Yeah, and the
on.
non-gun owners aren't having
What are
kids
you gonna do
either.
with no car?
Oh
No,
my
we are.
fucking God, let me get through this.
Oh,
The other thing that you're going to have is you're going to have
that's what he
draconian. Oh my! Well, if you just shut the fuck up and let the smarter person talk, we'll have a better panel.
That's debatable. That's
So-
debatable, but
So go ahead and give me a goddamn second to get through this. The other thing you're
I
going to
think
have
the
is you're going to
smarter
have
person's just listening.
you're going
Go
to
ahead.
have draconian parenting. You're going to have parents that are already parents that are now going to monitor every single solitary aspect of their children's life. They're going to be banned from using
I don't think
anything.
so.
Everything's going to be and then
Hold on,
here's
there's
the
a
third
third
thing
thing
that's
I
going to
don't-
happen.
I don't
The
think so.
third thing and the most
knew it.
egregious and the most horrible thing
Yeah,
that is
fourth
going to
one.
happen is that there is going shut the fuck up, Admiral. The last thing, the third thing, not the fourth thing, is that there are going to be
The
a
fifth
bunch of
thing.
there are going to be a bunch of parents that have
36 things later.
Shut the fuck up, you retard, dude. Stop. Let me get through
let's
this.
let's not finish.
Jesus
Please.
Christ, man. All right. What's going to happen is you're going to have parents that have problem teenagers, and they're going to get rid of them. They're going to put them in social services. And if you look at the stats, you're going to see horrendous things. When you look at children that go through CPS or that are given up, you will notice that half of the homeless population are people that have spent time in this. You're going to see the drug usage is insane from those people. The child abuse and sexual abuse of them is through the roof of any other demographic. This is the most abused demographic with the worst outcomes of
Let people have
anyone
their
else in
abortions.
America. No,
Let
this is
people
not
have
about
their
an
abortions.
abortion.
Hold on, hold on.
It's gonna be
You
everybody.
have a child. You, oh, no, no, no. It's not about
And then
abortion.
problem- and then
It's you
problem
have
teenagers-
children. You have children that become problem
have a
children for one
solution.
reason or another,
Problem-
and they're
Hold on,
going to
Ollie,
abandon
hold on.
them.
Problem kids should go to a boarding school. There should be.
Hold on,
boarding
Ollie, hold on.
schools
Smarty Pants
for
missed the
problem
most
children.
obvious thing. The most obvious thing Smarty Pants here missed, which is crazy because apparently he wasn't
Well, I couldn't
big
have
enough
a fourth
asshole.
one.
Well, I know, thank God. But I'll give you the fourth one you missed.
Yeah.
It's that you're going to have a group of asshole kids who go, oh, I know my parents are going to be charged with this problem if I do something. And then they're going to shoot
Yeah.
somebody because
Yeah,
mama
and then
doesn't.
they go to boarding
Because
school.
clearly you weren't a problem child.
The kid doesn't
Well,
not.
I have
No,
a fifth. I have a
they
number
don't
five.
care. They don't care. Mama's
a
going
number
down because she
five.
didn't buy me a new iPhone. So, like, she's going to prison.
Oh, that's
I have a
brilliant. That's
number
exactly something I would do.
So
Yeah.
obviously, I'm gonna reel
Number
the memes, I'm
five.
gonna reel the meme back. I'm gonna reel
Yeah,
the
here you
meme
go.
back.
Number 5, leftist arguments. This is going to disproportionately affect the parents who are in a lower socioeconomic
Black
status
people.
because
Just say
they're going
black
to be. No,
Okay, I'm on board
I'm
with
not
it
going to
again.
say
Just say
that.
black
I'm
people.
not going. No, thank you. Sorry, Scott. I'm making my point. We let you make yours. Anyways, I'm going to make my non-racial point right now. It's going to disproportionately affect people in low socioeconomic statuses because a lot of these parents are going to be working and not watching their parents or watching their kids while they're taking a shit to make sure that they don't drive the car without permission and get into an accident. So a lot of those people are going to end up getting charged or getting, put in jail, they can't afford bail, the usual criminal justice issues, and it's going to disproportionately affect them. So that's number 5.
But Ali, so you said you're going to reel back
Reel
the
it back.
memes.
Okay, so like obviously accidents, things that happen. These are not like, I don't want your kid gets into like a fight, pushes someone. These aren't. But like, if your kid has a history of shit that they've been committing, and you're a negligent parent, yeah, to my point, then the gun laws don't need to exist, because like Grid 1 is clearly, like, he's responsible. He's teaching his kid responsibility. Now, he said his kid was leaving his gun around, like,
Yeah,
all
he
the
was
time, but,
tripping
like,
over
he's
his
shaking
gun.
up, and then he
Asshole
told
kid
us he
though,
was
Ollie.
14.
What if you're just an asshole kid? Some people
That's
are just
normal.
Like, no, come on.
Some
man.
kids are just
to put this in
assholes.
Yes, everybody. So just some people are just bad people. Like I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, I left knives all around the house.
Sometimes you just forget them.
Sometimes people are just bad. I'm sorry.
My statement for at-risk youth or whatever, honestly,
sorry.
military school for me was
Can we-
honestly
I
a real
went to military
answer.
school.
If you have an at-risk youth, I don't think juvie works. I don't think
No, but listen,
Yeah,
Ollie,
I think
I've met people who's like
So-
underage.
sorry,
boarding school is
Like,
expensive,
people
bro.
who have like the best kids in the world, right?
I think should be.
So hold on, I want to give you
Sorry,
some
earlier.
context. I'm one of those people, and I have no problem admitting this, right? And I've told people this over and over again. Look, I have quite a collection. As a matter of fact, I opened my desk drawer the other day, and there was I'm not kidding. There were 4 Glocks in the bottom drawer of my desk, and I forgot that I owned them. I literally did not realize that I owned them.
I like this guy a lot.
I'm one of those people. Okay, I was like, oh look, here these are. Or I go look for something, and I'm like, where did I put that? And it's in my I have a space button next to the bed that I keep firearms in and things like that. When I was a single person, I was a little bit more cavalier. Now, not so much, because I'm married, I have kids. I've been married 20 years, so it's one of those things. You get a little more careful.
Yeah.
But
Humble brag.
my kids have been around guns for so long that they know not to touch them. They know not to do anything with them. They understand it. The first thing my kid does when he picks up a gun is check to see if it's clear or not. He's better than most law enforcement officers, to be honest with you. And he's competed. He's shot competitively. He shoots for his school team. He helps the other kids understand it.
A lot of people are bad parents, brother.
Hold on, but I
This is
really want to
because
engage with this.
You have
Go
to
ahead.
understand
Kids
that there's
are also going
context
to grow
involved.
up
I'm
to
not
be.
somebody that owns 2 guns that keeps them locked in a cabinet somewhere where I never even see them, and then pull them out once a year. And my kid now has this, like, there's a sense of mystery about it. There's this what do they call it? I can't think of it what it's called, but this air of I want to know what that is. I want to go play with that, and my kids don't have that because they're just tools. It's no different than the hammer in the toolbox. No
Yeah,
different
hold
than
on.
the
I mean, but there's
Right.
some just
We're
like
talking about unintended consequences.
I want to
I want to engage with this. Like, this is like, so I'm gonna pull back from Ali's point, which I think was too Mimi, right? In terms of like holding parents responsible, yeah, sure. If your gun, right, which should be locked up the way Scott's locking up his guns for his children, right? If your guns aren't locked up, if you are being irresponsible with your weapon and your child commits a crime with them, yeah, actually, you should be held responsible. If you're giving your child, like if you as a parent are giving the child a weapon, right? Well, then you're going to take responsibility for that child's action. If we say that children can't understand their own, can't make decisions on their own, can't be held responsible for their own actions completely, right? Then that means that the parents are responsible. And you're saying that I'm going to put the ultimate responsibility in this kid's hands, and I'm going to give him a deadly weapon, right? Now, if you're, I'm not. This is, of course, not a similar sort of judgment on your child in particular, of course, right?
That's fine.
And I think most children can actually handle this, right? I actually have a lot of faith in kids, and I, to be clear, I like your idea when you're like training your child from such a young age, right? Like, so I'm for all of that. That sounds like a good idea, especially from your perspective. But right, if you are going to do that, right, and then your child commits a crime, yeah, absolutely. We don't have to extend this to cars, right? Guns are a special category of weapon or a special category of item, and that they are a weapon. And if you're providing your child with weapons, and especially if you have any reason to believe that they might, right? Like the one kid who was like drawing pictures of him murdering his class, right? And,
Well, that's why it matters on the kid, is what I
the
said.
red rum, going through his
I
head.
agree.
And
I
and
agree
then
that they
beyond
should
that,
be
hold on,
some
and then beyond
consequence.
that,
Hold on, I really want to hear this so I can
last-
respond,
sure,
guys.
sure, sure.
I can only hear one
I'll
person.
let you respond. I'm almost done. There was one of our last major school shootings, right? Or mass shootings. I'm not sure if it's school shooting, but when a young kid had that issue, I think it was in Florida, maybe. But
Well, I know.
maybe. But the father, like from all reports, was like you, and that he was teaching his kid how to handle guns from a very young age, doing it for many, many years, right? He would have said all the same things about his child. He didn't think his child was going to do what the kid ended up doing, right? He would have said all the same things, right? But it was his responsibility. He dropped the ball, and yes, so he should be prosecuted. So go ahead.
So that guy actually is being prosecuted.
Yeah,
your point, actually. And I think the reason that they're doing that is because that kid had actually been on Discord in a Discord chat making threats. The sheriff's deputies had interviewed the father. The father had supported his son and basically forgot about it afterwards. And then there's some other things there. There was some weirdness with the parents and the household and being evicted,
they were
and
split
kicking out
up
homes and things like that. That I'm not really. I honestly I don't know the facts. I'm just saying there were external factors. That's a really good. That's a good example of where I don't agree with the father being held responsible in that case, but I can understand it. Do you understand what I mean? Like the kid is old enough to know what he's doing is wrong, but he can't. But you shouldn't also have more. You also should be interacting more with your child. I don't know what just happened there.
No, we can still see you. We still see you.
We're all good.
We can still hear and see you. Let's go to Gibbs, Katya, and Lactoid.
Yeah, I want to jump in here on like one thing. I think there's even cases where you could take somebody that was showing, and I'm not like an expert, like maybe like they had this like fantasy about guns and they had this fantasy about killing. I remember like not understanding death too much as a child, and then like I went hunting and I understood, oh, like these things have ramifications. You can't just like, or like, you know, I like when you see that meme about a 3-year-old maybe killing a toad or something, and you're like, oh, well, is it a one-off or is he? Oh, now he's crucifying toads regularly. That's a problem, right? Like, you know, that's totally different. So maybe you like show them the ramification, they hunt, and they get out of it. The other thing I want to say is, all right, I'm at that age now where a lot of my friends have kids. Right. And like I have friends that are way older than me now, and I have friends that are way younger. And I see this a lot. I like some of these people would be what I'd call quote unquote like good parents, right? Some of these they have like 3 kids and they'll have like, oh, I don't know, like 2 of them will be like grade A students. One will be out of college, like getting out of college or something. They're like, you know, successful. They might have a middle one. Then they have like a third one in their family. And that third one, though, that kid is just the world's biggest shit eater. Like I went over to my friend's house the other day, and she's got 3 kids, and like one's a baby, so you know that doesn't really count. The second one, her first child, he's a saint, and then the second one, he's like 6. He's already acting like you know, a serial killer. He's over here trying to give me orders, and like I know she's a good mom. Like she's got her kids at school. She's like teaching some shit. I've seen her. And it's like, this kid's just a bad kid. Like some people are just bad. And like, I think that kid's probably, you know, my guess is if I had to wager, hopefully he grows out of it. But, you know, he might end up being a like repeat offender of like murder or whatever. I don't know. But my point is like, you know, what are you going to do with that kid? Like, if they do everything, are we going to go, oh, how do we like start the line? Once you start the line on going after parents, it's a slippery slope. I hate to be that guy, but the governments never get less power. They always take more. And that's not something we want right there.
Let's go to Katya, Lactoid, Corey, Scott, and Holly, if he actually has a point.
Everyone.
Yeah, so I hope the 6-year-old of your friends is not you know, gonna become a quote unquote repeat offender. I think that's a bit early
He's gonna
to
turn
know.
the guy
But
from Psycho for sure.
right, we're gonna have our fingers crossed that he won't turn out like Patrick Bateman, but you know, okay. My point was, here's basically when we were talking about this conversation, I don't feel like obviously parents should be charged with the actual crime or anywhere near the level of the actual crime that's committed. But my ideal legislation, if we're going to legislate this at all, would be something that has, let's say, like 2 prongs. Like, number one, the parent has to have evidence that the kid was an issue in this way, like something like the police going and being like, oh, wow, they had this in their journal, or the parent, like proof that the parent found something like that where they were talking about murder people, this, that, and the other. And 2, they had to have gotten the weapon via means of their parent being irresponsible. Like, if they, like, broke into the gun safe, or they, like, remembered the passcode from when they were putting it in or something like that, and they were never given it, and that can't be proven, then I think that that wouldn't count. But if those 2 are met, where the parent was irresponsible with guns and the parent knew they were an issue, then yeah, there should be some sort of negligence situation there. Not to the point where it's to the level of the crime the kid committed, but obviously, like, you know, I'm okay with some penalty.
So 2 things. We're gonna go to our friend Lagtwood, but we thank you, Sean, for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Awfully kind of you guys. If you are on YouTube, consider a super chat, right? So if you agree or disagree with anything, I'd love to read it out. So we do take super chats. We'll read it out and we'll engage with the topic. But thank you for Sean for being a regular and very kind supporter of this community, and Gibbs for resubbing on the Twitch earlier. So shout out to you. All right, let's go to our friend Lacto.
Yeah, I agree with Katyusha's 2-prong test. I was going to say something similar, but I've got no reservation on that. I think it's smart. I think it makes sense. The one thing I guess wanted to say that I think adds on to a point that Gridmotorsports said earlier was, teaching kids about guns early on, I think, can mitigate a lot of these issues. And I would like to see it part of the curriculum, right? It used to be part of the curriculum, right? Back in the 50s and 60s, you can look at photographs of, the kids bringing their rifles to the gymnasium and practice shooting. I think that, guns are a foundational right. They make up the basis of our republic. And I think it makes sense to include it within the public school curriculum, that every child has a understanding of gun safety when they leave school, because you live in America. That's going to be an important thing for you. And I think it can go to mitigate a lot of the harms, to get people to see it more like tools as opposed to guns. Because, I mean, right now, a lot of the exposure that kids have with guns is, they don't know anything about the safety. All they know is, either,
the first time
hey, my favorite rapper flashes it. Yeah. Or like, they see like a rapper flashing it, or a video game or something along those lines, where it's more like a toy or some kind of status. Yeah, it's like a toy or some kind of status symbol or something along those lines. I'd like it for kids to have a better appreciation for what they are, because they're not going away, and they shouldn't go away.
I don't know. I think maybe we could do something like that, but I don't know. We'll see.
Just stop living in fear, Prime. Embrace the guns.
Let's go to our friend Corey, then Scott, and Ollie. Excuse me.
A couple of questions. First to Grid One Motorsports, and I guess to Gibbs, although I'm pretty sure I know your answer, but I'll pose it to anyways.
More guns is the answer.
Yeah, probably. So, but based off of
give me the right people.
Based off what I've heard, okay. So then I assume you're also against, from what I understand, like the law of, like, if you're a bartender and you could just serve alcohol, like should we hold them responsible if the person goes out and drives under the influence and kills someone? Are you for or against that?
This is one of those.
Oh no,
sorry. We can hear you.
It was just paused.
Yeah, sometimes we can hear. Don't go on.
I just paused for a minute because this is one of those things where I'm actually on the fence on this. I don't actually believe that a bartender that overserves is necessarily responsible for the actions of the person who keeps buying a drink. I believe in personal responsibility. You're an idiot if you drink too much. If the guy continues to serve you, he's also an idiot. But that's literally like,
make a right.
In that case, and if I support the bartender being responsible for it, then I have to support the bartender calling the cops on that person and putting him in jail if they try and drive.
Based off what I'm hearing, like as right now, like you lean towards like it's a bad law. That law shouldn't exist. We should.
I think it's a very complex and stupid law, and we have enough of those already.
I think
Wait,
Wait,
real
Corey,
quick,
can
real
I
quick.
tag on something to that specific conversation about law?
If the drunk driver's fighting with the bartender to drive his car, I think the bartender should call the cops.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like,
I didn't.
So
I didn't say
I-
fighting. I didn't
Well,
say
I mean-
fighting. But yes,
so there was-
obviously,
he
if he
can't
was
drive, and
physically
then the guy
fighting you.
walks away to drive, and I go to grab his keys, and he still walks away. I mean, I get resisting.
There was a
If
case.
you go to grab his keys, you commit assault, sir.
Yeah,
Or
that's what
if
I'm
you
saying.
if you're a
Yeah,
bartender and
you
you
should
see
call the
somebody
cops then.
being really drunk and you see them going to drive, yeah, you should probably call somebody if you see that, if you
Would
witness
you like
it.
physically restrain
Like,
them?
what were you
Like,
gonna
kidnap
say?
them?
Yeah, well, I want to say I think
No,
that
call the cops.
I think
Or
I
they're running
agree
out the
with
door.
Grid. I agree with Grid on the idea that you just because somebody's being overserved, you can't assume necessarily that they're going to drive, especially if it appears like they're not going to drive. And in that case, I don't think that the bartenders are getting in any kind of trouble if they're overserving, whatever that means. But if they're going to if they know this person is like drinking a lot and they know they're going to drive,
As in they're
like,
walking
for
out the
example,
bar, like waving their car keys off.
well,
like,
no. I can give you an example, right? Because I actually briefly helped in a case where it was a dram shop litigation, and it was somebody a bar was getting sued for this because they first of all overserved this 17-year-old kid way too much, and then gave him a to-go cup for his liquor. And they knew he was driving. So in a situation like that, yeah, I'm okay with like some level of liability at that point. All right, I'm sorry. Like you knew he was driving, he was underage, and you gave him a to-go cup for like his car.
But they're
like,
both idiots, so it's okay, right?
Well, no. In that situation, like obviously, like yes, you can go after the bar. But if you're a bartender and you don't know if this guy's going to go driving, just like you don't know if this drunk guy is going to like pull a gun or like get in a fight or do whatever. I don't think that.
Why?
No, wait. If you live in a city, that is not a valid assumption.
Right.
But just to follow up, and well, also to that. So Gibbs, I assume you're on the same page of like you.
Yeah, I'm pretty against this. Like in general, I think it's awful that we're doing that like right now as it is. Like, I mean, just the idea, like, first of all, how do you know if they're overserved? Like everybody's tolerance is different. Like I saw that thing with the judges that one time where the one guy was like, "Oh, you have a 0.08," and the judge is like, "I drink 10 of these and go do push-ups." Like, it's like, so everybody's different. I don't like that. And then secondly, like, personal accountability. Do we not have that anymore? Like, it was just like, oh, now we got to watch it. Like, if honestly, and even if we did all these things, where it's like, oh, you got to call the cops or whatever. You know what I would do? I would overserve the shit out of that guy, and then as soon as he's like, all right, close my tab, I'd already had the cops on speed dial, and then you're just like, oh, man, you know what? Maybe can I get a crime stoppers reward too? Like, that's what people should be doing. Like, it's so stupid that we're going to go
Gibbs, hold
charge
on.
for their other actions. Like,
It should be good Samaritan.
Gibbs, that's not the problem.
Fuck all that,
guys. We're let's
Not like you
understand
have
what the
to.
real problem is, okay? Right?
Yeah,
it
you have
isn't
to,
like
so
this
you get sued.
idea of personal
Right, I don't think it should be
responsibility,
like-
right? We're not talking about like, oh, it's just these individuals' fault. They should be better regulating. It's the consequences of when people, being human, right, and being making their mistakes, right, kill other people. That like
No. It's the consequence of aiding and abetting somebody else doing something wrong, right? You wouldn't sell a gun to Al Qaeda, right? Just like why would you sell like a liquor to somebody who's going to drive?
Hold on,
You don't know they're going to drive. I mean, drinking is not illegal.
But that's what's at stake, though, right?
No.
What's at stake is that there are other
Totally
people
different
who they weren't the seller, they weren't the buyer, they were just existing out in the world, and now they're dead, they're gone.
I have to break it. The world's not
of
safe.
this
Like, no matter how hard
irresponsible.
you'll try to make it
Because
safe,
we had an irresponsible like commercial interaction. Like that's
No,
like we
that's ridiculous.
We
That's
regulate commercial interactions all the time. Not everyone here agrees that we should be able to do that, right?
You're not going to affect us with empathy. You got to affect us with logic.
Hold on.
I don't care to.
Here's my thing. It's so ridiculous that you're going to sit here trying to make that argument. The world's not a safe place. Like, there's always going to be shit happening, and you're going to sit here and go, "We got
no laws
to
whatsoever." I agree.
I would be more happy with that than the
laws
alternative.
whatsoever. It's going to happen. So why?
We can agree with personal responsibility, but we also agree that you can't aid and abet a crime that you believe
Yeah, but I don't think
might very soon happen.
different.
Oh, wait. Let me give you like
levels
for
of aid and
example.
abetting.
Sure. I agree with you. There is 100% agree with you. This is why I think that over-serving somebody shouldn't be a crime. But if you know for a fact that they're going to drive, and you know like how much you're giving them, and you kind of have an idea of their tolerance level, and a lot of bartenders,
and
you give them a to-go cup, right, etc. Like there's all sorts of circumstances. Just like if you sell a gun to somebody, like for example, somebody walks into a gun store, They seem normal. Hey, can I buy this gun? Sure, no problem. Do I think there should be any liability on the gun shop owner? Of course not. Second scenario. Second scenario. Second scenario. Somebody comes in. They're shaking and twitching. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I want to buy that gun. Are you selling them the gun?
I would absolutely, yeah. And let me tell you.
Oh my God!
Here's why. Because check this out. This is something that y'all in this day and age need to learn.
As a private business owner, you have discretion.
You guys enable.
This is the same reason black people make fun of white people in horror movies. Because y'all hear strange sounds, you go out there. Look, it's called none of my business. It's really that simple. The only business I should care about is the green they're handing me. After that.
The Mexican is coming.
To be quite fair, a lot of people would survive in horror movies if they said none of my business. It's because they're looking forward to shit.
More will survive because they'll go be like, you know what? I don't hire a demon. I'm walking off
because it's none of my business.
Would you sell guns to anybody?
Guys. Well, just to bolster Gibbs' argument for a minute. Obviously, I used to spend more time in gun shops than I do now, but I used to spend a lot of time in gun shops. I've actually been the guy that saw somebody out in their car crying and kind of, you could see that they were battling with themselves, whether they were even going to come in.
Maybe give that guy a discount.
And they actually we literally did not sell that person a gun because of that, right?
Good man.
We ended up we called an officer to do a welfare check because this lady was so distraught. Now, we did not call the cop to arrest her. We literally called for a welfare check. We thought that she was like going to drive out into traffic or something, right? Like this was how upset she looked. I can understand that. But I've also been in there when somebody's been really nervous about buying a gun. It was totally, it was their first time buying a gun. They were really nervous about the process. The entire way that when you go in and fill out a 4473, when you go do that, it's meant to be adversarial to the point that it makes you nervous that you're filling out this form. And in my state, if you fill out the form and you've just forgotten to pay a traffic ticket and you have a warrant, the police are going to come arrest you while you're trying to buy that gun. So people are naturally there. I've watched people freaked out about buying a like perfectly normal, they had no problems in life. People freaked out about buying a firearm.
That's key.
Yeah, but you would agree if somebody comes in a little bit nervous. I understand. Everyone's nervous buying their first gun, for sure. I understand.
Let's ignore the word.
Somebody walks in and they look like disheveled, right?
Why is that
and they're like muttering and they're muttering threats to themselves.
Yeah, I'm saying, why is that? Who are you to judge why they're sweating or saying these things?
They're muttering to themselves that they're going to kill people.
Wait, I'm going to address you, Gibbs. Give me a second. Okay, so Gibbs, you're going to bite this bullet. It's Lactoid scenario. Change the words. I'm going to kill that kid. You're going to bite that bullet.
Listen, none of my business.
Okay,
it's none of my business.
I gotta go. I would at least do a welfare
serious
check.
position.
I'm not.
It is a serious position, goddammit.
No, it's not. You're full of shit.
Just don't sell them the gun.
Hold on. Why is this any of my fucking business?
Yeah,
if they're sitting here talking about anything, it's none of my goddamn business. Y'all are so goddamn nervous. Why don't you just sign up and say, I'm a fan of the NSA? Like, that's ridiculous. Like
it's true. No, it's not. It's not a genuine.
Well, yes, what you say. Listen, if you want to suck the NSA's cock more, go ahead. I'm not trying to sit here and suck the NSA's cock. It's none of my business why anybody does anything they do.
You're just spouting nonsense.
If some guy's insane and the voice is telling something, well, I don't give a shit.
I'm not being a patsy.
So voices are telling him shit, and you're just going to sell him a gun?
You're just trying to make conservative opinions look bad.
No, I just don't give a. I don't.
You're not honest.
It's a fact. I am honest. I'm the most honest on you.
No, you're lying through your fucking teeth right now.
No, I'm not lying through my teeth. Hold on. Why is it in my business? You tell me why it's my business.
The only way. I
don't give a shit. It's not my problem.
I'll answer your question. Why is it your business when you are selling someone? Because you're a fucking human, and if you have reason to believe that someone is going to murder a child. Right,
not my problem, not my kid.
There's only two possibilities.
I'm not gonna worry about that.
You have a genuine ASPD diagnosis, and you need to seek mental help because you're a sociopath that can't have empathy for human life.
I have empathy, yeah, but I just don't give a shit.
And stupid.
You're a lying.
I have empathy, but I just don't give a shit about other people.
I don't have empathy, but I give a shit about other people because I have a brain.
Sure. Sally's kid.
Beard and the
Oh,
shirt.
so
If it was Sally's kid, sure, but if it's Bob's kid, yeah, I don't know Bob. So
he walks in the store, right? And it's a shape like this, right, on his shirt, right? But it's Trump's face with a bullseye on it, right? Trump's in town, right? The visiting, and he's like, oh, he's going. This is his time, right? He dodged this twice before, but this is his time. And you're gonna say, right?
What?
None of my business as you hand in the rifle.
All I'm gonna say is I recommend this
Gibbs
scope.
is thinking about is the publicity coming
recommend
to
this
his shop.
scope.
He's like, yo, he bought the gun from my shop. My
So
shop is gonna be everywhere.
That's actually, yeah, bro. Like, listen, we're so good. You guys got past the scene. Hold on, that'd be great. I'd open up a range. Be like, look, our guns are so good they can even take down the leader of the free world. Like, I mean,
downable.
Bro, it's crazy. Like, yeah, I just can't believe it. Like, y'all
Sure.
are
Okay. I want to try to.
Can I go now?
I would not sell him the gun personally.
So we'll go to you, and I have something else to say.
So Katya and Lactoid both agreed to a concept of criminal negligence that is prosecutable, or ought be prosecutable, to parents in the event that their child commits a crime, given two factors, right? One is that they need a reason to believe that they are likely to commit some type of crime, and number two is that they need to have left out access to the means of committing the crime, right? They left a gun unlocked,
grossly negligent or something along those lines.
right? Like
And
like
both
the kid
should be
knows
proven
that
beyond
they
a
have
reasonable doubt.
right, like they left the handgun on the counter, and the teacher came in and said, you know, here's their journal where they're talking about shooting the specific person, and then like the kid is like, you know, has rage problems and, you know, conduct disorder or something, right? Perfect scenario. I am perfectly fine with saying that there is a level of criminal negligence that needs to be prosecuted under those conditions, because a parent is a guardian. However, we need to fix a certain contradiction in the legal theory if we adopt this, which is that if that is true, you cannot charge that child as an adult. Because if you are charging them as an adult, you are recognizing that they have the wherewithal and the ability to be able to act as an adult. So you can't simultaneously say that a 16-year-old is an adult that knew better and chose to commit a crime, and then at the same time say, well, the guardian, the parent of this person's will is responsible for their actions due to their negligence. You have to pick one or the other, right? If you truly genuinely believe that this 16-year-old is capable of standing trial as an adult, then you have to wash your hands of criminal negligence from the parents, unless the parents actively aided and abetted, like intentionally. Like, you can't just say, oh, they were negligent and they left a gun out and they shouldn't have. It has to be like, oh, you're gonna go shoot up the school, well, I got some guns for you. Like, they have to actually aid and abet in this crime. You can't just say leaving guns around someone that is a known criminal is a criminal act. The similar situation with this over-serving problem, right? If someone says, I'm going to drive, and then you go, oh, well, fuck yeah, have some more alcohol for your drive.
Yeah, don't be a pussy, man. Like,
that's one thing.
roadie?
But you can't, but you can't have someone where you're just quote unquote over serving them and you don't know that they're actually going to go out and drive or anything. You might know that they had a DUI in the past because they're drunk in your bar, but you can't be criminally negligible just because of past behavior or likelihood of behavior when you gave them alcohol, because the moment that you start doing that is the moment that we have all of these other problems. So we have to resolve a contradiction. If you're going to stand trial as an adult, then we recognize that you had the wherewithal to act as an adult. And if you have the wherewithal to act as an adult, then the parents can't be criminally negligible just for leaving a gun.
I'm a juvenile justice advocate.
On that
I
one
can
point, do you
absolutely agree
think
with
that, like, hon, you said like not on past behavior, right? But we do that for past behavior all the time, right? Like, if we know, you just happen to know that this person like has like killed, like has just gotten out of jail for like killing people in like a vehicular manslaughter or whatever, right? Vehicular homicide type case for DUI, right? And you're like, oh, well, I'm going to like overserve this person alcohol again, whenever that means for this individual, right? But like overserve them, like that means nothing. right? Like,
Well,
when,
let's
That
take a
might be
different example, right?
negligence, but
let's say
also, I
let's
don't
say
know
my
how much-
roommate let's say my roommate has been convicted, and I'm in a lease with them, right? So like I can't get out, and they've been convicted like once or twice for domestic violence, right? Now they are an adult. If I have a bat in my house, right, I'm not aiding and abetting him beating his girlfriend with a bat because I have a bat in the house. It's not my legal responsibility to try and hide everything from a potentially dangerous
but that's not
person.
that's not the same thing, right? As serving, like actively serving an individual,
well,
right?
It is
like,
well, I mean, there's a positive action occurring, right? Which is that you're giving them a drink, right? But you're not giving them car keys to go out and drive. You're just giving them drink. They're
Yeah, they should
responsible
call
for their
Uber.
own behavior, right? Like it's now if they tell you, like I said, if they tell you over and over again, I plan on driving tonight, and like you know that they had a DUI, and now you get into this position where you're aiding and abetting because you know that the goal of their behavior is to engage in criminal behavior, and you are doing what you can to increase that criminal behavior.
all I'm saying is that, like, it seems like at some point, if there's something that happened within the past, right, that past knowledge would be helpful, right? Like, or
we can talk about that from a moral perspective, right? Like,
no, not a moral
morally,
legally.
morally, I shouldn't leave a bat in my fucking living room if my roommate fucking did that.
No,
but
like legally, like I think it'd be substantive, right? Like if you know that in the like this person has had like you said previously, like you know a person has had rage issues, and like they acted out on those rage issues in the past, and then you like give them a access to a weapon, right? Like that's past knowledge, right? They haven't said they're going to do anything in the future right now in the present, right?
That's the problem. Is that it'd be similar if, like, let's say maybe it's not a bat now, maybe it's leaving the kitchen knives that were already there in the kitchen, right? Am I responsible if he stabs his girlfriend?
No, I'm talking. No. I'm talking about giving it. So I said specifically give access to. Or sorry, maybe I shouldn't use the word.
Well,
access,
he would be
but,
given
like,
access
hand over
by
weapon
virtue.
If you say
so
you're gonna go beat your girlfriend, cool. Here's my baseball bat.
Exactly. Then we're aiding and abetting, right? Like we're aiding and abetting if I know that he's going to commit a crime, and then I give him the means.
But
of
there's
a difference between what y'all
like. My only thing, but pushback here is that, like you said, like we shouldn't take into like past actions. Take into account past actions.
That's a moral thing.
Like,
that's not a legal thing.
I have a
right?
better
Because
example.
You
can't legislate that, right? Like I agree with you that it would be wrong for a bartender to keep feeding drinks to someone that they know had a DUI in the past. I think that's wrong, right? But it is an adult. They have their responsibility. I'm not legally culpable, right? If you go and do something wrong, and I even though I'm a part of it, because I don't know that that's your plan or your goal. If you tell me your plan and your goal, and then after you tell me, I engage in giving you the means by which to engage in a crime, then I become a party to that crime. It's just like second-degree murder when I drive the getaway car in a robbery. You know, like I'm involved in this crime.
Yeah, but
I have
these are
done
different.
things.
If you don't tell them that they're getaway drivers,
You're
you just
skipping over
say,
a
hey,
big
do
part
me
of
a
this, though.
favor.
Y'all are both skipping over a big part of this, though, with the like what type of crime it is. Like one of them in the scenario Fabian just described, the getaway driver, right? This guy's actively taking part in like an active crime. Right? Okay. All right. Say like you go, oh, this guy's doing the gun thing, whatever. Like if you're a shop owner and you're like own the shop, it's a lot different if like, hey, somebody comes in, they do something like, I don't know, DWI, where they like accidentally cause a crime. Or you're saying, oh, it's a criminal behavior because they're driving drunk or whatever. Like you don't know for sure. Either they tell you to do something. Like how many guys do you know that think that they could beat Conor McGregor in a fight, right? And like, oh, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna fight someone. You know, like they're not actually gonna go fight someone. They're gonna get like somebody in their face. They're like, okay, I'm gonna leave. You know, like this is none of your business. It's none of your business. And like y'all are acting like I'm sitting here. Well, like Heath Fabian says I'm grifting when he just has a worse, more lying argument than what I have, which is the honesty. It's none of my business. And you can try to moralize this however you want, but you're the one who's actually grifting.
Hold on. I'm going to engage because I call him a lying grifter or ASPD. So I'm just going to. Let me just, because he addressed me specifically, right? Listen, there is a difference. There is a difference between aiding and abetting in a DUI, right? That is a limit case, right? I agree that that is a limit case. And as an anarchist, I don't want any new fucking laws. I'm talking about the concept of a legal theory and whether or not you're legally culpable. It's very different than whether or not I would put this into law. There's a difference between that and what you were asked, which was a person is muttering that they're going to kill someone, and then you decide to sell them a firearm, and then you talk about giving people discounts, right? Because you think that they're that you can.
Yeah, because it's
convince
your
them
right
get
to own a
said
gun. It's your right to own a gun as a gun shop. You're
It's
actually being the most American thing.
your right to own a gun. It
Why
is
should a crazy
absolutely
person
right
not
to
have
own
a gun?
Okay,
Like I don't
right. So-
understand
so let
the
me-
argument there.
I want
Everybody.
It's also your right as a private business to deny service to anyone.
We'll go to
It's
our
not
friend
a crazy-
Lactoid.
it's not a crazy
Lactoid
person.
had his hand up, and then we'll go to Grid. Okay.
Yeah, I want to briefly.
It's not my
I guess,
argument. It's an immediate
somewhat defend. I understand like the contradiction, Scott, that you're bringing up. I don't think it's necessarily a contradiction. And even if it is, like you can accomplish the exact same like system by just calling it something else, right? So I'm gonna first kind of steel man why it's not actually a contradiction. When we talk about charging children
Well,
as
it's not
adults,
steel manning.
maybe it's not
But
steel
your
manning. I will make my argument, which is sort of steel manning, because I do somewhat agree that we probably shouldn't
You
be
just got lawyers.
charging children as adults, right? So it's sort of a steel man here. When you charge a child as an adult, you're not necessarily saying that they're an adult. You're saying that there are certain things that a child should know as well as an adult does. And so for a lot of crimes, it's not the case that we expect children to know these things as well as an adult. But for specific crimes, it is. So like homicide, for example, when you're 13, or I guess in my state, 12, as of a major high-profile case a few years ago, the idea is, like at 12, you should know that murder is wrong just as well as an 18-year-old does, like flat out.
Right.
Now, I agree this is like problematic, but if you have somebody who believes this, they're not necessarily being contradictory by saying we can charge this person as an adult because they're a child who is under the guardianship of an actual adult, and that that person should also be charged for aiding and abetting or negligently facilitating this. But also, the child should know as well as an adult that they shouldn't be doing this, so we can charge them as an adult as well.
But the contradiction is still there, right? So because we're individuating in this case around the action that the child took, right? So it's not like, I understand that you could say a child at 13 knows that they shouldn't murder, but that doesn't mean that they're ready to be a child bride, right? Like that is logical and rational, and I get that argument completely. But we're not engaging in all of the things they should or should not know. What we're engaging in is, let's say, a school shooting, right? If someone is 14 or 13 and they engage in a school shooting and we charge them as an adult because they ought to be able to know, or not just ought, but the court determines that they have the mental faculty to know that it is wrong to do that, then I would say that this standard of criminal negligence cannot be simply leaving things around, because the act that we are now, you may be able to make some other argument about criminal negligence in general, right? But you can't make an argument about criminal negligence based off of the consequences of the school shooting, right? You could maybe charge them with some misdemeanor of criminal negligence because an adult shouldn't do these things with a child, like leave guns around, and, you know, like, especially if they had like some knowledge of like their issues, et cetera. But you can't charge them with, let's say, some form of like second degree murder level of criminal negligence based off of an action that you're also charging the other person as an adult. You see what I'm saying? That's where the contradiction comes in, because
I think you could, but here's the problem. It doesn't even necessarily matter.
We could do a lot of things. I'm talking about
because we could simply
they do.
We could have we could have the current scheme if we just remove the wording of charge a child as an adult and just simply replace that with the phrase charge a child for a crime that they should have known.
It wouldn't resolve the contradiction. It would just be legalese getting around actual natural law. The contradiction is that you are charging them as an adult. You could rename it. You could rename it, right, and say that, like, but if you are acting as if they have the capacity to act as a moral actor or as a moral agent in this domain, then you are saying that they have the faculty to do such.
So,
which means
not
that they're
necessarily
no
question
longer
for
under
you,
the
lactate
guardianship
emulation.
rule here.
Well, let me just quickly. So, like, I guess the part maybe that we disagree with is like, I think that if you have an adult child that you know is like experiencing like psychosis or like some kind of aggressive tendencies, and you leave a gun for them, like I also think that you should be charged in the similar way to if it's a child. And so for me, it's not necessarily about whether or not the child has the wherewithal. That's the argument they're making when they charge children with adults. But I think you could charge them both, right? I think that's reasonable. I think you can even do it when they're a child. But again, the idea of charging a child as an adult, the idea is,
why
well,
is a gun special? Because like you wouldn't
Well,
say that
it'd
about
be
kitchen
anything.
knives, would you? Would you say that about kitchen? Like if your son, if you have a 19-year-old son or daughter that is like crazy, would you say that if they decide to go grab a kitchen knife and stab someone, that you should be criminally negligent because you have?
I wouldn't say that about, but I wouldn't say that about a 14-year-old either, which you would agree with. So yeah, I think kitchen knives are like. So you're saying, well, would you say that about a kitchen knife? And I would say no, because the kitchen knife is just like so much less capable than a gun. In the same way, but I would apply that to both minors and adults. So like if I had a 14-year-old who was expressing like homicidal ideation at school, I think I should be held responsible if I leave my gun out, but I don't think I should be held responsible if I forget a kitchen knife in the dishwasher, right?
Okay,
like
what's the
even
logic
if they're a
behind that? Because
homicidal.
the difference between they're both force
I
multiplier
think there's-
weapons that you can use to murder people, right?
Yeah, I think I think that I'm going to bring up something that you said to Ollie. I think it's very important. There is like a reasonable understanding here. Like there needs to be like a reasonable standard when it comes to evaluating these rules, and the level of burden placed upon me having to lock up my kitchen knives is so much higher for something that is such a smaller force magnifier compared to a gun, which is a very large force magnifier, that locking it up is not nearly as much of like an impediment on my rights and as on my like everyday function
we're
as
out of the
requiring me to lock
domain.
it.
According to who, Laxoid?
If you're not,
According
if
to
you
who?
can't, if you
Wait,
can't
hold on,
differentiate between the two, you're out of the. You're out of the domain.
Nobody's letting this go. We can resolve
I
this.
can explain Fabian's argument in a way that you might understand.
Okay, whoa,
The contradiction.
Hey, we gotta. Okay, so we're gonna let Scott finish his point, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna go to Grid. We're gonna go to Katya. We're gonna go to Gibbs. Okay.
Yeah, you haven't differentiated from a position of rights. You've only differentiated from a position of what you believe the risk reward is, right? The risk and the reward in terms of like the infringement on someone. So what you're saying is it is reasonable to violate human rights. It's only reasonable to violate human rights in situations with a gun because the gun is more powerful and a bigger force multiplier, but it's unreasonable to do so with a knife because it's a more strenuous and more difficult infringement upon that person's liberty. But you haven't resolved the contradiction. You've only just said that, well, it's easier to do it with guns.
Well, let me address that specifically. No, but I think it is a strong. I think it is a strong argument though, because again, I think there's a gradient here, right? There could be a situation in which you know somebody who has like such a high level of threat that you perhaps have an obligation to lock up your kitchen knives, but you can turn anything into a weapon. And so let me ask you this. Let's say you have a 14-year-old who's expressing homicidal ideation, right? You've already agreed. I think you agreed with Katya's two-pronged test, which is they know this person might be a threat, might be more likely, right? We're talking about a likelihood scenario, might be more likely to kill somebody, and that they left this weapon out. Okay, what if I leave out a pencil? You can kill somebody with a pencil. So I leave out a pencil. I know that they're dangerous. I know that I was negligent when I left my pencil out. Should I be held responsible if they take that pencil and stab somebody? What about an eraser? They use the eraser to plug someone's nostrils and then they, I don't know, or throw it down their throat, choke them, something crazy. Like they use something that you wouldn't think could be a weapon because people do this shit. And like all of a sudden they were able to use it as a weapon. I think that the force magnifier matters when we're evaluating the reasonableness of somebody's actions. If you have a firearm at home, it's more reasonable for me to expect you to lock that up if you have like a mentally unwell teenager than it is the pencil. And it's very, I think, reasonable that you shouldn't let like a mentally ill like teenager have access to like nuclear codes or whatever, because that would be incredibly irresponsible. In fact, it's so irresponsible that maybe even a normal person shouldn't have access to nuclear codes.
But you left it out the mechanism, right? So what you didn't steal my position, right? Because my position in agreeing with the criminal negligence, right, is that this person is saying they're going to shoot up the school. They have reason to believe they're going to shoot up the school. Then you give them the means to do that. If this person said they were going to stab someone, it would also be reasonable to lock up the knives that they want to use to stab someone, right? It's the mechanism by which that they are aware of, right?
What if it's a non-mechanistic threat? What if they just say, I'm going to kill kids at school? At that point, what obligation do you have to lock up what in your house?
Make sure you don't have the spoons out.
I would say guns for sure.
Right, yeah. I would say that's
the
fair.
Clorox
And
is
then
gonna
I'd have
make
to think
anthrax
about
or
that.
something.
I would have
Well,
to
that's
think
what I'm
about
saying.
where that line is. Yeah.
There is a line. Hold on. Exactly. But this is what I'm talking about. When we're talking about where we're putting the line, now we've established it's not like a like hard line, black and white thing. We actually have to like think about like, well, what is the force magnifier of all the particular objects within my house that could be used as a weapon, and how reasonable is it to expect me to lock those up?
If you have to draw that line, if I cannot find a logical reason to draw that line that isn't based off of consequences, then it has to be a voluntary situation that is agreed upon via contract beforehand, as far as legal systems are concerned. Because if the only reason that you're going to do something is based off of the potential outcomes in that regard, then you can't violate someone's rights based off of those metrics. So I would have to investigate to see if there is a logical difference in terms of violation
So
rights.
law. So you'd pass regulation then, right? That's what you
Well, no, all laws passed by the state are unjustifiable.
Within your
Yeah, it would be like a common law voluntary system that you would engage with within your community.
Okay.
Right.
And
in terms of
that's
what I say the state is justified in doing in that regard, if I can't come up with where that line is logically drawn and is only drawn based off of presumed consequences, right, then it is a right that can't be violated by the state.
So I think the difference here is like when we're talking about like restrictions on anything, we are presuming consequences, right? The whole idea of restricting any kind of weapon is the idea of what's going to happen if this person gets a hold of the gun. In fact, this is the whole purpose of the crazy person entering the gun store example. If somebody's walking into a gun store shaking, saying, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him.
No,
like it's possible.
Behavior.
Well, hold on. You're saying it's intensive behavior. It could be. Hold on. It could be.
That's not true.
Hold on. It could be a nervous tick, and he actually couldn't mean it. Perhaps it could be the case that he could have Tourette's. It's possible, but I'm predicting that it's not the case.
None of my business. None of my business.
Okay, Gibbs. I understand Gibbs.
It's not from a legal perspective. It's not consequential outcomes. It's understanding the mechanism and intent, right? So, like Grid Motorsports said, there are plenty of reasonable times where someone is nervous. So it can't have to know a mechanism.
Guys.
Can I just because it's not whenever we're making
last thing.
Yes. Whenever we're making any kind of observations of somebody's behavior, you never know if their behavior is matching what their actual internal mechanisms are. You're simply making a predictive guess. And so I am predicting that this person is actually intending to kill somebody, which is why I'm measuring the consequences, selling them the gun, and not doing it.
Aggression isn't based off of predictions.
So,
it's based off of an understanding of intent.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you're stating you're going to do something and then you're like actively obtaining the means to do it, right? And then you're the person who will hand most of the means.
You said that you were going to do something, right? That's the key.
So let's
go ahead, Grid.
Because we traveled far and wide here, so I'm going to try and rein it in a little bit. So first of all, kind of to Gibbs's point, if someone like him, dressed like him, and the shirt and the hair and the beard and everything, he came in. And he wants to buy a baseball bat in my sporting goods store, and he says, and I say, hey man, that's a sweet bat you picked out. And he says, yeah, I'm gonna beat my wife to death with it. And I'm gonna still sell him the ball bat, right? Or am I not?
I wouldn't.
Am I not gonna sell him the baseball bat?
Well, that's a personal decision.
And if I do, if he goes up to the counter, he checks out, he goes home, he beats his wife to death with a ball bat. Am I then responsible because I didn't tell my manager that, hey, this weirdo and a beard and you know a flowered shirt came in and said he was going to beat his wife to death with a baseball bat.
What a grid? What about we?
And he got some
baseball bat.
What if we change it slightly?
I think
right?
you might. I think you might actually should be charged in that regard because
Oh
they
my
specifically
God.
laid it out.
Yeah, Grid. What if he?
He said, "I'm going to commit a crime."
Yeah. What if?
Right.
What,
We
what if
all
he
said
said?
that.
Specifically,
Joking.
hold on.
I mean,
What if
you don't know? Like, what if
Hold
it's
on,
like a
Grid,
joke?
Hold
Like,
on. Let's change it slightly, right? What if he
You
says?
can't control yourself for 10 minutes.
What if he? Oh my God, people! Yeah. So what if he said? Hey, I'm in the market for a baseball bat. All right, what will be good for beating my wife? What if he said that? Right?
that's a
Would you
joke.
sell him the
That's
gun?
clearly a
And
joke
would you
to
be
me.
responsible?
That would actually, I would clearly take that as a joke.
Oh no. He's like very serious. Like here's
Yeah,
here's
I
a
said a
picture of her,
deadpan.
right? Here's a picture of my bitch wife who I can't stand for these reasons, right? I got a whole list of them, right?
Especially if he
And
said
he's
my
like
bitch wife.
clearly
This
filled
woman
with
Would
rage.
make it- I would think it was more of a joke, and especially if they were straight deadpan. Like, my bitch wife.
No. He's clearly filled with rage, right? You're saying that like you hold like
Hold on,
literally
now,
no
you
culpability.
change the dynamic. If he's clearly filled with rage, and he's not just saying it deadpan, where it could conceivably be a joke, then now you've changed the dynamic. You said filled with rage. I don't
Okay.
interact with people that are filled with rage anyway.
Oh, okay. So then we have a line, right? So we can say
Obviously,
that's
there's always a line.
Oh,
That's why. That's my point here. Is that you can't tell that just because somebody comes in muttering that that they're an issue. Now, maybe you might have some inkling. You might look and you may notice other signs. People are perceptive, right?
Sure.
Especially people who work in gun stores and sporting goods stores and places like that. You know, even people that work in car rental agencies often spot drug mules because they know what to look for in the way they act. Right?
Well, yeah, sure, exactly. So I'm saying that like there are reasonable lines, and you're agreeing there are reasonable lines. So I'm just like moving the line, right? So like,
Yeah, I understand.
It's true that you may not know it's a joke, and I think that's fair, right? And you're like, well, I don't know, maybe this guy was just like playing around with me, but like, why wouldn't? Okay, now I'm getting into morals rather than the legal system, because I would say
it's
like
very simple. It's very simple. The subjective assessment, right, is not something that we ought or can engage in law, right? But when someone objectively says, I'm going to commit said crime with this, and then you sell them, right?
That's still moral. That's moralistic.
No, but your subjective assessment of whether or not they are serious is not what's at play here. Right. What's at play here is that they told you explicitly what it is that they were planning to do.
And why does that matter other than
you
morally?
should not be able to sell someone a weapon when they say, I am going to use said weapon to commit said crime. It's very different when someone's muttering or nervous. That's the domain of morality.
All right. Scott,
I can respond to this.
I want to engage with you on this.
We're gonna go to Grid, Katya.
Then we got to get on the topic.
I think language is subjective
I
exercise.
hate to continue to address just Scott here, but so I was when I went to a military school, and I was actually walking one night with one of the staff there, Colonel Spain, and we're walking down this footpath or sidewalk, whatever the fuck it was, and it's a moonlit night, and we were talking about something that the teams needed to do the following day, and he looks up and he says, "It's a good night for killing." And I mean straight deadpan. And this is a guy that stacked a lot of bodies. Should I have been afraid for my life?
That's again, the subjective play
Again,
about
straight
whether or
deadpan,
not.
and this is the guy that kills people.
But hold on. But no, the subjective, your subjective assessment about whether or not you think someone is joking is not what's at play. Because what I'm saying is when you are in charge of the sale or distribution of an item, and then someone says, I'm going to use said item to commit a crime, and then you give them said item, that is where the situation changed.
I feel like we're putting a lot of
should you or should you
responsibility on
not have
minimum
been?
wage employees.
I don't think it's a big responsibility to say that if someone says, I'm going to commit a crime with this thing, and then you give them the thing that they, and then they go commit the crime, that you have some culpability.
Let's go to Katya. Hold on, let's go to Katya, then we'll go to Gibbs. Don't worry, Gibbs, and then
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it depends, obviously. Like, a lot of these things are down to how obvious it is that somebody's joking or not, which that's why it's a difficult area if you wanted to legislate anything. I mean,
yeah, of course.
Like, it's just a really tough issue. Obviously, if you hear this and you know, give somebody or sell somebody the means to commit a crime that they say, I'm gonna go do it. Yeah, that's a difficult thing to legislate. In a lot of circumstances, I think that it shouldn't be legislated. But I do think that there is a line in which these like businesses that do so might be open to, like, let's say, like, civil litigation over this. Like, somebody who's a victim might be able to sue over it.
Let me be clear. I'm not advocating that this law be put in place. I'm describing theoretically in terms of natural law perspective about whether, like, I'm purely speaking on is distinction. I'm not saying the United States government ought be able to legislate and prosecute people based off of statements in stores.
No, it's a great law, and it wouldn't be that hard to enforce. You would simply enforce it the way you enforce every other law, right? You have a jury. They have a reasonable person standard, which is they look at this person. If the jury decides, like, if a reasonable person were in the position of this, like, gun store salesperson, and they sold this person a gun, was it reasonable to believe that they were selling a gun to somebody they should have known was about to go use it to commit a violent felony? And if they were, probably, you know, there should be some responsibility there. Just like this is the case when it comes to any kind of negligence or any kind of recklessness.
Hey, well, let me ask you something really quick, Electric. Then we're going to go to Gibbs, and I know his answer to this question already, so I'm going to have to ask him. But if it was a gun company, right, a gun maker, manufacturer, right, and they provided weapons to a drug cartel, right? They knew it was a drug cartel for however way. They knew it was a drug cartel.
Gun running.
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, like,
gun
would you
running for the
say
cartel.
that they are
You mean like the government
they're
did in Fast
responsible,
and Furious?
and there should be legal consequences? Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I agree. Obama should be in prison. I agree.
Same thing with the drug cartel. If it's Al Qaeda, if it's any personal organization that a reasonable person would expect, hey, these guns are going to go be used for criminal purposes. But because the vast majority of gun owners are law-abiding citizens, I don't think that's just like a reasonable belief right off the bat. It has to be a case-by-case basis.
Fair enough. Gibbs, please. You've been waiting.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll go
yeah,
Corey.
sure. I mean, I'm not going to bother with that answer. I mean, there is an exception for this in my book, and it's foreign entities that are, like, against America. There's the exception there. Like, but otherwise, I don't have a problem with that, like, morally. But we'll engage in this, like, thought exercise y'all want to. All right, a gun's the same as any knife. Guns are tools first. People have used for thousands of years. People have used farm equipment as weapons. Spears, scythes, knives, all of this is, if I took a combine and covered it in concrete, that we turn it into a Killdozer 2, that's a way larger force multiplier than, like, a handgun, right? Sorry, whatever. If some dude, for example, comes into my store, and I own Walmart. I don't even sell guns, right? Like, well, Walmart does, but say I own, like, a mom and pop grocery. I don't sell guns. And he's like, looks dirty. He's muttering crazy shit. And he decides, I'm going to go buy some bleach and ammonia. Should I, like, not let this guy buy bleach and ammonia? You know, maybe he's going to clean his dirty ass house. He's clearly dirty. Or maybe he's going to make chlorine gas. Now, that's going to kill a lot more people than, I don't know, you know, your regular pistol or something going around. In fact, on that note, when I was working at the water plant in my hometown, right, there was valves that I could have turned, you know, with like maybe just the most basic background check. I was like some 18-year-old kid. I could have turned a valve and released thousands of tons of fucking chemicals into the water and just, like, kill people before they could have stopped. Like, don't even know what happened. There were other valves I could have hit that would have released gases that they would have probably been able to stop, but people in the immediate vicinity would have died. Now, that's a way larger force multiplier. That would have just required a wrench. So this all argument really is a sliding scale thing. Y'all just don't particularly like guns because there's other things that are bigger force
you probably shouldn't have been you should have been able to be in that position.
Well, you're an 18-year-old kid.
Clearly,
you're working as an internship there. Like, you don't know. Like, I mean, I just thought about these things. Like, you know, these people working in the electrical department. Are you going to stop people from apprenticing as electricians?
Wait. You had unsupervised access to large amounts of deadly chemical gas.
Yeah, I was like, it was easy.
Yeah, I would say that perhaps that should not be the case.
I mean, why? I never had done anything before. I was like 18.
No, you're right. Yeah, you have.
You know what? Sure. Okay, going on. This whole argument about like, hey, what we should do about it, honestly is moralistic. And I'm going to take issue. And I take issue when people say natural law. I get that it's a philosophy concept, and like we can argue about that. But I really hate it because really the only true natural law is like survival of the fittest. Animals eat neither. And I'm not preaching for social Darwinism. That's really true natural law. So when we talk about natural law, I'm going to prefer to think because natural law is a concept. It's philosophical, and all these other ideas that y'all are talking about, like the greater good, is also all stem from religious origin. Morals, in fact, stem from religion origin. If I were to take cannibalistic tribes, they're going to say their ideas of why cannibalism is justified is going to be their moral system. So guess what? Are you saying that their moral system is any less than your Western idea of morality and the greater good, or all these Eastern ideas of the greater? Like, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to argue, no, they're not better than theirs. And there's this idea that I should give a shit about what happens after they buy the bat, after he says he's going to beat his wife, or buy if he's going to make gas with bleach and ammonia is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And if we actually believe in separation of church and state, then we shouldn't have laws based on morality, because guess what? Now you fucking got fucking church and state combined. You're welcome. Thank you.
Look at Corey's face.
That's awesome. That was awesome.
You didn't know that
he just
Corey
said
was actually a religious
he just said
doctor
like
here.
20 verifiably false things.
They're all true.
It's okay.
I mean, but you didn't need to consider the cannibals,
Prime.
Scott, right? Like check in mate, all right? You didn't consider the cannibals.
Cannibals are like, they follow their moral system, correct or no? Do they cannibals have a moral system? In Papua New Guinea, are you strong? Listen,
They probably do.
Like,
Yeah, they have some moral system.
I'm just curious. Do you actually believe that's an argument? I'm
Yeah,
just curious if you're that retarded.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm
Maybe a little.
sorry that I'm a little more accepting of other cultures than you are.
Okay, so
I'm not a
just as
moral
a
relativist. Some cultures.
Yeah, I
suck.
mean, I'm not a relativist at all. I'm just saying all of them are equally fucking stupid. There's no morals. And animals just do whatever the fuck they want anytime they want to.
So
We're all
while I
animals,
really
we're just higher
enjoyed
animals.
engaging in this, all
Love
of this,
the jungle.
the fact is that to be an FFL and to work at an FFL selling guns, you do actually have to be observant of who you're selling to, look for straw purchases and all of that sort of thing. That's a law that, or it's not specific. You know, obviously civilians don't have to worry about it, but if you're in the industry, that is part of your agreement to be able to sell guns commercially. So while I've enjoyed engaging in all of this, it's all a moot point because you couldn't buy a gun anyway if they don't want to sell it to you, if they have any reason to believe that you're committing a straw purchase, if you intend to harm yourself or others, or there's any amount of distress involved, such as you're buying it to commit a crime. So just to put that out there,
it's not a moot point. They're testing the philosophy of.
I understand the
whether or not
philosophy.
criminal
but
negligence
but
regards
when you
in
say
the
there should be
civilian
a law, it already exists. The law already exists.
A law can exist, and you can say there should be a law, right? Like that.
There should be a better law.
An ought claim isn't necessarily dependent upon what already is, right? If I say there ought be this law and the law exists, that doesn't mean that I'm false for saying that there ought be said law. It just means that the law does exist. Right, but when we say it's a moot point, it's not a moot point because the entire reason to go into that purview was the comparison of parents and civilians.
Okay.
Let's go to Corey, and then we'll move on to the topic.
Oh, what a great debate. So, give
I can hear you.
Okay, so you know, as usual, you seem to like operate in like whatever platitudes or just like catchphrases. Okay, so like there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing in the sale of a gun there's nothing that the prospective buyer can say that will stop you from selling the gun.
Well, there is one scenario.
Okay,
and that's if they were like, I'm going to take this gun immediately and shoot you, I would probably not sell them the bullets.
Okay.
And then I would shoot. Then I would shoot them first.
It's selling the gun, but not the bullets.
Yeah,
smart man.
And maybe take the spring out of there. You know, like.
Yeah, I got it. So, but aside from that, okay, like it's pretty much like anything goes. During the sale of a gun, like that's your operating principle.
It's none of my business.
Okay, yeah, and the platitude and the catch. So you want to backtrack on your mandatory reporting position, as in if they say I'm going to go molest a child, you're not going to report that, right? None of my business.
I mean, you know, that's a little different, but once again,
I
mean, why?
And I'll tell you why, because you used the word kid earlier, and kid's a type of goat. So, I mean, like, I'm just saying, they could have been talking about killing goats. That's a regular thing on the farm. I'm just saying. Like,
Weasel.
They specify human child.
Well, you know,
here's a picture of the child.
You know,
little Susie.
None of your business. Law of the
Once
jungle.
again, who am I to know? Like maybe that's their tick. Who knows? Yeah, I mean,
it's a
They got one of those. Hold on.
It's a
They
tick
got
to
one of
say,
those.
I'm going to kill a child. Hold up.
Prime. They got one of those T-shirts that you see in the hood that's like a person's face and R.I.P. And you're like, oh my god, I didn't realize
they
Susie
died,
died.
maybe.
And you're like, she will after I get this gun.
She will.
I'm gonna be like, damn.
I'm gonna
like,
make
does
a
she have
market for
I'm gonna be
this,
like, damn, does she have cancer or what? Like, maybe like, how do you know that's the reason they're gonna die is the gun?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
We didn't even get into mercy killings.
Maybe she's got like a brain-eating amoeba. Who
Hold on.
knows?
So, but seriously, like, hold on. Like,
It's a mercy.
I know I
killing,
shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't do this.
And he's
But,
trying
like,
to kill the brain-eating amoeba with the bullets. That's all he's
But
trying to
yeah,
do.
It's not even that. It's maybe it's the
hold
mercy.
on.
You don't know what
But
situation
Molest,
is.
hold on, none. If you're serious about we should report a person threatening to molest a child, right? Or you should have designated reporters, right? And I don't know why you feel a gun would be any different, right? Like
There's a big difference between a person who's like, listen, it's one person, right? He's the seller, he owns a store. I own the store, right? Beep beep, I own a store. Some guy comes in and says, hey, I'm gonna molest the kid. Okay, cool. I'm gonna fucking call this, CPS up or somebody up, right? Whatever. Same thing. Well, hold on. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's none of my business. And I'm just like, I don't want.
And they're not designated reporters.
But
Like,
here's what I'm gonna
that.
do in the solution with the gun. I'm still a business owner. Beep beep. Guy comes in, goes, I'm gonna shoot that kid. I'm gonna go, okay. Here's your gun. Here's your ammo. Here's the thing. And then as soon as he leaves, all right, this guy right here just said he's gonna go shoot a kid. Maybe investigate that. Why is it any of my business? For sure what happens after that. It's not.
Catchphrases.
Okay.
It's not. It's not any of my business.
It's fine. Okay. All right. Thank
No,
you
it's
for
not
that.
serious, but like y'all are giving me these moralistic
It's 10
arguments.
o'clock.
Like, what is the point though? Like,
That's there is no point. Yeah, that's right. Nothing matters. Okay, we can move on with our lives.
This has been fun.
This
is a good time.
has been fun. Like, welcome to our free topics. Like, this is not planned. I didn't expect us to go in this direction.
All
but
according
here
to
we
the
are.
script, the Gibbs script.
Yeah, but we had a good. I actually had a good time. And it's great that we actually came to some consensus here. Well, everyone except for Gibbs, but Gibbs, you're a special snowflake here, so don't worry. Yeah, like come to some agreement on this. I don't think we would at all. Like, we very rarely come to any sort of agreement on guns. So it was a surprise. But okay, let's get into it. First of all, if you are out there, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. It was a brand new month. So our leaderboards are completely clear. Consider helping out the channel so that we can continue providing you with this content. So subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, or you have an Amazon Prime Gaming, use their one free sub here. Free for you, but does a lot for us. You get ad free viewing and you get our emotes. So we'd really appreciate it if you could do that for the channel. What else? Also subscribe or follow the channel. Follow the channel on Twitch. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, we will respond to your super chat. So you have like a super chat. I want to get an answer from us on anything. We will be doing those responses, so we're looking out for your super chats. All right, let's go to let's do the thing. We can introduce people. We'll just do it quickly, right? It's like because we didn't do that before. This is every roundtable, which have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a friend Lactoid. Say hi, Lactoid.
Hi, Lactoid.
My friend Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Favorite
Corey.
Liberty everywhere. There you go.
Favorite Liberty everywhere. Corey Campbell. Thank you so much. Gibbs, right? Who could forget? Katya. Thank you, Katya. We have our friend Ali here. And Grid, who's been a great addition so far. So thanks all. So let's jump into the main topic for tonight. Hunter Biden, who was convicted on federal charges, has now been pardoned by his father, President Joe Biden. This is after months of Joe Biden, promising not to do so. Shock and outrage is being expressed across the political spectrum as this move is seen as an act of nepotism. But should that matter?
Ivanka Trump was accused of using her White House position to get her personal business trademarks approved in China during the first Trump presidency. Should that be of a concern to the public? For his second term, Trump has nominated one of his donors who has no military experience to be the Secretary of the Navy. Is that a problem? Is it at all an issue when politicians are doing favors for friends and family? If you think it is, would you make nepotism and favoritism illegal? And would you vigorously apply that standard to the president, whoever that president might be? Yeah, like big news. I was searching around for a topic. It's like a pain. It's gonna be difficult to come up with a topic for this channel sometime. But like I just like popped up a news site, right? And then it was right there, headline. Yeah, we're talking about that. Biden has made a pretty big deal about how he was not going to interfere with the DOJ, right? You're going to respect those norms. Not like those silly Republicans. Of course not. We respect law. And he had his bullish White House press secretary go out, and you there's supercuts of her like talking about how absolutely not would Biden pardon his son. Right, we're going to respect the justice system, the process, and then I guess not. Mind changed, but we see these types of things happen all the time. There's another example, a more direct example on Trump's end, which would be his son-in-law's father, right? Kushner, I forget his first name. There's Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, but like his father's something Kushner. He was convicted of some weird shit. Oh boy, weird shit, right? Like federal crimes. And this guy deserved it, absolutely, right? He had him dead to rights, and it was even before the Trump administration. And he was already in prison for his federal crimes. Trump pardoned his son-in-law's father, and now has appointed him ambassador to France. That same person, previously convicted of federal charges. So this happens on both sides, but like I don't know, it's a big deal. Doesn't matter. We'll find out. So let's start with friend Lacto, work our way around.
Got a lot of thoughts on this. I'll try to condense it pretty quickly. First of all, yeah, Biden lied. Surprise. You got lying there. Absolutely. He said he wouldn't do it. Then he did. Is it nepotism? Sure, for sure. Do I think nepotism is bad? Yes. Do I think it's unavoidable in certain circumstances? I do. I think the president has the right, the constitutional right to pardon. The president also has the constitutional right to appoint different people to different cabinet positions. So, no, I don't think that we have a way of stopping that. And I think that the unintended consequences of preventing that could be relatively extreme, especially because the president is set up as a branch of government, and preventing that branch of government from being able to operate as the people elected that branch of government to do runs into constitutional concerns and concerns for democracy and the republic. Now, the other thing I've noticed is the whataboutism, machine is in full drive. That's like the only response to this, which is like, yeah, he lied, but hey, the Republicans lie all the time, so I mean, we're not that bad. I don't know. I think it's it's hilarious that the whataboutism machine it's constant. I think it's hilarious when people say, well, Hunter Biden was just selectively prosecuted, when the same people telling me this can't tell me why Trump was charged with those felonies in the New York case. They can't explain to me the mechanism of what Trump did or what he should have done differently. And then they try and they get it wrong because that had never been applied to anybody other than Trump, right? Because there was an absolute special, particular prosecution against Donald Trump on a number of things. But again, right, well, when it comes to Hunter Biden after the fact, well, that's just, it's just, he wouldn't have even been charged if it wasn't for Hunter Biden's, or if he wasn't Joe Biden's son. So it's just, again, either whataboutism, or they're using the exact same defenses that the Republicans were using about Trump when it comes to Hunter Biden. So it's like a weird mix of whataboutism / copying the defenses that they were attacking Trump about earlier. All that being said, I support the pardon. I think the pardon is good. It's a win for our Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment does not in my opinion, constitutionally restrict somebody who happened to have done drugs in the past from owning it or buying a firearm, as the founders intended. A bunch of hemp growing, drinking founders of a country obviously did not intend for the Second Amendment to become nullified if you happen to do a few drugs. So overall, good thing with the pardon. I just think it's hilarious how hypocritical Democrats are, just generally.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah, so I don't deny that Trump is engaged in nepotism and corruption. I think that is a silly thing to deny. He's a politician, and like all politicians, they're liars, as Biden proved by stating over and over again that he wouldn't pardon his son. Obviously, I think this is a very, very bad pardon. It would be different if he had pardoned him specifically for the gun violation, where he lied on a federal form about whether or not he uses or plans to use firearms. Obviously, the case is a little bit different because 1 week after purchasing the firearm, he left it in the floorboard of a car that his husband's. Sorry. Hold on, pause. Sometimes when you have so much incest and pedophilia from a guy, you have to engage carefully with the language because it gets confusing, right? So his dead brother's wife, who he was fucking, and the same car with the 14-year-old niece who he was fucking, he left a car with he left the firearm a week after purchasing it in the vehicle, along with drug paraphernalia, and according to testimony from I guess the widow of his brother, whom he was fucking and got onto crack cocaine and drugs and stuff, that there was also drug residue on the firearm. So she had to get rid of it by throwing it away in a trash can in a grocery store parking lot that was across the street from a school, right? So, I mean, it's not quite as like just he lied on a form, but that is what they charged him with. And I do think Biden should have pardoned him for that crime, but that's not what he did, right? He didn't pardon him for the gun crime. He gave him a blanket pardon for all crimes that he would have done or did do
10 years.
From 2014 up until now. Well, it's like, well, why did he pick the year 2014? Well, maybe he picked the year 2014 because that's when the Burisma scandal was a thing. Maybe that's because he founded RSP along with John Kerry's stepson, and then they put an individual from the board of RSP on MetaBio. And maybe it's because the CIA directly funded MetaBio, and they funded them and the DOD funded via Hunter Biden and the connections that he had, $18.4 million to build biolabs on the border of Russia in Ukraine. Maybe it's because in 2017 they used the reinsurer with that same with those same companies involved, and the CIA was a portion. Well, actually, it's InQtel, right? InQtel, which is the CIA's funding arm, was a part of that. Maybe it's because the same guy that's the founder of that company that is connected with Hunter Bio is also World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, has gotten money for these same things in a different project that he worked with Ghislaine Maxwell. So maybe it's because, being connected to the Clintons and Kerry and to a massive amount of corruption and DOD money, and Google paid $1 million when they were at the same exact time that they were in secret meetings about the biolabs. Maybe it's because he's not pardoning his son a 10-year blanket pardon. He's pardoning himself and the Biden crime family and the people that have been engaged in millions of dollars of corruption, working with the CCP and working with illegitimate organizations that were designed to inform the CIA in 2017 of pandemic responses, and the same people that worked and funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology are also involved in these individuals. Maybe that's why it was a 10-year blanket pardon instead of pardoning him for that gun crime. So, yeah, I think the gun crime's a little ridiculous. It's a little bit more complicated than people like to make it. But let's be honest. Biden is a corrupt family that has done horrible things, treasonous things, and, all of them belong under a prison.
Not in the prison, under it, though.
Yeah. Well, if they're in the prison, you know what most prisoners do to pedophiles. So, I mean, like, maybe we can put him in the prison. He'll be dead within a week.
I haven't heard about this 14-year-old, but
yeah, I didn't either.
Can we just name more conspiracies? It's pretty fun. Let's talk about flat Earth.
Everything I said is fact.
Well, we can discuss it in the
Well, you
conversation.
said
All right.
Ukraine funding Ukraine biolabs in Wuhan, so I don't know about that one, but we'll
Well,
talk.
we can
Yeah, yeah, we can
discuss
get into it.
later
I
on.
can back up everything I said.
Our
Okay.
friend Corey, thank you.
I'll try to keep it brief. I mean, I do agree with Scott that, from my assessment, Trump is engaged in, no surprise, corruption, nepotism. Like, I'm not the hugest fan of Biden. I do find it interesting. In terms, and I agree with the assessment. He seems to have lied, and he's like, no surprise, like hypocritical, like as Scott said, most politicians are. But what I'll say, I do find it funny that he seems multiple times. He explicitly said, like, I'm not going to pardon Hunter. I think it's pretty much like on record that he wasn't going to do it. And then, yeah, turns out he did. And then yet, like, strangely, or somewhat strangely to me, leading up to his 2020 election, he wouldn't commit to, like, being a one term. When he was asked, like, are you committed to serving one term? He was always wishy-washy about that. He never wanted to leave the door open. When, it's much easier, I think, to make that commitment as opposed to, like, making the false commitment that you're going to pardon your son. To me, that's a little bit bizarre, but that's sort of an aside. But yes, I don't really have much to add other than, Biden has, let's say, some issues. I think a little bit less corruption than Trump, but, I don't know what else to say other than that. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Next, our friend Gibbs.
I'm of two positions here on this, and they are somewhat opposed. I've had a hard time which position I was going to open with, but I think we're going to do the one that y'all expect me to take, and then I'll go on for my second one here. I actually understand Biden using his pardon power here and him pardoning his son. What father wouldn't want to save their son, especially someone whose family has actively been committing treason? As a father who has the power to save his child from potentially world-ending prosecution, I totally understand why he did it. On some level, I would be okay with that. Two things I find key to governments in day-to-day life is in the real world is one of those is contracts, right? When the Texans joined the Union, it was ensured that the Rio Grande would be our border. That's by breaking this contract with us. They've committed treason. That's something against him being allowed to do this. It's especially since there's evidence of Hunter Biden committing treasonous things in Ukraine, as Fabian went into detail on. I won't recover this. The whole Biden crime family should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for their treasonous behavior to the fullest extent, and I mean that because they are absolutely committing treason. Now on to over the nepotism thing. Nepotism is fucking based. There's absolutely nothing more profoundly American than nepotism. What's the point of the American dream? It's to come here, build a life, build a future, and for many people that means legacy. Thus, ensuring your family is part of that future is something that should be encouraged. Why shouldn't people be allowed to promote their own people into things? Loyalty should be rewarded. If you don't encourage loyalty, you end up getting the evil parallel Earth from Star Trek, where everyone just stabs each other in the back all the way to the top. Success should also be rewarded. If I'm successful enough in my field, I should be allowed to promote people to whatever position I can. The crux of this topic is they're mad because Biden has exposed that their hypocrisy, right? Because the only reason they're really mad is that Trump is rewarding political outsiders. He thinks they'll be good for the job. And so now they can't sit here and, take their moral high ground because Biden showed how corrupt all the Dems really are, which is anybody on the left, because they actually are all just hypocrites. And they just wanted to use this nepotism thing as an attack on Trump, and now they can't. And that's the real reason that the left is crying boo-hoo about this.
I just want to say thank you so much for the Star Trek reference. I love the Mirror Universe. Some of the best episodes, especially the DS9 Mirror Universe. You remember those ones? Those are really, really good. Yeah. But anyway, to our friend Katya.
Anyways, yeah, I can agree with that as somebody who is also partial with the Star Trek Mirror Universe, especially the parts of the DS9 ones where, Worf has Garrick on a leash. That was pretty hot. No, haha. But what I am gonna say about that is pretty funny how we're saying the good guys in Trek are more comparable to a Trump cabinet. That's very funny to me. Other than that, basically the way I feel about it is I understand why he said he wasn't going to do it before, which I do believe that he was probably, I don't think he was going to lie all along. I think by the end of it, he went back on his promise 100%, but I think that had more to do with the Trump putting Kash Patel as the nominee for FBI director, as well as just that in combination with him thinking about probably the tragedy that's happened in his family throughout the years and the other kids that he's lost, and then how many years does he really have left to live? So I feel like in the 11th hour, he's like, no, I'm going to pardon my like only child who's like still with me. So, which I feel like was an emotional decision of his. And it was him going back on a previous promise. But I think that had a lot to do kind of with it, especially given those two results, Trump winning and then the Kash Patel thing. Either way, I don't really have too much of a problem with it. I do like kind of on principle, but will I have a problem with it in, you know, outside of a vacuum? No, because we have to have standards. And all the pardons that happened, I know we're going to do whataboutism, I don't even care. Because all the pardons that happened in the past administration did, like, with Trump going on with specifically, like, you know, people like Manafort, like Roger Stone, people who were, you know, involved in corrupt stuff in the entire, like, you know, later involved in the January 6th stuff. Those people were pardoned. I mean, if we're going to do that, if that's what's, you know, considered to be fine, then, you know, why should Biden cuck himself? He should get a chance to do the same thing if that's the standards that we're living under. Because clearly when, you know, they go low, we go high has not been working. So, yeah.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
Biden and Kamala have done so much to destroy the Democratic Party. Like, there are so many people who are like center left, who are Democrats, who are now just like left without a party, right? Like, it's so many non-voters. I don't think Democrats are going to win an election for a very long time. No shit, he pardoned his son, like, but you can't go ahead and destroy like any like form of hope or trust that you had in people by lying to them and saying, I'm not going to pardon him. I'm not going to pardon him. I'm not going to pardon him. And then pardon him for 10 years worth of crimes it's insane. So yeah, fuck whataboutisms. I don't really care. I'm not pro either side in this. Obviously he pardoned him. I'm not surprised. Should he have pardoned him as a president? Nah. As a dad, obviously, like I'm not surprised that he did. But yeah, I mean, I think the real loss here is anyone who's supporting like the Democratic Party at this point looks insane and just looks it looks unprincipled at this point, unfortunately. And you guys gave the Republicans every argument they need. So
later on, we're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg. We're going to talk about insane. We're going to talk about Whoopi Goldberg and what she said today. But anyway, good one, please.
All right, great. Hey, man, I really appreciate being here again, by the way. I thought I went maybe a little too hard last time, and you weren't going to have me back, so I'm glad that you had me back.
You didn't go hard enough.
Yeah, didn't go hard enough. All right, we're going to go harder. So I gotta say that Scott hit a lot of the very salient points. Number one, first of all, I don't think the diaper-wearing delusional wreck of a president that we have in the White House right now has any idea that he pardoned his son. I think that the people behind the president pardoned his son, and I think they did it for a very specific reason. The date of 2014, as Scott said, is absolutely critical because, and look, Hunter Biden was not in any danger. He didn't need the pardon. He wasn't going to be prosecuted for anything else. He wasn't going to jail. He was just going to live out his life. But what could happen is that with Kash Patel being appointed to the FBI and Trump's systematic destruction of the Democrat mechanisms in our national security and investigation services has absolutely scared the Democrats to death. They're running and they're going to keep running. They have to. And so now Hunter Biden cannot be pressured to testify against anyone. He's pardoned for all of his sins from 2014 forward. There's no reason that there's nothing that the feds, that any prosecutor, that any judge, any jury can hold over him to testify against anybody. And that's the whole reason this pardon happened. If you can't see that, you're absolutely blind and insane, actually. And as far as Trump's choices, to pardon or not pardon. Well, first of all, look, Charles Kushner, I think his name's Charles. He was out of jail when he was pardoned. He'd served his time, which was only two years, I think. by the way, and it was he got put in jail for tax evasion. Like seriously, like the whitest of white crimes. Now there was a little bit of a modifier on that because he did hire a hooker to seduce his brother-in-law to show his sister the video, so that she wouldn't testify against him.
A little bit more than that, yeah.
In the tax evasion case. However,
witness tampering.
I mean, hey, I'm not Italian. I'm not Italian, but I'm not Italian, but I have seen The Godfather many times, and I'm gonna respect a good con, right? I gotta respect it, and I'm okay with it.
You have to be Italian to con people.
I'm not Italian, but I understand blackmail, okay? I don't agree with it. I'm not saying that it's a thing you need to do. It's not gonna get you ahead in life, obviously. But you gotta respect the guy's moxie for trying, right? You gotta do that. Now, and nepotism, the entire political industry runs on nepotism and favoritism. Why do you think there are $10,000 plate dinners for city councilmen and $100,000 to go sit with the president? Do you think Hillary Clinton does those speeches in universities for fucking free? Come on, man. Come on. It's, hey, you pay me and I will vote your way, you sons of bitches. I don't agree with you, but I'm going to vote your way because why? Because you paid me. Because you're my brother-in-law. Because you sucked my brother-in-law's dick. I don't care. Whatever it is, that's why I'm voting your way, right? This is politics. Nepotism, favoritism, that's what politics are. And to deny that is even more insane than denying that the machine, Democratic machine, pardoned Hunter Biden, and Biden has no idea. He probably still doesn't know that he pardoned Hunter Biden. And if he did, it's because they wrote it on a cue card and put it up on the teleprompter for him to read it. And I really do appreciate you guys allowing me to be here and say all these really cool things because let's go. Let's get into this. This is gonna be great. By the way, Fabian Liberty is absolutely correct. Don't forget that Trump, the first time let's remember that the reason why Trump's first impeachment happened because he had a phone call with the Zelensky, who, by the way, is a dictator installed in a military coup orchestrated by our government, Obama and Biden, who Biden was over there. His son was doing all the Burisma stuff. When the prosecutor got too close and Biden leaned on him, remember what happened about the phone call. One phone call started an impeachment with Trump. You guys can't even make this shit up. Honestly, Hollywood hasn't made anything this good in 20 years. And I'm going to see.
Oh, thank you so much.
There
There's
is-
two things. One, Trump is probably also wearing a diaper, let's be honest.
Yeah,
and that's
like-
okay. No, because he's
okay.
old.
He's
old.
old.
It's okay. That's fine. I'm just saying, that's
It's
all of
okay
our old.
then.
We have a bunch of geriatric individuals, and they're
problem.
probably all wearing diapers. And two, we love this energy grid, right? Yeah, come out with more of that. We love it. Come out swinging.
Sir.
But yeah, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things that so the powers that be have potentially made a mistake, and it depends upon whether or not Kash Patel and Trump actually want to go hard in these investigations, whether or not they just want to move on and fix like economic issues. Because if they actually want to dig into this hard, one of the problems with pardoning someone is that they lose their Fifth Amendment rights.
Fifth Amendment.
So if he is pardoned for everything that he has done, well, then anything that he says is no longer self-incriminating because he's already gotten a blanket pardon. So actually what they can do is they can bring him before Congress and they can charge him both with perjury if he lies or contempt of court if he refuses to say anything.
They can subpoena him too in criminal investigations.
Yeah, they can subpoena him. So it really all does depend on whether or not Kash Patel and Trump, because I mean Trump was already considering a pardon of Biden, of Hunter Biden, for this very reason, maybe for the same reason that he never went after Hillary Clinton, is because he said he wanted the country to heal and he just didn't feel like it was actually going to fix that many problems to go after, because he was more worried about the economy and regular Americans' prosperity. unlike the Biden administration that utilizes the DOJ as an arm of their ability to attack their political enemies, just like Obama did with the IRS, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I just wanted to correct that portion, but so that we kind of have to just try a wait and see approach. But obviously Hunter Biden has done horrible things for his father, for his brother Jim, right? Like, Katya, no offense, but calling me a conspiracy theorist and you don't even know that there's another son of Biden that's alive that's involved in all this kind of shows that you just have no idea what the fuck you're talking about in this domain. So like you should just sit out and learn from the people that have done the research on this, because this shit is as corrupt and as dirty as politicians get. Biden is.
I'll admit that I misspoke on his number of children. Okay, like all right.
Can I want to ask a couple. So as a supporter of the pardon, just to be clear, the Fifth Amendment point you brought up is I think a good one. I think that's an important one. He can be now compelled to testify. He can be thoroughly investigated, and he can't claim because he's no longer, he can't be charged. He doesn't have to worry, or we don't have to worry about giving him any kind of protections under the Fifth Amendment. So I think there's an advantage there. The other thing is, look, part of me also.
How can he still be I'm confused. I have no idea.
So in the United States, if you are if let's say you're subpoenaed or you're up on trial or whatever, you can plead the Fifth. You can say, I am not going to testify, because you have a right to not testify against yourself. You have a right against self-incrimination. But if you can't be incriminated because you've been pardoned, then you lose that right against self-incrimination.
Why?
So because you can't be incriminated against, because you're immune now.
You've already been pardoned.
Okay.
You're immune
You've already
to
been pardoned, right?
So it's over a new thing.
But you're not immune to contempt of court, and you're not
right.
immune to perjury.
But this is a
Those are
blanket,
new
right?
crimes.
Exactly,
Yeah,
right.
but
But
what
this
would
is
they bring you on trial for?
It's
if
a
you've been
blanket
pardoned-
one
if
that
you've been-
ended
wait,
yesterday.
You can subpoena.
You as a witness.
As a witness, you can subpoena people as witnesses. So, like, for example, you bring on Hunter Biden to testify, or bring him in some kind of deposition to testify as to his knowledge of Burisma. Under normal circumstances, he could say, I plead the Fifth, I plead the Fifth, I plead the Fifth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to every question. But he can't do that anymore, right? Now he has to answer
I don't
truthfully.
recall that fact. Sir.
That's the concern. He could lie. That's the concern.
I don't seem to. I was in a drug-induced haze. I'm sorry, Senator. I don't remember anything that you're talking about.
Yeah,
I apologize. I do not have any of.
But here's the problem with that. You're right.
And plus,
but there's a problem with that, though.
This kid's already walked out of a congressional
Wait,
hearing.
so even if he admits to everything, he's already pardoned, though, right? So what difference does it make if he starts admitting things or whatever?
Because the reality,
They're saying that it can be used to
who
testify
were
against other
eliminated.
people.
Yes,
Yeah, like
because that's what I think. At least I'm concerned. Frankly, I don't care if some horrible person, cokehead, which this guy was. Frankly, yeah, he's one person. I'm more concerned about the country, right? I'm more concerned about corruption. I'm more concerned about things that I have much more interest in. And so if we can use Hunter Biden as a tool now to get at something, I think juicier parts of what we're concerned about, that's a good thing. The second thing is as to, why was the pardons, it wasn't just the gun thing. You're right. There was also tax evasion charges that were associated with that. But I mean, you know how I feel about taxes. Frankly, I'm not part of me wants to say a big part of me wants to say, tell the Republicans that this is just desserts, right? When you charge somebody with with a unconstitutional crime, which is what this shit was, right? What the actual charges were for under the gun thing, something that I very strongly believe is against the Second Amendment and against the Constitution. And you're so fucking chomping at the bit to get him with something to use for the election. And now all of a sudden you gave Biden a very plausible and reasonable excuse for pardoning Hunter Biden. That's on you. This is your just desserts. It is more important. It is more important to signal to the country that this is unacceptable than it is almost anything else.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So the gun thing was just part of it. That was the easiest thing. Remember that we had the laptop with all of its contents, which is, if you've ever looked into it, is crazy,
disturbing,
and horribly damaging, and literally would have put him away for a very long time. And when we had that, we didn't prosecute him for that. Why do you think that is? The gun crime was just the easiest thing that he could just make him go away. Like just forget
Yeah, but
about
hold
it,
on, hold on, hold on. I'm actually
Well, maybe
agreeing with
they should've tried
That shouldn't be the goal. That shouldn't be the goal. We shouldn't just be like, oh, there's these other things that we actually think are bad, but like it's too hard to get them on that, so we're going to go after.
If you're pro 2A, this is actually a really bad case for 2A, right? Like the slippery slope with the legal thing for the 2A. Like now they're gonna start charging me hypothetically. Like say I bought a 6-pack and I own guns. Like are they gonna be able to get me later because I was like alleged like potentially drunk for a crime? Yeah, I hate to charge Hunter Biden. I agree with you. They tried to do it to get whatever, but I think the slippery slope thing for it is much more.
Those laws already exist.
I don't agree
Those
with
laws
that.
already exist.
Hold on.
Like
Yeah,
having drugs with a gun is. I mean, like I agree with you that that's wrong, but they're already in most states where it's an automatic felony for
At the
that
same
reason.
time, but they got him because he had.
It wasn't like
they got him for lying on his
something no one else has been charged with.
He had crack in a video.
Hold on. So, like, here's my point here. I'm making. I am against this case as like a staunch 2A guy. I didn't like the case. However, there's the exception is that y'all mentioned this with the date, and I didn't really go in it because I thought y'all. I didn't know he's going to go, but you didn't go in it. Is that it's treason? There's treasonous behavior, which the highest penalty for that is death. And I understand as a father why Biden would want to go do this, but we potentially have treasonous. I already think we have treasonous behavior for Biden enough on President Biden on the border. So I mean, I can only imagine what his corrupt ass sons are doing, and while they're sucking hookers' dicks and snorting lines, we're doing with the Ukrainian government. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
Here's a couple problems.
Hookers' dicks and the Ukrainian government. You're
I made
right.
one more prediction that came true, and I made a prediction on this channel. I said that the left was getting in bed with Nazis. I didn't know it was going to come true in such a literal way with the Destiny blowing people that are literal Nazis.
Was he involved with Hunter Biden too? Did he get pardoned?
Unrelated, but I just want to point out another prediction of mine came true. The left getting in bed with Nazis, and it literally happened. And
okay, Gibbs. I want to. So I understand what people are saying about Burisma, and I think that's a reasonable concern. Here's the problem: like, there's evidence, and this is like easily accessible through his Wikipedia. There's evidence that around the same time is also when he started like getting in trouble for drugs, or like evidence of his drug use started really like becoming in play. So again, more plausible deniability or an actual reason why Biden chose that date. This is like the time, yes, Burisma, but also he's getting involved in the drugs and having all these drug charges. And that's what Joe Biden wants to pardon him for. And again, when it comes to like the gun thing, we have to recognize here how ridiculous the ATF's requirements are when it comes to purchasing a gun. It's not just if you have drugs on you. It's if you have used any drugs, including THC, within the past 12 months. I think this is horribly and disgustingly unconstitutional. And there is currently a legal fight about it. The Fifth Circuit,
Does that
the
include
best
caffeine?
circuit. Well, no, it doesn't. The Fifth Circuit, which is the best circuit of the United States, has made a ruling that just because you have used drugs in the past does not preclude your rights under the Second Amendment to own guns. And so there is a circuit split right now in the United States, and it could go to the Supreme Court. And the fact that there is a circuit split on this, the fact that the law is so abhorrently unconstitutional, and now we have this political ammo of, hey, if you're going to let Hunter Biden off, you should let all Americans off with this. I think that is far more useful, and he no longer can protect himself with the Fifth Amendment, right? We can now interrogate him. Like, all of that is so much more valuable to me than like, oh, but Hunter Biden's going to get away with it. It's one person in a country of 320 million people. Yeah, he's an asshole, but those other concerns are so much more important.
I don't think anybody cares about his gun crime. I think that's totally irrelevant. I think that.
Yeah, but those were the charges.
People can use that.
That's not what the pardon is, right? Like, again, you yourself admitted, right, that the pardon plausible deniability here starts in 2014 because that's when his drug problems start. Except the presidential pardon powers are largely, I guess you could say, unexplored, right, in terms of their ability to hold up in court and how they are conducted. So he just as easily could have done a pardon that described or detailed drug-related things and talked about those situations.
I've looked into this. There's a reason he didn't do that.
But okay. But
they
again,
probably wanted to avoid having to drag his ass in there over and over again, like Benghazi Part 2.
Because here's why they did
that doesn't avoid
this is
that
why
at
they
all,
did a blanket.
as we've
The
already
reason why they
stated.
did a blanket.
Not over him, but
Well, the reason-
obviously there's the Fifth Amendment situation.
Yeah, the reason why they did a blanket is because a very motivated prosecutor can worm their way around and find specific crimes where then now there is a question about whether or not the pardon covers it. When you have a blanket pardon, you don't have to worry about that anymore, right? And I think that that's the main concern here when it comes to pardoning Hunter Biden, because he's done so much shit.
Well, no,
and
let's be
God
honest,
knows
the main
what else
concern
he's
is
done.
treason.
A lot of it's documented on videotape.
It's possible. Here's the problem. It's possible. Here's the problem. First of all,
it's not
if
possible.
it was treason, if it was okay, hold on. If it
then why couldn't
okay,
they move
okay.
forward? Why didn't they
That's-
have evidence
Hey.
Well, I want to. Well, I think Kati's made somewhat of a good point here in that if it's treason, if you're saying, oh, it would have been too hard to prove it, that's on you. Don't try to go to something else. Try to go to some. Don't try to try to come up with some unconstitutional contrived bullshit. Go for the actual thing that we're concerned about instead of setting the standard of when we can't find you on something that's actually bad, we're gonna destroy you with something unrelated.
That's being disingenuous.
No,
and it's not. And by the way, do you have evidence that there was a 14-year-old? I looked it up. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
His niece was 14. You go look at the
I
fucking
don't know
laptop.
about this. The
He's got
treason's the one I care
hundreds. He's got hundreds of fucking photos of his niece in bikinis in different situations. Now, the actual sex act, whether or not we can prove that the individual that is presumably her, that looks like her, that's giving him a foot job, we don't know whether or not we can't prove that is there. What we can prove is from his iCloud storage of his text messages that Jill Biden and Natalie Biden both refused to have Haley Biden. Sorry, I got them switched. Sorry, no, that's right. Haley Biden and Jill Biden both texted in multiple different exchanges that he needed to be put away from the children because he was sexting with the cousin, right, with his niece. So he was sexting with them. We have proof that they were talking about the sexting and why that needed to go away. Jill Biden was saying he needed to go get help, go get treatment for his drugs, and he wouldn't be allowed around Natalie again unless he was getting weekly drug tests to prove that he was sober, because that's what family does sometimes.
Why wasn't he charged with any of this?
Do you have material to prove
Trump? It's because it's not Cash Patel. It's a bunch of swamp creatures that know that these people are deeply in bed with each other. They're all fucking working together.
That's awesome, but do you have proof
wasn't
that
it
it was
Republicans that
over
led the prosecution?
sexting and it wasn't just because he was on drugs? Do
literally
you have
say
this
sexting.
material
That's the
that they
claim in the
say
text
it? Well, then I'd
messages.
like to see the text messages. Do you have them? Can I please see them? I'd like to see.
Yeah, you go to hold on. Let me give you the links.
If you have a link, I couldn't find it either.
The scale of the treason is the problem. The scale, right? If you sold us out to another country, that's why
BidenLaptopMedia.com, right? And they've gone through and made sure that there's no child pornography by making sure that the breasts and vaginas and penises are all blurred in the photos.
Okay,
so that
I'm
we
not
don't have
going
to
to
worry
argue that the
about
child
any-
stuff is
because
bad.
there's-
It's not
because there's a ton of stuff. But that is
I
the
feel like I'm gonna
most
get a
minor
freaking
of his crimes.
virus.
Okay, that's bad.
Sorry,
and I'm
this is
not
a
saying that's
map.
not
Where
bad.
is it?
Hold on, all right, y'all can look at that in a second, but hold on. This is bad. This is bad, right? And I'm not going to argue the child stuff isn't terrible, and maybe the worst thing in the world, really, at a personal level. The thing is the treason. You're not only selling out one child. You're you're literally fucking the entire country. We're all getting screwed by the treason. And I object to the basically. I object to the gun crime thing because I think the implication is larger in that case, where I think it could be applied to all gun owners, and I'm more concerned about that than the treason.
And
it is, right?
No,
but
I
then we
agree.
come back to
We all agree
then we
on
come
that.
back. Yeah, sure. And then we come back to the treason thing. Now I know y'all are talking about the child thing. Yes, and that's bad, but it's the scale, right? This is what he's doing, and it's the reason why he picked the 2014, like y'all mentioned, is because now we have access. Maybe we don't have proof yet, but with Cash Patel coming in, they're going to shake up the FBI. I think they're definitely terrified. They go, hey, maybe there's some shit we're going to find, and he's preempting that. That's why this is bad, and that's what it looks like. It looks like preempting. Now I get it from a father standpoint, but they're committing literal treason, and when it's the scale of screwing the entire nation, I kind of like, okay, the nepotism thing died usually 99%, like 9% of profile for all time. There's my line, treason. I don't want to get fucked because hey, we sold out to the Ukrainians, or hey, we sold out to China or whatever.
I mean,
let's
looking at the evidence.
Ali. So Ali wanted to jump in before, so let's get give him space. We'll go to Grid 1, and then after that, Aiko, if he's ready, he can jump in. But go ahead.
You mean Cracky Magoo?
I was about to say, I just want to say what up to to Ike, compliment him on his haircut. So you can move forward.
Oh,
Move on.
was that okay?
All right.
All right.
Yeah. Red's turn. All right.
I really, while I enjoy the deep emotional commitment to the gun crime that exists on the books, whether you feel it's constitutional or not, currently is irrelevant, because that's just one thing that they could have charged him for. It's the one thing that stuck. They had so much more that they didn't. There's a reason for that. That's what Scott's saying is, look, this is the totality of the circumstances is that they had all of these things. They had the Burisma. They had the biolabs. They had all of the payoffs. They had the tapes talking about 10% to the big guy. They have all of this. And the one thing that they choose to go after him for is buying a gun as a felon. That's the one thing. Lying on a 4473.
Lying about drug usage. Yeah.
Yeah. Lying on a 4473. That's the one thing they choose to go after him for. So why? Well, Scott just said it. The swamp, they're many creatures, they're plentiful, and they protect each other. This is why it happened right now. Because when Trump announces Kash Patel is going to be head of the FBI, and he's shaking up every other security agency. As a matter of fact, one of the heads of I believe it was DOJ or CIA, I forget which it was. I'm sorry, they're a bunch of letters, number soup right now. But
yeah,
when the guy was fired and asked Trump to reappoint him to let him have his job back, Trump said, "No, you're part of the swamp. You don't exist here anymore." And this is something that is going to happen more and more, and it's going to get far worse, my honest opinion. But Scott honestly is right. They had so much, but they only chose the smallest thing, the least important thing to go after Hunter Biden on. And you guys are like focused on that one thing and not seeing all of the rest, all of the reason why this pardon happened, why it had to happen.
It's important.
And I do agree that he, he can go in and he can no longer take the fifth, but he can absolutely have selective memory, and there's really nothing they can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's important to note that it can be difficult to prove the entire God damn it, I have to write all this shit. Metabiology situation in Ukraine and Brisbane. Sure. That is going to be difficult to prove. What is not difficult to prove, that anyone can go look at the reports from Senator Grassley and Johnson on the Chinese situation and can look at the fact that James Giller, along with Bob Alinsky, connected Hunter Biden and his connections with CEFC. And that, the guy that was known as the CEO, the Belt and Road billionaire is what he's commonly called in China. He's someone that was he was on the chairman of the Deputy Secretary General of the China Association for International Friendly Contacts. Now, we have text messages that show that Bob Alinsky was told by Giller that these were Chinese intelligence and that they weren't concerned with Hunter Biden not being at a specific meeting because they knew that. We have bribes from him where he was given an $80,000 diamond. We have the transactions for the two separate $3 million wire transfers that were put through from these Chinese companies that were intelligence assets through a separate company and then given to Hunter Biden's PR firm. So that's $6 million. We know we have communications showing that they agreed to be paid $10 million per year. We have communications where they're concerned that Jim Biden was added in as part of the deal, but they recognize that Hunter Biden was potentially a potential problem because of his drug usage and his affinity for escorts and things like that, and that this showed that it was more of a family company. And the big guy, 10% to the big guy, right? We have those communications. It doesn't name Joe Biden specifically, but it is Bob Alinsky who came forward with many of these things and corroborated before it was public knowledge many of the things that were in the laptop and that corroborate the story that the evidence shows with the text message exchanges. It is an open and shut case if you actually genuinely want to go after him on these things. Obviously not now that he's been pardoned, but They had every means to do so, but the fucking swamp didn't care. Under the fucking creatures of the state that they have had every available evidence that they need, from witness testimony, physical evidence that the FBI had already corroborated was his laptop and was his iCloud. They had multiple exchanges and emails, etc., that absolutely show that Chinese intelligence had given Hunter Biden $6 million to split between himself, Jim, and Joe Biden, and it's corroborated in multiple different ways. So this idea that like, oh, well, they just actually went out, the gun crime thing is it is a distraction. It is a distraction to allow fucking pardon. It's a distraction to feed to the media so the media can talk about how Republicans are whatever and whatever, and then these same fucking Democrats and Republicans can go sit together and get dinner together and laugh about how they're fucking you over every goddamn day. It's bullshit.
Just to be clear, let me just ask. So is the allegation here that the Republican Trump-appointed special prosecutor that led the case, that part of the swamp?
Dude, near all of these fucking politicians
I
are
thought
swamp
Trump drained the
creatures.
swamp. Didn't he run on that?
What about Trump?
No, he
Is
didn't
not
fucking
part of
drain
it?
the swamp. Yes,
This-
I
this-
started
this-
off
this-
by saying
here.
that he's a
This is the
nepotistic
problem.
and corrupt. That
Okay,
doesn't-
this is the
that
problem I'm
doesn't
running into.
anyone
excuse Hunter.
good.
No, well,
I know it's hard to imagine, but some of us actually hate all the fucking politicians.
Okay,
that
okay.
lie and commit treason.
All right, I'm sure. The problem I'm running
spend
into
more
is
time
we
talking
have
about
a Republican special prosecutor, right, who led the prosecution of Hunter Biden. If there was sufficient evidence to bring these other things, they should have brought it. The fact that instead they focused on the thing that Hunter Biden was actually convicted of, which is the gun shit. It's not a distraction. It's the shit that he was actually convicted of. That's on them, right? That's on them. If it's a distraction, why prosecute it? A Republican Trump-appointed prosecutor did it. The reason why is they were looking for a win before the election and they got greedy. That's what it was.
Yes, I agree with all of that.
Okay,
but that doesn't
then it
mean
matters.
that the Biden family isn't
also
corrupt as
remember
fuck.
at that
And that
point in
doesn't mean
time-
that this fucking pardon isn't designed to protect all of these fucking swamp creatures.
Right,
Like fucking,
and
like it's
and
not
for-
designed to protect people like fucking Andrew
Hold on,
Weber,
hold on,
Assistant
hold on,
Secretary of
hold on,
Defense
hold
that
on,
went to go
hold on.
work for these people, or Nathan Wolf,
So-
or Ghislaine Maxwell, or the
Just one-
Clintons,
one second,
or all
one
of these
second.
other people involved.
All right,
You-
so
you-
okay,
you are
all right. So
forgetting-
we'll let Grid in, and then I want to get Iko, get him to make a statement. Then we'll go to
Sure, yeah.
Gibbs. Yeah.
Blacktoid, what you're kind of forgetting there is every time that they tried to introduce the laptop and all of the information that Scott just gave you, it was labeled Russian disinformation.
For one day.
Even when they released a tape that said, I'm standing here
Not
with
during
my
the
father,
trial.
I need an answer today. Even when they released that, it was still labeled as disinformation.
Not during the
Where? By
trial. Yeah,
whom?
wait, I agree with you. I agree with you that the
During
media.
trial, they forgot the laptop existed. They never even entered it in as evidence in the trial.
The FBI had the laptop at the time of the
course they had
prosecution.
it,
So
but the
why didn't they bring that
prosecutor
in?
Because they're
Because
fucking swamp creatures protecting each other.
The
Because they're
Republican
fucking-
Trump appointed.
When
Well,
you have the
you're not giving me a lot to
department- you
work
have
with
the
here.
depart- No, I
if
am.
the-
When the
if the
Department of
FBI is not
Defense
gonna
is
say that
fucking
it's
paying
good
Hunter
evidence, don't
Biden, and when the
prosecute.
CIA's
Come on,
investment firm is fucking paying him, maybe the other intelligence agency we haven't mentioned isn't fucking keen to go after the people that are corrupt and involved in the other intelligence agencies. Is it that fucking difficult to realize that these
Listen.
people are
Or it's just-
corrupt?
Or it's just different groups within the same.
Listen,
Trump was
listen.
gonna drain the swamp. He didn't last time. He will this time. I swear.
I'm serious, but if congressional Republicans
Completely irrelevant to my argument to
if-
just keep
if
bringing up
congressional
Trump. I'm
Repub-
not a fucking Trumper.
I'm not bringing up Trump. I'm saying if congressional Republicans were the ones that were
He's
pushing
replying
this
to Katya.
prosecution, if they were the ones pushing this prosecution, and they were the ones that were investigating this prosecution, and then you had a Trump-appointed Republican judge from Delaware, he was the one who was a special prosecutor and led the prosecution when they had all this evidence, and the only things they could bring were the gun crime and the tax shit. There's multiple possibilities, but none of them are good for I think the anti-pardon
No
position,
one
right?
admitted
Because
the laptop was actual evidence until halfway through Biden's administration. Why is the timeline so messed up for you
the
guys?
FBI, during the prosecution, the FBI had the laptop. The special
hold on.
prosecutor,
Yes, but they were saying it was
the
safe.
special prosecutor. Listen. If you're saying, well, the Trump appointed Republican prosecutor was part of the swamp, so that's why he didn't bring the actual charges. Then I mean, I can't challenge this. We're just fucked then at that point.
Stop. This is, you're just circling, and I'm tired of it. There's no prosecutor on the planet that's going to use evidence that's not corroborated and can be verified. Not period. End of list. You should know.
What do you mean by that? Corroborated? Like a laptop?
If the FBI says this is not real, this is Russian disinformation, this is fake, this is not good evidence, no prosecutor is going to enter it into evidence.
They weren't saying that at the time of the actual prosecution.
Before that.
Give one. This is an empirical disagreement we have. I understand that initially, when the laptop story first came out, there was a bunch of idiots calling it Russian disinformation. No doubt. The disagreement we have is during the prosecution. During the prosecution, the laptop was verified. It was not considered, at least by the government, to be Russian disinformation, and especially not by the prosecutor who was leading the prosecution.
It wasn't until halfway through Biden's administration that the laptop was admitted to being real.
By who?
It was not during the Trump. It was not during the trial during the Trump administration.
By the prosecutor who was leading the case?
Yeah.
Or the everything? Okay. I disagree with this. The prosecutor who led the, I do because the prosecutor who led the prosecution, you're telling me he was calling the laptop Russian misinformation.
Right up until halfway through the. I'm sorry?
Nothing. Go ahead.
I couldn't hear you.
You're good.
Right up until about halfway through Biden's administration, they absolutely denied that it was even Hunter's laptop for a long time. They couldn't verify it. And even after they verified it, they said, maybe it's not. I'm sorry?
2022. It was 2022 when they started admitting that it was real. Despite the fact that they had already had it and already knew that
timeline is what's
they
your
were
problem
lying
is.
about it.
Just to be clear,
The prosecution was in late 2022 and 2023.
What Lactoid is asking is whether or not David Weiss denied that the laptop.
Yes,
and
the
answer
Republican
that Brett
prosecutor
is telling us has said immediately in response to that is yes, that prosecutor did that. So that should be now I don't know if he did or didn't. But that should
He didn't use it.
findable thing.
He
right?
absolutely didn't use it because there's no prosecutor on the planet that's going to go into court with a piece of tainted evidence. Period. Not going to happen.
Really?
So what? Okay, hey, why don't we let our friend Aiko? Let's let our friend Aiko get in, and then Gibbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something that was said about the Fifth Amendment a couple of times before I was able to get in. The Fifth Amendment, that actually matters a lot more than a lot of people seem to be assuming, because anything he does after the pardon is not pardoned, right? So if he lies and he doesn't have Fifth Amendment protection and he's trying to cover things up, he's right back in trouble again. Like we found this out with several of Trump's pardon appointees who wound up later on going into jail because they weren't cooperating with Congress, because these are things that happen after their pardons. And yeah, if he's called and he doesn't go, he can be held responsible for that, just like Steve Bannon was. So he's certainly this benefits him a lot because it gets him out of a lot of trouble that he might be in a lot of these other cases. But the idea that the Fifth Amendment thing can just be dismissed, no, like he's not out of the woods on that. That's all I wanted.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Gibbs. But FYI, I have been looking at that site that our friend Scott directed us at.
It'll fuck up your stomach, won't it?
For the laptop, his niece seems to be like the most. There's 7,000 photos on the laptop. The niece comes up in like number one, right? If you would map that out, she'd be number one.
And there's a lot of photos of her with her friends and in bikinis and her selfies, and he saved hundreds and hundreds of photos
like
of his 14-year-old niece. And then there are text messages where she's having sleepovers with him. with like one of her friends. Or of all of the things that I'm concerned about, the fact that he is a fucking pedophile that fucked his niece and fucked his brother's wife, and and went to China and got some underage escorts is like so far down on the list of like things I'm concerned about, because that's just shit that he did. It disgusts me as a father, but that is just things that he did. I am worried about his connection with funding and moving money around by, Belt and Road Initiative CCP agents so that they can have influence with the Biden family. I'm worried about biolabs that were built, under defense contractor Black and Vetch, and that, they got DOD funding and Google funding, and, and that Nathan Wolf was also involved with Wuhan Institute of Virology as a co-founder of EcoHealth, that he was involved with Ghislaine Maxwell as a founder.
That's great, and
that's
all the
shit
rest
I'm worried
of them.
about.
But one thing that I think that's a perfect example, right, of the problem that me and Lactoid were talking about when we were talking about a lack of evidence. Because the stuff you said about the 14-year-old, while gross, while it really points towards absolutely him being a creep, that's not really something that a lot of, especially in such a high-profile situation, they would bring charges on, because they might feel that there's insufficient evidence, which is literally what Lactoid and I were saying.
Yeah, so and
just
to be
curious.
clear,
I'm just curious. Were you on Twitter?
And to be clear,
were you on Twitter during the Me Too movement?
I do want to give them a second. We can wait on that. We can wait on that. We can wait on that.
I have a timeline, so I got to respond at some point.
We can wait to wait on that, right? So we're going to give, but just to be clear, I'm not willing to call him a pedophile yet. It's odd. It's an oddity. But I haven't read the text messages yet either, right? So I'm just looking at the photos. So I'm gonna hold off, but there's just a lot of photos. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's go to Gibbs.
Before I even go into what I want to say, I want to give you all a breaking news update from Trump's meeting with Trudeau. I'm excited to tell y'all it's one of the most base things I've ever heard from a world leader in a long time. This happened about 30 minutes ago. All the major wars are reporting this, that allegedly Trump told Trudeau that if Canada doesn't like or can't handle the tariffs, then Canada should just become the 51st state. Get wrecked, you Canadian cucks. How you like that dictates? So that's how I want to start before we go on.
USA.
I gotta say,
anyways, I recommend purchasing an electric car before he does this.
I gotta say that's fucking base.
Good luck with your gas prices.
Yeah,
Lacto is going to be called back to his Toronto home base, right? There's an emergency on our hands.
Right, I thought I'd share that with y'all, but that I thought I was a big fan of it. All right, so anyway, clean the swamp. Y'all keep bringing this up. Now. Yeah, it is a big thing, right? It's a major reason MAGA conservatives and independents wanted Trump in. They want political outsiders or people that aren't loyal to what many people see as the status quo or the uniparty. People can argue that Trump, his first term didn't clean out the swamp in his first but I would argue he did, right? To some extent, right? He got people in power. He got
John Bolton through. For almost 3 years. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well,
he didn't know what he was doing.
Hold on. Well, I'm going to object to that. I think maybe he did know what he did. He knew that he had to use people within the system at first, right? And he didn't have the political power. He had to use levers. I think he's more intelligent than a lot of people want to give him credit for it. I think he knew how the system works. You got to play the game. So he started the process, right? Now he's built the movement. He's got more of the power within the coalition. He has people in the political system. He's not as much of a quote unquote outsider. Now he has people working within. He got rid of some of these power. People got rid of, lost their jobs. They lost power. And those groups haven't gained it back, right? So I think it takes time, and I think that, when the Dems have had the presidency and been the de facto leader of all these organizations for 16 of the last 20 years, I think there's some aspect to where y'all are right, where it's we did try to get him for the gun crime because that's maybe the only thing we could have got him for, due to whether there's different departments, the FBI working against them, whether it's the prosecutor not having all that stuff, and I oppose the gun, being the gun charge because I wish they would have found something else to go after him because there's so much. But because I think it's bad for 2A. However, I understand the logic. We got to get this guy as a treason son of a bitch. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support that. But I also want to say that, I'm okay with nepotism because in most cases, because this is him literally doing what he promised his constituency. He's bringing in people that don't have the traditional experience from within the political system, but people that are going to shake it up and he thinks will do a good job and we're going to get rid of this and maybe see what's really layers, this nasty little festering onion that has been built in there in the FBI and all these other little organizations. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's exciting.
Can I go quickly through just correct some of the timeline claims that were before?
Sure.
Okay, this is what's critically important. So the the actual laptop was acknowledged or was seized from by the FBI pretty early on. We're talking about I'm pretty sure 2020, and it was 2019, but it was acknowledged basically internally within the FBI as being real in 2020. There was some media hoopla about it. The official analysis was released in 2022 that verified that a lot of it was 100% accurate and not actually Russian misinformation. And so we're already in 2022. And then when did the trial of Hunter Biden happen? It happened in 2024. It happened this year. And in fact, David Weiss, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Weiss, on January 16th, prior to the trial, made filings in which he identified the laptop connected to Hunter Biden, stating the defendant's Apple MacBook Pro, which he had left at a computer store, meaning that the special prosecutor identified the laptop as Hunter Biden's laptop. There was plenty of evidence to link the laptop with Hunter Biden, and yet still later that year, after the special prosecutor acknowledged it, they pursued gun charges that were, again, unrelated to all these terrible things that we're talking about. Again, like I said before, if they jumped the gun, shame on them. But what probably was the case, frankly, and this is just like a hunch, my guess is they really only felt comfortable bringing the gun charges because that's probably where most of the evidence was. And I'm not comfortable with those charges being brought.
No, that it wasn't that that there wasn't enough evidence on the laptop. It's that the defense, was arguing based off of previous statements that even though the laptop is real, we don't know if the Russians affected this, and we don't know if some of the that all of the information is real. And so they put in that it had somehow been tampered with in different means, and that doesn't prove that it's that everything in there is real. So
when did the defense argue this?
So first of all, that was my exact timeline that I gave you was middle 2022.
David Weiss.
Yeah, but the trial was in 2024.
Right.
Right.
I
But
understand that.
David Weiss said, that what the only thing that they were going to use from the laptop were things that they could then corroborate with witnesses. That's how they got the laptop in.
Correct.
So basically,
That was in May
they were only
2024.
they were only able to use the laptop to bolster what witnesses said,
Their
but anything
existing
that
case.
wasn't bolstered, that was in the laptop that was real, could potentially be Russian disinformation. And so the only way that they were able to argue anything is not does the laptop, it wasn't just the laptop, it had to also be corroborated by Bobulinski or other witnesses that they brought in. So the mass amounts of data and things that are on the laptop that aren't specifically corroborated, well, those could just be Russian disinformation. It has to be the things that are corroborated by witnesses.
The problem with this, May 2024, that the prosecutor admitted on CNN or told CNN, yes, we believe everything's real. Again, they can't use it because they couldn't corroborate it because just because they believe it's real, the defense made a very good argument that
he's right.
it had been affected.
Wait, hold on. Stop. First of all, he had filings acknowledge it as being real in January, but you're saying May, or this is still before.
Filings saying that he was going to use it because they believed it to be legitimate. And the defense argued that it was not, that it had been affected by the Russians, that there was possibly contaminated information, that none of it could be admitted. So then they went back and the judge said, okay, you can only use what you can corroborate with actual witness statements.
Well, I think hold on. I don't think that.
Wait.
I think they
Well,
could
maybe
use it, but that the defense was arguing that if it wasn't backed up by evidence, by witness testimony, that it could be just misinformation, right? And so just by putting out there, which is just not true. Right, but I mean that's what happens that happens in court all the time, right?
So hold on. So we have like a whole bunch of witnesses, and by the way, in 2022, I mean there's multiple organizations, media organizations, government organizations that have verified this information is real. You could bring all those in as expert witnesses to testify as to the veracity of the laptop. The laptop's getting in regardless. The special prosecutor is saying the laptop is real in January in filings, and then apparently publicly both before the prosecution, and the allegation, it was the prosecutor doesn't believe the laptop is real when it turns out he does. The FBI was saying this was fake when, at least in 2022, sure, I don't have anything about the FBI saying that up until 2022. There were media agencies that were saying that up until 2022. But at 2022, 2 years before the prosecution, you had that entire narrative be obliterated by all these organizations coming out with verification of the laptop, which got into trial. Again,
yeah, I don't think David Weiss did a good
there is
job.
enough here. Okay. So
You know what I mean? Like, that's not my argument.
now
My
we're here
argument
on this, which is that he is incompetent.
Now we're here. That has been my argument from the very beginning, right? That I
He
agree
went with
with
what
you
he
that the
could
gun
win with.
charge is bullshit, and that the swamp didn't fucking go after him like they should have, and that you have all of these spurious connections that weren't properly investigated in the Ukraine situation, but that were properly investigated in the China in terms of the CEFC, and that the evidence is there, and that anyone can look and see that the evidence is there, that he received bribes, that he received a deal for $10 million, that he lied to New Yorker, for example, saying that he was meeting with this Chairman Ye, or Chairman Yi, I don't know how to say his name properly, it's just Y-E, that he was meeting with him for like the charity organization that he's working with, right? So he's lying about that because he's actually doing business deals to funnel money to his family, and you have witness testimony of that as well. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you that David Weiss did a bad job. What I'm saying is that the fucking that we don't have justice. That's what I'm saying. And now there is a blanket pardon on someone, and I believe that it is in part protection for all of this shit that we know is we know.
I understand the argument. I understand you. The argument that you're presenting is like it's not the gun charges. That's just a smokescreen. It's really all this other shit that you're concerned about. The concern that I have is, look, I have this concept of innocent until proven guilty. I have this concept of what you charge people with and what you convict people of matters, especially if we're talking about such a large public. Yes, so I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying for me, these values are very strong. And the idea of, well, look, here's somebody who, like, you guys couldn't, like, the Republicans couldn't get him on, the shit that you guys are saying is like the actual problem. They could only get him on shit that I think, frankly, is unconstitutional to even charge him with, and then they convicted him of that. And then now we have this person here who the only evidence, the only solid evidence, the only solid finding of guilt, right? But this is why the pardon is justified, right? Because what is the signaling to the American people from this? These charges were bullshit. These charges are bullshit. And if you had non-bullshit charges, you should have brought them, or you should have been better at bringing them. Or
you should have pardoned him for that. Not gave him a blanket pardon that starts when he does all of this dumb shit in Ukraine.
Pause. Thank you. Great. So, because we kind of got like lost there. The lactoid started to bring us back a little bit, but like there's a lot of time that the laptop, which everyone else can't really engage with. So just wanted to like recenter all of this. All right. Why don't we start with this? Like what did I think about the pardon? I think that it shows deep Biden hypocrisy, just unbelievable Biden hypocrisy, and it shows liberal hypocrisy. Liberals who talked about the rule of law, who talked about how Republicans are so bad because of all the things they do to undermine that rule of law.
How dare you say the DOJ is corrupt, but all of a sudden the DOJ is corrupt?
Yeah, we just clipped
that. Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, it's disgusting. I think that it's indicative of lots of things. Look, so I sent these guys, on the screen here. I sent them an NBC News article, and the NBC News article said that, from as per sources close to the White House, that they were talking about this pardon in June, right? In June, they were discussing this option, and allegedly from these sources, they said, "Well, we're going to keep this part in our back pocket, but we will then go on a campaign. We will lie to the American public and say, absolutely not. Of course, we wouldn't do that. No, of course not, right? Because at the time, he was still running. He was still running for president, right? To be the president, and he knew pardoning his son would be politically explosive. And then Harris was running, and he knew pardoning his son would be politically explosive, right? And then as soon as the election was done, it was like, well, whatever, fuck it, right? And so we did it. The same thing. This is indicative of lots of behavior. That's the same thing that happened with the Israel-Gaza situation, right? The to see if the peace deal, if some sort of peace deal would happen. So just before the end of the campaign, Blinken, our Secretary of State, and our Austin, our Secretary of Defense, sent a letter to Israel saying that, hey, you have not been fulfilling these certain level of humanitarian goals, right? Your obligations to this population that you're fucking bombing. And if you don't fulfill these obligations, we're going to cut off weapons, right? Now, idiot liberals fell for this. Oh, wow, look at the Biden actually taking this seriously, right? Biden, as we've said, our president, right? He's going to wrap this all up. Well, an intelligent person could have easily seen that was a fucking lie, that he was just stalling towards after the election. He was giving political cover to Harris until after the election. And as soon as it was done, and the Israelis made no changes, they said, yeah, whatever. Then we'll continue providing those weapons. It was a lie, right? Mm-hmm. This is the thing that we've seen again with the Biden White House. They lied about Biden's mental competency. All of these lies are going out to the American public, right? And they're laid bare. Whoopi Goldberg, I had mentioned her previously on The View, right?
Yeah, what about that?
They were discussing. You saw that? Yeah, they were discussing this, and someone challenged Whoopi Goldberg about Biden's truthfulness, and she says, "Well, you can't call this a lie. You can't call the fact that he said for months and through directly and through his intermediaries that this there will be no pardon, and then he ended up pardoning them right that day. Well, you can call that a lie. Well, see, this is different. We've never seen anything like this before, right? The prosecution of a president's child. So can you really call that a lie? It's amazing. I nominate Whoopi Goldberg to the Democratic Department of Truth, right? Well, why would I? Yeah, I said over and over again that I wasn't going to do it, but then I did it, right? And now you're telling me this is a lie? This is some sort of contradiction? Of course not. It's disgusting.
Insane. It's insane.
I can't be certain.
Just real quick, please.
A lie or changing people's minds.
It's a lie. He told people he wasn't going.
We said he wasn't going to do something, and then he did it. Like it's
and then did that exact.
Oh, it was a
If you say you're not going to do something, well, yeah, by definition. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between okay, I'm sitting there at the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm not, but I know I will along the line. I'm not intending to. But then you change, and I go just kidding, and then I change my mind.
You can't say it's a lie by definition, but it's not really a lie because maybe change his mind. But no, just very quickly, I just want to say about them reporting that they had these internal conversations in June, even though it doesn't help me in this instance, and I'd love for that to be true. I just want to say never, ever, ever, ever trust any of the major news media networks unless they're willing to give you either physical evidence or two unnamed sources and one source that's willing to go named. That used to be the journalistic standard, and that stopped. And I don't ever accept anything as a source familiar with the president's thinking. The media do nothing but lie. They'll lie about the Bidens. They'll lie about Trump. They'll lie. They do it constantly, and they're never held to account. So if you say that the media reports something and it's not two unnamed sources and a named source or physical evidence, then to me it's just a claim from someone who has literally no credibility.
Okay, I'm glad you interjected what you feel there. I'm glad you got that out. Anyway,
it's important that we all recognize that the media lies constantly, that they're not a source of information.
Great.
Of truth.
Great. Anyway, so and then furthermore, right? And we'll go to Katya afterwards. Anyone else have their hand up? Okay, so we'll go to Katya.
Ali.
I thought you were touching your head or something. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Katya, then Ali. Another thing, right, which disgusted me was his fucking the letter, right? Explaining why he was doing this. He talks about in the letter his son's sobriety, right? Despite poor baby Hunter Biden being sober for 5 years, these charges came anywhere.
Yeah, right.
Remember, we're talking about Joe Drug War Biden. Drug War Biden. Who pushed the drug war all through the 90s, right? Who, like, when he came into the White House, right? He said to his staff, the White House staff, that you got to fill out this questionnaire about like your past, right? Included was a question on like what drugs you've taken part in, right? If you've done marijuana, and he said there'd be no consequences for that. And people revealed that, oh yeah, we smoked some pot, right? And then he fired them, right? He's had his entire time, he's been happy to throw other people to mete out consequences for other people who engage in drugs. But now he talks, well, his son, his poor baby son, well, he's been sober for 5 years, and now consequences? Oh no. It would have been one thing, right? If Biden was pushing, and I believe this too, and I didn't state this yet, that the gun charges were bullshit, right? That question shouldn't be on that form, right? You guys know how anti-gun I am, but still, that question is bullshit, right? It's a trap law. That should be eliminated. If he was going to eliminate that and say, well, yeah, this is clearly a miscarriage of justice. Maybe I can't do anything for my son, but I'm going to be working to fix this issue. Then I'd say, okay, well, then at least he's being consistent on this particular issue. But no, it's about his family avoiding consequences, right? Him using his power, but the entire time, the liberal preening about Donald Trump and how much of a danger he is to democracy, undermining our justice system. And he does the exact same thing. No, fuck Joe Biden, right? And to be clear, right, this whole incident with the pardon actually doesn't bother me on its own so much, because I don't really care all that much, right? Because I know that all these politicians, right, Trump and Biden and Clinton, I don't know about Obama, I don't know who he pardoned on that one, right? Like Clinton pardoned his fucking brother, Roger Clinton or something. Like
the only other president to ever pardon a family member
than that, for sure.
Yeah. So like this, this is like business as usual, right? No, but like what the only thing that the last thing that galls me, then I'll move on, is that this is the thing that upsets like a certain cohort of liberal, right? This is the thing that upsets you. He didn't keep his promise, really, right? While he's been prosecuting a genocide for a year, right? While he's been undermining, like you're talking about rule of law, international rule of law, international norms that he had been preening about the entire time, about how he's going to be the one to reset the international view of America, right? We're going to be the leader in following those international norms and the rule of law. But he violated all that, right? But this is the thing that liberals get upset about. Like, fuck you all. Fuck you all. Sorry. All right. I'm done.
Soapbox over. I feel you, brother.
Anyways. So, I mean, yep, I guess that is true as far as like that's what people have been upset about. But then, you get to a point where it's like, okay, we're upset about it and you call out Trump for 8 years? And jack shit happens. Everybody on their side pretty much accepts it and agrees that, okay, this is stuff that we're willing to contend with and willing to be okay with. And then at that point, if you continue to hold your side to another fucking standard, then you're just screwing yourself. I mean, people like such as Gibbs in the past have said that Democrats need to play the game, specifically in relation to the situation with Mitch McConnell, and how he didn't allow, a Democrat to get appointed to, or a liberal to get appointed to the Supreme Court under Obama, and said that, oh, well, Republicans are good at playing the game, Democrats should play the game. He was absolutely right. Democrats should play the game. And you know what? If they decide to do stuff that previously they were like, oh no, Trump can't do this, because saying, oh no, Trump can't do this got nobody nowhere, then I mean, you know what? Go for it. What can I say at this point?
Glad to
but
see
the
you
point-
embrace
the problem is
fascism.
this. Hold on.
Let Ali go ahead. And
So
then
wait, but like Katya, like that's the failure of the Democratic Party as like once again for the left, because it's like you won't hold you should be holding Trump to the same standards that you want to hold Biden to. And if you're not holding your side to to any standards just because the other side doesn't seem to have standards, well then yeah, your party lost. And now all the people
They've
who
been
don't vote
trying
Democrat
that
now,
for the
it's on
past
your
8
hands.
years, and it got nobody
No.
nowhere.
You've been holding the other party accountable for 8 years.
Liberalism
We have
isn't
not- we have-
working. Let's
we have
try
not been
fascism.
holding our party. We have not been holding our side accountable for 8 years. All we've been doing is bitching about Trump for the past 8 years, which is the only reason we lost. We did not focus on any of the demands that we needed. We didn't focus on any of our constituents. And so now our fucking
Absolutely,
side,
yes. There
So
was
we
a lot of focus on it. Absolutely. I don't
wasn't.
know if y'all are smoking
there
more
wasn't.
crack than Hunter Biden, but you know what? Absolutely.
We're the
tons of shit
constituents
has
telling you
happened
that we
under this
weren't reached. So
presidency.
like you can't tell me that we were reached just because you were reached.
Right, your
You just
constituency. Okay,
justified
that
it.
you're
You just
Sorry?
justified the corrupt nature of
People
either
didn't come out and
pardons.
vote.
Nope, I
Of
justified playing the
appointees.
game, okay? I
Well,
didn't
you
justify
lost.
it on a
Well,
moral
yes,
basis.
And what is
our
playing
side
the
can't play
game?
the game
The
because
game
we're bad
is-
at playing the game. We lost.
Is
They
lying,
played the game.
apparently.
No, they
You're
weren't
just-
playing the game until now. I was
you're
saying
li-
they
you're-
should have done
yeah,
this
you're
years
literally-
ago.
Now, this is where I
So
disagree.
they
Hold on,
should
hold on,
have
hold on.
thrown away any
Instead of
principles that
focusing on
they
the
claim
other
to
side
believe on
and
years
judging the
ago.
other side, you should have
Oh.
focused on strengthening the party within, actually forming bonds with your constituents and your people. But when none of the people that are voting for you feel like you reached out to them, like when none of the people went out and voted for you, when a lot of the Democrats are like just now non-voters,
A lot of it was over the situations with the economy that were completely unavoidable.
it was a lot. It was over everything. You guys keep you can't pick one thing. It was over everything. Biden being
What did I say? A
delusional,
lot.
It was
Okay,
over
then let's-
everything. It wasn't over one thing.
Okay,
We got to start.
I said a lot of it was over one thing. I didn't say
I
everything.
know, and we have to
So-
stop this whataboutism for the other side. We have to focus on our side and the problems within us, and not focus on the other side. They have their own problems. Let them have.
Right, but it seems like a lot of what people are
I
saying about the problems
love
within us are
opium.
we need to pander to people who literally, when they've been pandered to before, they don't vote either way. Like, what are you supposed to do? Pander to people
Don't
who
pander.
never
Actually, do something. Come with better policy.
Ali, so do you have another point?
The
Okay,
The pandering
then we'll
for
go to,
democracy isn't
Upton
working,
Gibbs
so
and
we'll
then
just
Blackwood.
violate the
Yeah,
law.
so
Of
so
course,
What the fuck is
that's
wrong
what we'll
with
do.
I have
No,
said to
y'all
play
are,
the.
the right did it for however long. I mean,
Hold on,
what difference does that
hold
make?
on. I have said to play the game, right? And this is where I disagree with what you're saying, Katya, right? Like there's levels to the game. There are things you can like absolutely not do within the game. One of them is treason, right? And here's the issue I have. I've already think that the Bidens are committing treason. That's before I even found out anything about Biden's laptop and the Ukraine shit. But like, hey, now I definitely think they're committing treason all around. However, so when we talk about treason, we talk about playing the game. There's a difference between like outright like nepotism, like oh we're switching people out, and you've had control of the executive branch for 16 of the last 20 years. Like, this is Trump shaking it up, right? Trump shaking it up. They're trying to put their people in there. That's playing the game. We're playing the game y'all have established. Y'all built an institution that we see as corrupt. Many of the independents see as corrupt. MAGA people see as corrupt. Conservatives. There's a coalition now. Y'all have had this institution for many, many years. And then we're going to put people in here. We're going to do this. And then y'all turn around and have the audacity, after y'all done that, to sit here and go, look, Trump is playing our game now, and this is terrible. He's appointing people, trying to get his people in there. Evil.
That's not what- that's not the problem I have with him, though.
That is what y'all do. And then you're going, oh, it's evil. Trump's doing this. And then y'all's leader, the leader of y'all's party, the president of the United States, goes and says, you know what I'm going to do? My son has committed treason.
That's not the problem I had.
And I'm going to pre-pardon him so that he can't face firing squads. And I don't want be able to be able
was
to
that
get
ever on
firing
the
squads.
table?
Yeah, that is.
Well,
Yeah, he committed
that's
treason.
appropriate. That's actually on
That's
the table.
appropriate
for
response
treason.
for
Right,
treason.
I understand. Okay, fine. Well, I understand in y'all's heads that's what's appropriate. Was any prosecutor going to do this? Is anything
Yeah,
on the table?
I mean,
so he has
maybe
to, right. So
God,
he
I
has
wish.
to pardon him to
God,
get
I
ahead of
wish.
charges that are never going to come.
If Kash Patel comes in and reshakes up the FBI, and suddenly we get an investigation, and like they did to Trump, and they find overwhelming evidence suddenly that says, "Hey, he committed treason," are you going to bitch when they came out and say, "Hey, firing squad,
hold
for this guy"?
on.
You're not.
Right, if
because
the
right now
Democrats
argument
waited
is,
minute.
hold on, our argument's been for a while. These specific organizations, ATF, FBI, NSA, are corrupt as fuck. They're run
You're
by the
gish galloping.
Dems. And no, we're not. And we're going to sit here and we want to put new people in. And so why? We're going to sit here and go, hey, you're going to just pardon this guy for committing treason. It's to prevent him from us finding these things once our people are in power. And y'all are just butthurt.
Okay, if the
that y'all lost
Democrats have
power.
been in control for 16 years, and I'd say more people believe Trump committed treason than believe Hunter Biden committed treason, then why should I be so worried that if Hunter Biden was held
Feel
to
the
2
majority's
seconds
not
of
an
Kash
argument.
Patel, right? It was held to 2 seconds of Kash Patel, he was going to be in danger of getting charged with treason. Yet they couldn't do it for Trump for all these years, despite having control over everything and Republicans having control over nothing, and the corruption being on one side, like y'all say. That's ridiculous.
It is. It's
Yeah,
mainly
you're correct because
Lactoid.
what did he
Have
actually
these decisions.
do? As Lactoid opened up hours ago, what he's a felon,
Right, this is an hours-long panel.
Explain how he's a fucking felon. Explain the crime he
That's
actually
not.
committed.
Those aren't the charges that I was talking about. I'm not saying that he's.
which charges are you talking about?
Committed treason or
Name
anything
them.
against the United States because of.
Name them.
Before,
You
well,
said he committed
excuse
treason?
me.
Name it.
I said that more people believe that than they believe that about Hunter Biden.
I don't think that's true.
And
'cause
if
what
I'm
would
gonna
be
say,
contrary-
if-
That's why he got elected. Makes sense.
If you're gonna say that Biden committed treason over the border, yet you're
got
not
it.
gonna say that Trump committed treason over, the entire stuff with like trying to do fake electors and trying to
Did he
basically
commit
steal
treason
the
or not?
election.
Did he
Hold
commit
on.
treason or not? Did he commit treason or not?
I mean, I'd say potentially committed what seditious like sedition, but I don't know if I'd go as far as treason. I don't know about the exact.
That's the issue.
In what way?
A lot of copium.
Stop
and
appealing
the
to the
answer's no.
majority. Make an argument. If you believe that he is corrupt in some capacity, which I do, right? But I'm putting it on you, right?
You're
I believe
running
he's
away
corrupt.
from my original point.
No, I'm fucking
You're running
not.
away
I'm
from
calling
my
out
original
your bullshit
point.
argument
My
that is an
original
appeal to
point-
majority.
Stop. Well, yeah, because my original point was an appeal to majority. Because my original point was that more people believe, or it's more publicized, or more of the part of the government that's in control over everything, or whatever, thinks that he, is on the hook for these things, then thinks Joe Biden's son is on hook for these things. Yet somehow you also believe that none of these charges would stick against Trump, but Hunter Biden's going to be held feet to the fire within 1 second of Kash Patel being, in there because he's going to shake it up. I'm confused as to what he's going to do. And then you change the subject to something else.
No, well, you just admitted that your whole argument was an appeal to majority, which is a fallacious argument. So you just admitted that you have no argument. But to explain the questions, I am opened by saying
I need to start
that we
writing
have
down
to-
your fallacious arguments, bro.
Well, yeah, you should probably learn logical fallacies if you're going to be doing debates.
I
online.
know
You should
quite
probably
a few of
understand
them,
those.
thank you.
It would be
I
very good for
absolutely
you
do.
to have some basic level of rhetoric. But again, I
Good for you,
started.
thank you.
I was the first person that spoke in the panel after we did our opening statements, and I said when I discussed the Fifth Amendment that was being taken away by pardoning, that it all depends on whether or not Kash Patel and Trump actually want to go after Hunter Biden. And I also referenced the fact that on multiple occasions, Donald Trump had said that he was considering but not sure whether or not he was going to pardon Hunter Biden. And I said part of that might be because of the same reason that he didn't go after Hillary Clinton, because he's more concerned about cleaning up our government and about our economic situation than necessarily going after our political enemies, which is very different from the left, who have been weaponizing the DOJ and weaponizing local courts all across, especially within New York, so that they can go after him for trumped up charges, pardon the pun. So, and pardon the pun on pardon the
Very
pun.
cute.
So again, yes, I said that you were making a fallacious argument by saying that there is this appeal to the majority. The appeal to the majority, right? Saying more people believe A than B.
More people in
does
the
not
DOJ.
change- doesn't. Okay, so now that's a completely different argument. That's a goalpost shift. That's another one you should write down as you learn the basics of rhetoric.
No, I originally said the DOJ the first time, and then I
No,
just
you
said
didn't.
more people. And
No, you
yes,
didn't.
I did. If you weren't listening, that's not on me.
And again, we are talking about the president and why the president and his staff went with the pardon. Okay, it is not based upon the popularity of the decision. He's a lame duck president with a month
I
left.
didn't say
It
the
is based
popularity
upon
of the
whether or
decision.
not he is. All right, you know what? I'm done cooking you.
No, I
You're
was
cooking
talking about the
yourself at this point.
likelihood of something happening.
let's go to
That's an entirely different argument than people
Well,
believe
let's
A and people believe B.
We've already we're like running out of time.
Unless those people are the ones in charge of charging people, yeah.
Joyd.
I think I've made my argument clear as to why I think the pardon is justified, right? I think Hunter Biden is a victim of having his constitutional rights trampled. But that being said, he obviously was a terrible person, and Joe Biden lied when it came to pardoning him. I want to talk a little bit about whataboutism, because, again, this is sort of at least on Twitter, a few times during this debate panel as well, but primarily on Twitter, this is like the primary response. And Prime is obviously immune to this, which is, I think, a very endearing quality. So very refreshing. Ali is also really good, despite, again, being way more left-leaning than myself or Gibbs or Scott. I think very much proven to be immune to this. But the reason I hate it so much is because it feels a little bit like the justification that gangs use for gang warfare, right? Sort of like, I'm going to pick off one of you, and then you're going to pick off one of me, and then before you know it, back, forth, and now you have a war, right? I mean, the logic, we're probably a week away from Destiny saying, well, the Saudis flew a plane into our building, so we should just be able to fly a plane into their building, right? Oh, they want to complain about that? They want to complain about their buildings coming down? They did it to us. Look at that. It's like motherfucker, like, you need to be able to criticize your own side. You need to be able to take a step back and say, like, I'm not going to justify this. And if the Republicans do something, I spent the whole panel arguing that the Republicans were unjustified, and I do think it was political that they went after Hunter Biden. I do think it was bullshit, and I've been clear about this from the moment that the trial began. I've been saying this, like, based on what I had known at the time. I thought it was ridiculous, and this is not me saying, well, like, the Republicans are beyond fault, because they're not. There's plenty that Trump, his credit card fucking interest cap is price controls. He spent the whole fucking time ranting about Kamala Harris's price controls, and now he's trying to put in price controls. Ridiculous. And it's something that I was, again, critical of immediately. But how ridiculous would it be for someone to very accurately point out, hey, Trump's proposing price controls, and then my response be, well, what about Kamala Harris's price controls? Great, we can talk about that in a second, but let's address Trump's price controls first. We can address all the shit that is wrong with Trump, which, I mean, we have, and the internet disproportionately has for years now. But I want to talk about Hunter Biden and like the actual qualities here, right, having to do with Hunter Biden's specific case. I don't think it's justified to say, well, Biden's just playing the game that the Republicans set up. Joe Biden looked everybody in the eyes and lied. He directed his press secretary to lie. And Prime's right. I mean, this is the guy that there's videos of him pushing, like, you get caught with this amount of crack cocaine, 5 years minimum. We're gonna come after you. 5 years. There's nothing a judge can say about it. Almost like verbatim is what he said. And now, when his son gets in trouble, all of a sudden the rules are different.
He did love saying the N-word a lot during the Clarence Thomas confirmation.
It feels to me like it's just so unprincipled, and it's just like Hunter or Joe Biden definitely, whether he did something right or wrong, like the one wrong thing he did is he lied straight up, and it's fair to criticize him for that, and it's fair to criticize a level of hypocrisy with his own standards and his own statements prior. And I think the one thing that we should push Biden to do on this, I think this could go so far. We should say, Biden, let's make this not about you and your family. Let's twist this into a principled position. Pardon every single person in the United States charged with crimes similar to Hunter Biden. He will go down as a good president, all things considered, if he does that. I'd be genocide. Well, sure. Well, we'll talk about that later. But when it comes to, I sincerely, I think it'd be a great thing for him to do. And I think now is the time to push him to do it. Now is the time to make him feel bad about the fact that he's holding other Americans to a different standard than his own son. And the solution to this is not just to crush Hunter Biden under unconstitutional charges. It's to liberate all Americans from this bullshit.
I agree.
Yeah, I can agree too.
Yeah. Okay. Then we've hit our time. Unfortunately for Michael, we didn't get to participate much.
Rocky Magoo.
He came in with a fancy new haircut, though. I didn't get to acknowledge that previously, but
several fancy hairs were cut.
Several fancy hairs, indeed. So we'll end it here. We're going to give an outro to all these individuals. Guys, if you've liked this content, please consider helping out the channel. We do need your help. Majin BMAC gave the sub earlier, but I definitely could use more help. So consider subbing to the channel. I think it's getting subs using Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here. That's how we keep this channel going. But we do need your help to make that happen. YouTube's super chats or memberships on YouTube are also helpful as well. So let's go to our friend Lactoid. Thank you for coming through. I think we had a fantastic conversation all around. Like consensus building happening here. We love to see it. Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, no, it was a great time. I think I basically got up my entire closing out in my earlier rant. So thank you so much for having me on. Appreciate all of you so much. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Absolutely. Next, our friend Scott. Scott, yeah, I love it when we can build bridges. Yeah, this was, actually a lot of fun, friend.
Yeah, I am a libertarian anarcho-capitalist. You can find me most times on YouTube or Twitter. Follow me, Fabian Liberty. It's pretty easy. And yeah, I don't really need a big closing statement or anything about this. I just, I agree with pretty much everything Lactoid said. And I did from the beginning on, the bullshit of it. I don't think it is interesting to find libertarians, in name, we'll say, that are so trusting of the DOJ and, the three-letter agencies of government. And, obviously they did a good job because they have an R next to their name is a little silly to me. But, hopefully Cash and Trump, put their money where their mouth is, because there are a lot of criminals still out there. And, James Giller, criminal. Nathan Wolf, criminal. Neil Callahan, criminal. John Loesch, criminal. John Kerry's stepson, criminal. The real players involved are not even these names. The real players involved are the CIA and InQtel and DoD contractors such as Black and Vetch. And we need a full accounting of what occurred in the biolabs and in the way those things were built and the millions of dollars of taxpayer money that was funneled in those directions towards the Biden family. And I hope he doesn't pussyfoot out in the name of peace and restoring the economy. I hope he fucking, burns some people like they deserve.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, that was your not big closing statement, Scott. But I'm curious to know what
just naming names. You know what I mean? Like I could go through their connections if you want. You know what I mean? Like I got 6 pages of notes here.
I believe you. But yeah, as always, this was great, entertaining, and informative, and bridge building, which is always lovely to see. And also as a sort of an observation, I never thought I would be on a panel and the phrase like, did you hear what Whoopi said would be uttered. That would never have crossed my mind, but I was happy to see it. But you could find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell, Cracky Magoo, Grade 1 Motorsports, Ali, Katya, Gibbs, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Whoopi Goldberg is vile. Like, have you seen, like, I don't think you guys have seen many clips of her on The View. Right, but like her entire time there, all she's been doing is protecting the powerful people, right? Especially her friends, right? Have you seen like this person, this liberal or whatever, right? This Hollywood star, that's her friend, and so now you're making accusations of them? Of course not. She did the same thing with what's this actor? I can always forget his name now. Passion of the Christ. And
Jim Caviezel or Mel Gibson or
Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, right? When the charges came out, she's like, well, he's not anti-Semitic. He's like out there saying that horrible things to that cop, right? And like literally have him on tape with the audio. Right. And she said, well, of course he's not anti-Semitic. He's my friend. I know him. He's not racist. I know him. He also says some racist shit. But I know him. That was her argument. Go back later. She just keeps saying over, but I know him. Right.
Don't forget she introduced him right before he was before he won the primary in 2015 as her good and
Joe
close
Biden?
friend on The View. No, Donald Trump.
Oh,
good and close friend. Telly started having his politics that didn't agree with the
She
liberal
defends
elite.
the powerful all the time. She likes being within the circle, right? The social circle, like the dinner party circuit, right? Like she loves it. And anyone in there who's nice to her personally, right? And who's part of the powerful, who's maintained the status quo, well, of course they're good, they're kind, and anyone challenging them, well, then you're the problem.
My
Fuck
brother,
her.
just listen, my brother, just assume anytime a elite in Hollywood is speaking that they are probably a narcissist and potentially a pedophile. And it will make your life so much easier if you just work off of that assumption that with that group of people, guilty until proven innocent. With everyone else, innocent until proven guilty. But if you're a Hollywood millionaire, I'm just going to assume until evidence suggests otherwise that you are a narcissistic pedophile. And your life will be so much better if you just assume it.
Fair enough.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party, exactly.
The only thing I liked about Whoopi is because, and maybe Gibbs will feel the same way, she starred in the Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation, and she had a good character there.
Everything comes back to Star Trek.
Guinan was big.
Everything comes back to Star Trek. It applies to like everything. Well, anyway, sorry.
True.
Yeah, first in closing, I think we need to take a moment of silence for the current press secretary. If there's one job that I don't want right now, it's that of press secretary. That shit has got to be fucking terrible. Also, I want to say, after the panel, your modern day political prophet, Admiral Gibbs, that's me, I'm going to be giving lessons on logical fallacy and fallacious arguments and how they differ from fellatio, and which is better for the United States. Speaking of fellatio, I'd like to reiterate that this week another prediction of mine was made correct in the most literal and technical sense, and that was people on the left are getting in bed with Nazis. I couldn't have called that shit better if I protected myself, which I did. So perfect. I knew it was coming. Y'all are literally physically in bed with him, as well as I don't know, taking up their policies and trying to implement fascism is terrible. Much like the Wolf of Wall Street, my predictions are so scary accurate that I'd rather you people remember my misses because they're so goddamn few. Another one final pearl of wisdom: we'd all be much better off if we just minded our own goddamn business. I've got a big fan of that. I'm sorry to all you nosy fuckers asking all these goddamn questions all the time. Y'all don't need to know the answers. And you can find me on all platforms as Admiral Gibbs.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. Kareem Jean-Pierre, KJP, the White House press secretary, she's Haitian. She is a disgusting human being, genocide apologist, right? Spokesperson for genocide here in America. Fuck her. She's a disgrace. I'm ashamed of her. She should be hounded because after this, of course, that's what she's done. She's going to be doing the whole book tour circuit. She's going to do the
universities.
No, not just universities. I'm thinking about cable TV. Maybe she'll get a job, right?
Would you want to be her right now, though? How awful would that be? That'd be terrible.
No, bro.
She's gonna start a podcast and be the next Joe Rogan for the left. Come on, brother.
She's vile, right? And
rather die.
And I bet you, like, watch in the black community, people try to launder her reputation. Like, well, we should be proud of her. I mean, she was the first like black female secretary or press secretary that like looking at her identity, and then not the fact that she cheerleaded genocide. Watch that happen. Disgusting. I won't let it
awfully
happen.
close
Not
to a
here.
meritocracy. That's you're getting really close. You're leaning further and further.
Well, hold on, one second. What would have been what meritocratic? Like what
that you
what
want her
would have
that you
made
don't want to judge her
someone
for
else-
what she looks like, but on her actions. That's strongly
But
close
that would
to
have happened to
proper
all the other press
meritocracy.
secretaries too, because for them and all the other administrations, right? They do like the same thing. Maybe not a genocide,
in
but
the
like
flames when they endorse meritocracy. I thought we were all DEI.
I mean, I don't think it matters. Well, I don't think that. Okay, so well, I'll leave that alone. We got to end the show. But anyway, fuck her. But that's
Okay.
that's.
It's okay. America's healing. Trump's coming in. He's going to put a blonde with big tits. As the
Eddie's
press
home.
secretary.
Amen.
You know, and
I hope.
that's what
If
America
Fox
needs
News
to
does
heal.
that.
Apparently.
Fox News
We all
does
like
that literally.
looking at people with big
Literally, Fox
They know
News
their
literally
audience.
just puts hot chicks on television. You know, it's a bunch of old men. Hey, why not put a bunch of hot chicks on there and have them talk about politics? I'd rather listen to that, even if they're wrong.
Gotcha.
I knew that about you. You didn't have to
Even
tell
if
me.
they're wrong.
Absolutely. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, I dress too modestly to the point where, I have to actually like try to make arguments despite, most of y'all here thinking that I'm wrong, which I mean is fine. I'd rather it that way anyways. Anyways, thank you all. Thank you, Prime, for being a great host as always and, pointing out things about powerful people that we all knew. And then, thank you very much, Gibbs, for making it so I no longer have to fear that I'm in any danger of being the person on this panel that thinks about Destiny sucking dick the most, because he'll always have the #1 spot. And, thank you to everybody else on this panel for, being great debate opponents and, saying some interesting things.
To be fair, it was just convenient that it was Destiny. It could have been any lefty that was sucking Nick Fuentes' dick. It just
Well, I'm sure
happened
the
to be
list is
Destiny.
long.
Thank you so much for thinking
For
about
legal,
people sucking
for
up
legal
their nose.
purposes,
Allegedly.
it is currently alleged that it's Nick
Alleged.
Fuentes.
Alleged, you're right. Legal
Yeah.
purposes.
Also, one of the guys in my chat is simping hard for you, Kat. So,
Okay.
you should come to my chat, I guess.
What are you even saying? I'm scared now.
Welcome
Yeah,
to the
he's from
jungle.
Alabama. How bad could he be?
Oh boy. Let's leave that alone. I don't want the state to get mad at me. Let's go to Ali. Thank you, Ali, for being your friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Prime. I'm Sociologic on all things on the internet, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. You can find me there. But yeah, once again, I think Democrats need to take the whole left needs to take a hard look at itself and honestly reevaluate what the fuck the plan is for the next 8 years, because the next 4 years ain't looking great for us. So we need to get together and actually figure out what the fuck's going on, lest you want the other side to continue winning. But yeah, Prime, thanks for having me. Thanks for arguing with me, guys. Appreciate it.
Sociologic. Ali, real quick. When you tell people what your name is, let them know how many L's are in sociologic.
2 L's.
Yeah, because a lot of people search for you, don't find you because they're missing an L. Just because it's on the screen.
Underscores?
A lot of people
yeah,
let people know it's like
That's a-
sociologic with 2 L's. Let them know. All
Yeah,
right?
Sociologic with 2 L's. Thank you, Sky. I appreciate it.
That's all right.
Oh, what did you forget?
I completely forgot to do self-plug, sorry. Yeah, I'm Premier Katya on both X and also Blue Sky. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, our friend Grid1, you were great. I really loved it. Again, I love the aggressiveness, right? Stand 10 toes down, right, on your beliefs here. We love to see it. No apologies, right? Lactoid and Scott never apologized, and they really should. They believe some heinous shit. But you don't have to. So thank you, Grid1.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and have these kind of discussions. I do all over the internet. I try and get on panels here and there, but I'm just an old retired guy and I'm opinionated. So, that's where else can I go but the internet? I think the topic tonight was actually really good, and I'm actually really impressed that the leftist actually admitted that what Biden did was wrong and the amount of copium tonight was at a minimum, but I did get my fair share of copium, where I love the copium when it flows, and was not disappointed tonight. So I will enjoy coming back anytime you'll have me. I can be found on the internet technically I'm on Twitter and X. I rarely ever actually stream there. Mostly you find me on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man. And that is the @ is at grid1-motorsports on YouTube. And you can find me there. And I do 4 or 5 shows a week. And, do cool stuff. Talk about cool things. That's about it.
All right, thank you so much. And no worries, whenever I get the mic, I'm going to remind people that Joe Biden sponsored a genocide. I won't let his reputation be laundered by history. Not on my watch.
Appreciate that.
Good. Thank you. Our friend Aiko, I wish we got more from you today.
You just came to show the fresh cut. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
That was
styling.
it. Yeah. That was it.
Quick flex.
Yeah, there were a lot of things I wanted to say, but they were more appropriate for an opening than for a closing. So I'll just say that I think I might have said it to you earlier, like before the panel too, that this was. I don't think it can be overstated how bad this is, because I think that even though Hunter is certainly guilty of some of the things that he's been accused of, and would rightly go to prison for some of the things that he's done. That's not the biggest problem with this. The biggest problem is the sheer what I expect to follow. Because if he's willing to do this, I imagine that Biden would also be willing to pardon a bunch of other people who shouldn't be pardoned. And my problem with it is that a lot of the people that he's pardoning might be less guilty than Hunter, which is to say he's going to be in the long run denying us the opportunity to find out whether or not these people are guilty or not. Because I welcome prosecutions against people, because I don't think the courts are stacked. So if the DOJ goes after somebody and they don't have the goods on them, they're going to lose case after case. But if Biden pardons all of these people, then we won't have an opportunity to see that stuff play out. And that I'd rather let the court system grind its gears and show us whatever the truth is in the end. That's what the courts have historically been used for. That's what they're supposed to do. And I think a pardon takes that opportunity away from all of the potentially innocent people that if you believe that they're being unjustly persecuted, then we should let the courts play it out. And pardons take that opportunity away from us. I don't think the pardon power should be in the presidency as it currently is anyway. I think it should be out of the Constitution.
We didn't get a chance to address that, but I actually did want to work with that idea. Maybe we can address it some other day. But whether president should have power at all. We understand it's in the Constitution, right? You don't need a president going, "Oh, it's in the Constitution." We got that, right? But should that be the case? Yeah, I think that's something we should explore. All right, I'm going to send you guys off to this woman. Yeah, I'm going to send you off to this woman.
That's your username, this woman.
Yes,
we'll find out if this the one that we're being sent to.
It might as well be.
It's the new that girl.
This one or that one. Yup.
So come back in the future. Oh my god. Yeah, so I sent them off. Thanks guys for this. Stick around and talk some more a bit, but we're out. Thanks so much.
I appreciate it.
I really appreciate it. Give me 1 second. I'll be glad to chat. I just need to go see how bad the snow is outside.
I go. I do have to bounce, but I just wanted to quickly ask you, what would your reaction be if Joe Biden pardons Trump? Blanket pardon, same terms for Hunter.
If anything, I think Trump would hate that.
I think so.
Right?
I agree,
Yeah,
but
he would despise it. No, I mean it makes no sense from either direction, right? At this point, Trump doesn't need it. And it wouldn't do him any good. You wouldn't in the places where it needs to do good, right? Which would be in New York and Georgia. As it is, DOJ is just going to drop any charges. Well, they already have, right?
What if the opposite happens? What if, here, hypothetically, I don't know what world this does happen, but Trump goes, you know what would be a good political move, and pardons Joe Biden, and it's I'm doing this to be magnanimous. What do you think that people would react? How would people react to that?
Again, I think it would ignore the person being pardoned, right?
You don't think you'd win points with lefties go? He's like, look, I'm trying to extend an olive branch. Look how magnanimous I am.
Lefties hate Biden.
Trying to make the country heal.
The lefties hate Biden. That would just increase the perception that Prime already talked about how the parties, the duopoly is just seen as two sides of the same coin, right?
The uniparty. I think some people would say that. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think everybody thinks that it's the Uniparty. I think that if he went and did that, it could be a good political move.
No,
I think
but
he
you
would
said
build
lefties particularly.
Yeah,
like,
lefties.
if
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
mean,
about liberals, it's a different story.
I mean, anybody center left is technically a lefty. You know.
Yeah, but the entire left is
No.
lefties to the.
No, hold on. Let's have this debate. Hold on. I've had
Can we
this
actually
debate.
clarify? Yeah, let's
No, hold on.
clarify
Let's
where.
clarify this. So here's my argument, right? So let's say a T-Rex and a Stegosaurus or a Triceratops. Are they all dinosaurs? Are they all
Oh
dinosaurs?
Lord, have
Yeah,
mercy.
right. Okay, so would you say a T-Rex and a Stegosaurus are different because what? One's a carnivore and one's what? Like a herbivore, right?
Different types of
there's
dinosaurs.
Oh, okay.
difference.
So there can be a left, anybody left to center. That's a lefty, right? And then you're going to break it down. Oh, there's a liberals. There's your moderate leftists. There's your neo-libs. There's your whatever. So, yeah, when I say lefties, I mean everybody left to center. And then if y'all want to argue about, oh, I'm a rainbow-colored trout lefty, and I'm a, happy-go-lucky,
liberal
lefty,
was the
then so
moderate
be it.
left.
But anybody that's left of me, y'all are lefty. Well, not left of me, but anybody left to center, y'all are lefties. And I'm sick of having this argument, like at the greatest sense. It's fucking stupid that y'all want to say, now y'all are like, oh, well, Gibbs, you're a righty. I'd be like, yeah, I'm a righty, but, my specific is where it's like, goddamn, bro, y'all are the ones who love pronouns for everything, except
no.
when we talk about if it's left and
Wait,
right.
yeah,
You just claim to be. You just claim to be a far right Republican.
If you go to Britain and somebody there calls you a Yankee, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I guess I'm a Yankee.
Sure. I mean, I would be like, I'm a Texan, but
Exactly.
because
Yeah,
because we
okay,
want our
okay.
independence,
Yeah.
but still,
I'm a brand of Yankee.
but
It
hold on,
matters.
the Texans are the ones that can do that. If you go overseas, if they say I'm South Dakotan, no one knows what that is. They're like, yeah, I'm a Yankee, but if they're like, oh, were you a Yankee? No, I'm a Texan. Oh, Texas, because we actually won our independence. Unlike the rest.
They
of
would
the
just
world.
be like,
It's also just a big state.
When I
I'm
sound
sure
from
they'd be
Detroit,
the
people
same.
are
Alamo.
Florida,
There's
New
movies
York.
about it. We got
Those
here.
weren't
David
Texans,
Crockett died in
they were
Alamo. We're
Tennesseans.
famous, bro.
Gibbs, as much as I love trolling lefties, and I'm sure it hurts their feelings a lot when you say, "Oh yeah, even liberals are lefties," because they freak out. What should we refer to them as if we're talking about specifically like
right now
the kind of lefties that would be like, "Fuck Joe Biden," as opposed to like the lefties that are like, yeah, Joe Biden.
I
right?
think there's a
Those are
difference
two
between
different kind of
leftist
lefties.
and lefty, right? I think lefty
Is
is
that
just a general category
leftists?
for the
Does
left.
that work for you, Gibbs?
Yeah, I think a leftist is someone
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they're technically
philosophy.
leftists.
That's not common.
Right? But like a
common
lefty
usage
would
for
just
a
be
lefty
everyone
is
on the
someone
left.
who's on further on the left. Like now, you could say
I agree.
at least in terms of common usage, yeah, anyone who's left of center is going to be on the left. I think it's fair to say they're on the left. But the
Or
term
left-wing.
lefty tends to be, at least in my experience, used towards people who are further to the left than center left.
Yeah.
Like
I
people who
love
describe
getting
themselves
lectured
leftists
on
tend not to be
colloquial
centrist.
internet slang from grandpa.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious that like that people do this. Like it's just so booty. Like he's a liberal. Or, I heard today. Literally heard today. Like it was yesterday. They were talking about like there were people ready to disown own destiny on like the side over here. Whatever y'all want. They're like, because he's a liberal, and I'm like, so he's a leftist. He's lefty. They're like, he's whatever. I'm like, bro, he's left
favorite
center.
person today.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just coincidence. It's just a lot. I actually don't even watch.
I mean, are we gonna act like that wasn't a huge?
Yeah, it's a big news cycle story.
Yeah, big topic. I mean,
wasn't
Destiny
huge.
fucking Lauren
I don't even
Southern
watch
and
Destiny.
like the whole spiel, like him
This
being
is more
a
for
liberal
y'all
or a
because y'all
leftist,
enjoy him.
but his sexcapades with everyone who basically wants his whole sexual proclivity like illegal or banned. Yeah, that's a pretty big talking point.
No, dog, I'm sorry. Like, just go and Chad fish on Twitter, or sorry, on Tinder, right? Chad fishing, right? Go get some photos of 10 out of 10, 6 foot tall, 6-pack dude, okay? And go find you every single left-wing girl on Twitter and then just tell her you're fucking Republican. And none of them will fucking care. Okay, not a single one of it is all fucking performative. The idea that Destiny is like somehow special by like hooking up with some righties at some point is duh. Like he's not fucking special. Like
Also, he's never
almost
claimed
everything
to
the
be
left
anything.
does is performative.
Like he's
I
always
feel like there's a
described
difference though.
himself.
There's
Wow.
a difference between.
Partners are people, he doesn't care about what they think.
There were from I don't want to get too much into this, but there were some very specific claims that were made about one of the persons, and it kind of looks like that's not all true.
I feel like
So,
the
I don't
real
know.
issue with
I
Lauren
just fucking
Southern is she was
scrolled and
married
saw a
at
picture.
Lauren
and was like,
Southern. Yeah.
Mm.
Apparently, for a long time, it was specifically denied that anything happened with Lauren Southern, and now
Well,
it's
he,
looking like something
Destiny
did happen with Lauren
blacklisted
Southern.
Andrew
Yeah,
because
but
he
that's not
called
what
him
I
out
mean.
on it.
But that's not what I mean.
is
Yeah,
true. I
That
he
forgot
wasn't the
about
only
that.
reason why he blacklisted Andrew, though.
But I've also
I'm
heard
sorry?
him say that he
I don't
would
think that was the
lie
only
to
reason why he
protect
blacklisted
somebody
Andrew.
else
That was
he
part of it, sure, but I
Well,
think it was
literally
also
in the
because of that one
debate,
debate.
literally at the end of the debate, well, Andrew basically called him out for banging Lauren Southern, and Destiny ended the debate and blacklisted Andrew. I would say that that's probably the reason
That
he
was the
got
straw.
blacklisted.
That was the straw,
straw.
yeah.
I mean,
So what
it's okay if you want to try to
Wait,
ride.
wait, wait, wait. Which
Blacklisted him. He
debate
had
was
him
this?
back
Was this the
on.
one with
It's
the?
probably
Was this
easier
the
just to
January
ride
6th one?
Destiny than
Hold
to
on.
ride
Am I? Wait. Was it the January 6th one, or am I thinking about a different thing?
I think it was before the January 6th one, but it
way
was like,
before Jan 6.
yeah, it was.
Oh,
Yeah.
then I'm
Like
thinking
a
about
year
something different
before.
because he re-blacklisted him after the January 6th debate, and I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, that has nothing to do with him, but yeah, all right,
Well, Destiny's a cuck, so whatever.
Bays.
I don't. Oh my god. The games that
Dude, why would that bother
Clout
me?
plays.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
That's
This is what I was saying. This isn't for me. I think I didn't like what's. I don't really even know who the guy is that much. I've watched it like 4 times on Piers Morgan, and then I just know y'all are so obsessed with. I see his name brought up 50 times in every server that is like a left leading Twitch poll, and so clearly y'all got a hard on for him. I guess so does Nick Fuentes. So I'm just saying.
Wait, allegedly. Because I want to point out. Though, when I'm a little bit.
Oh, we got timed out at Wix. I think I'm still
he
timed
doesn't
out.
market him. He doesn't
mark.
market. Yeah, like I know there was some contradictory statements made about Southern or whatever, but he doesn't obviously brand himself as like this Puritan.
No.
Lauren Southern kind of does appeal to that audience,
this.
though. I think there's probably more grounds to criticize her from this whole ordeal, actually.
I legit I do not think she believes like half the shit she says. Come on.
That might be true.
I don't think
after
believes
this,
half the things he says. I think that
hold on. I don't know why this. Hold on. I don't know why this would implicate her, like her general beliefs.
It wasn't that she was having sex with Dynasty, it was the other things she said in the messages and her behavior in the messages.
I didn't see.
I think
well, no, and that she was fucking around while being married a little bit.
True that
you
too.
know,
But her marriage was
separated
to an
apparently.
abusive individual, right? And so these things happen.
So that's what you do. That's what you.
Well, actually, yeah. Actually, that's what
In alt-right circles, that is not what you do.
Unfortunately, that is what a lot of women do.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, like,
I'm saying that's not what she says.
I never heard his side of the story. I never heard her husband's side of the story, right? So I'm just gonna go on what she said, right? To be clear.
To be
but
fair,
if she's saying her husband, like, from her story, was gotten some very vile behavior, right? And yeah, when that happens, guess what? People don't like their marriage vow is already violated. If he did what she said he did, right? Then the marriage vow has already been violated. And at that point, I don't know. Yeah, sure, find comfort in someone else's arm.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I guess, but what I'm saying about the beliefs is that she said in the past that other people, like that shouldn't affect other people who are in similar situations. That marriage come first and the husband come first in other situations. That's why I'm saying she don't believe what she say.
You know what it feels like.
Even if she didn't believe that, and even if she wasn't,
sorry, she said, "I'm violating my own values by having this relationship with you."
No,
she's judging herself in the same way.
Right, and also like even if she wasn't espousing, right? Having done the trad con thing and wasn't a conservative and didn't have that, just from like I think what everyone can agree, divorce is a thing. You're not supposed to be fucking around while you're not divorced. It doesn't matter that someone is, I understand that it is tragic that if someone's abusive, right? I understand that is the thing. What you don't do, if you have someone that is, and this is, I have a hard time believing it. I do understand that it is true. But if you have someone that is supposedly violent and has violent outbursts and you're afraid of, right? Maybe the dumbest thing you could possibly do is instead of leaving and getting a divorce and going with your support system, is cheating on said person and then getting caught. Because if you genuinely believe that that person is violent, well, you know, what is going to happen when they find out that you're fucking around on them, right? The violence is going to get worse. You need to leave.
But
yeah,
Scott,
unless you're going to play
there, but,
7D chess
but
and
it
like
doesn't-
engage
hold
in
on,
your
hold on,
Second
hold on.
Amendment right.
It does. I agree with you, Scott. Right, but like people aren't rational.
Fucking Lifetime
within
movie
these
over here.
situations in general, right? Like, and there could be all kinds of reasons why a person might want to stay. One, just because they feel like in their heads they'll be weighing things and like, okay, well, me finding.
My argument's that's wrong. I'm not saying that people aren't swayed.
But also,
by
who it
emotions.
is changes things, right? Doesn't it, Prime? Like, let's say it turns out after like Bill Clinton cheated on Hillary Clinton, it came out that Hillary Clinton went and fucked Putin. Like, that'd be a little bit odd, right?
I mean,
wouldn't you be like, I thought you hated each other? Like, that is like some kind of like political disagreement here. What's going on? A little bit odd.
Like a direct one-to-one analogy. I don't know.
I feel like that could be kind of
it feels like a direct one-to-one analogy, honestly.
Because I don't think Destiny like feels. I don't know. He doesn't. He's not viscerally against these other people.
Didn't he accuse her of sinking migrants?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't know. I don't follow him the way you guys.
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know if he
Sinking
disagrees with her.
Basically, she went over to Italy to like fuck around with Identity Europa bitches back in the day when they were trying to intercept
fired a flare
migrant
gun.
boats and stupid crap.
And so like he's attacked her relentlessly for her politics and her actions.
Yeah.
And again, it feels like a Putin got with Hillary. It feels a little bit like that, assuming the allegations.
I don't know, but
true.
But okay. So I saw a video of Destiny, right? Like talking about Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes, was publicly dissing himself from Destiny in some way, and Destiny seemed hurt about it, right? This was before all this came out, right? Destiny, like, seemed like really hurt. Like,
why would he?
No.
He
actually
said, why would he do
about,
this?
like,
I'm the
his
only person that's
actual
extended
words.
this. I mean, I've extended an odd leave. I've put him in the mainstream. I've done all these things. So why would this guy go and attack me when I'm the only source of like connection that he has to any mainstream like relevance?
I put him in front of 14,000 people.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Like, I've been like, he said about Nick
Does he
that,
think he makes everyone's
he likes
career?
him. He's the one person he can understand or something like that. He finds him extremely honest or some shit like that. He was saying some like really interesting, sincere things about Nick, and seemed hurt that he was being pushed away.
And defended Nick from being a Nazi and like being he's like, no, Nick's not a Nazi. Nick's not doesn't believe
which he was retarded for.
Yeah, so I don't think that Destiny actually hates these people in the way that
he's a little bit of a Nazi. I mean, if we're being honest, like I've seen some of the things.
Yeah, Destiny was like, I don't know what he was smoking that day.
Yeah,
I don't really think Destiny disagrees with a lot of these people. I don't think Destiny is on the
Because
left
they're
as much as he claims to be.
That's what I'm saying.
Outside of the fact
he's
that outside of his sexual proclivities, I don't think Destiny is really all that much on the left.
Sorry,
Actually, hold
what
on.
was the
I wanna
entire like
push back on
situation?
that.
He was opposing Republicans constantly. Like, how did he agree with neo
I think
Nazis?
it's a good grift. I think it's a nice grift.
I think that's yeah.
You know who he is? He is the Derek Jeter of streaming, kind of, right? I think that's like a great comparison, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, up until what, like
I don't know
6 years ago, he was.
Oh, you don't know Derek Jeter? Okay,
I know he's a sports person.
I don't know. It's not
I think he was online. I think he was online.
Grift.
The whole thing on the right wasn't working. He was a gamer, so he appealed to the left. The left works.
Hold on,
He's already
hold
biased.
on.
Can nobody like legitimately
Ollie.
change their ideology? I used to be a right winger.
Hold on, Ollie. Hold on. He's definitely not a grifter. The guy is definitely like very much about his little things. And the reason why you're right, and he does share so many views with Nick Fuentes, is because many people on the left are actually Nazis in disguise. And I've been saying that shit for years. So it's no surprising that Nazis would have done with other Nazis.
Gibbs, haven't
Oh my
you said
God.
that you have no problem sleeping with women who are on the left?
I'm not judging for who he
Right.
sleeps with. I'm just
Yeah,
saying my
I'm
prediction
just
was
saying,
right.
but if
I don't give a shit if he sleeps with
sleeping
50 Nazis.
But
I'm just saying it
saying
was
if-
right. That's all I care about.
If you would sleep with a hot communist, does that make you a communist?
I feel like it's
It
different.
helps.
I feel like it is. I don't know.
I'm gonna kick the kid.
It's different. Gibbs is a man. It's different. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, so is Nick Flint.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah, but like apparently
Chinese,
he,
so I
you know,
don't know that-
arguably, yeah.
Is he though?
There.
But hold on, the thing is,
We don't know yet.
I don't. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think that. Oh yeah. I think Destiny, like, he doesn't share. I don't think he shares the principles of the left. I think that he likes to argue, he likes to be right, likes to be correct, and that he believes that being on like a liberal allows him to be more correct more of the time. Like, right, he can win more arguments as a liberal than he can as a conservative or as a leftist or anything else. Right, so he's planted himself as liberal, but I don't think in terms of his principles
Values, yeah.
that he's like some sort of like that this is his flag and he won't budge from this. I'm like, absolutely not. Actually, I think that he's free to move it. He doesn't care about that. He just cares about winning the debate, right? And then so afterwards, when he's not debating, he can do anything, right? And
Yeah,
so,
but that's because he's on the winning side of an argument.
Prime, did you disagree? Did you disagree with me before though when I said he has Riz? Because I mean, when you look at the roster, it definitely does seem to. The dude might have some Riz. I don't know what you said.
So I hear you, and that was
God, I
my
hate that
first
word.
impression
Just
too.
clout
Like,
and money.
Because
It's clout and money.
exactly.
That's not
He's
Riz.
famous.
Money or fine.
Is that why Southern allegedly did that? I don't think so.
But
It gets your foot in the door, though. It gets your foot in the door.
Let me tell you.
Once you're in the door, you just sell yourself.
I'll tell you
He was
exactly
already
why.
popular.
Right? I'll tell
She's
you
already
exactly. Hold on. Oh God, let me actually respond. Right. So I'll tell you exactly why I disagree. Yes, he puts his dick in hotties, right? Like a whole like list of absolute hotties. He does that. Sure, right? But he only seems to sleep with women who are in his like social orbit, right? Like he uses his clout to access these women. Like he could have easily just
that's just the ones we find out about. I'm sure there's plenty.
I don't
there's
know
probably
that's
plenty
true.
of non-streamers.
I don't know if that's true. He brings girls to his network. They get to go on stream for a little bit. They get the whole like, oh, I'm like a pseudo celeb, and then like the whole glitz and glam. The guy's a celebrity
Orbiters?
online. Like
Yeah.
that's
Destiny orbiters.
he doesn't. I don't think you'll ever see him like just like go find a random woman, right?
Do you want a
With
streaming
hottie.
career? Do you want a
Hottie.
streaming
Hottie.
career?
Yeah,
Hey, ladies, do you want a streaming career? Go sleep with Destiny.
Essentially,
yeah, exactly that.
Do you want to start your streaming career on Twitch with being able to get into the hundreds of views and then slowly go down to 40 to 50 viewers and then build your audience from there? Or do you want to fucking slug it out for a year building an audience and relevance with hard work and arguments over and over and over again until
Who wants
you
to
finally
work
figure it out?
hard? Fuck that.
Yeah,
whole lab.
I'm taking notes right now.
He is a multi-millionaire, right? He has access to high quality women, right? High quality women want to sleep with multi-millionaires. He could do that, and he could do that silently.
Quality is
right?
subjective.
But he doesn't.
To be fair.
Well, sorry, fair enough. I mean, hot.
Some of them are attractive.
It was hot. Right?
Wait a minute,
But like,
Prime,
yeah,
Prime.
he could sleep with some, and he could do it quietly and like not make a social media thing about it. But like he always finds these women. He brings them in, right? He reaches out to them, and then those are the only ones he contacts with, right? Like, and he makes it messy.
He's
He makes it
easily
messy.
bored.
He
Yes,
doesn't
we
make
know
it messy,
this.
though, Prime.
Well, no,
Prime,
but I'm pushing back against lactose.
I know. I think he does.
Hold on.
I think he does. I think the number of women, I think, is evidence of that. I know you're saying he's rich or whatever. I don't think that's all of it. I think there's other rich streamers that aren't pulling the kind of Derek.
Is the main
I'm saying I don't think
well,
the Derek like he's pulling straight up Derek Jeter shit, right? Like holy shit, like all these.
Come on,
if you knew him, you'd get the reference, right? But then like look. Let's be honest. Like have you watched his interactions with Botez? And I don't even know if anything happened out of that. We have no evidence that anything did. I think he's able to talk to women pretty well.
He's able to talk to women well. No one's arguing that, but like,
obviously he can talk to women
strip the clout away from him. He's not gonna pull like that. That's like the
argument. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna jump in about this one. Hold on. Let me just
1 second. We got a couple of things to acknowledge here. First, Jasmine Jafar and Farha, whatever her name was, and the other girl, Lauren, not so erudite, maybe I can't remember the other girl's name. They all admitted last year to taking money from the Democratic Party in various forms, specifically to say things for the Democrat Party. They were all Destiny orbiters at that point in time.
You're talking about progressive victory.
Yeah,
talking about progressive
we're well aware of that.
It's a pack.
It's a pack. I mean, who do they support? Do they
Yeah,
support?
but hold on. If I made Gibbs pack, if I made Gibbs pack, and was like, hey, Papa, let me pay you to like shout out for guns, would you not say, hell yeah, let me take some money from somebody that's the same thing? Like, come on.
You've not gotten the point. Anyway, they just came out and said it. They were all Destiny orbiters at the time. Destiny himself has come out on Piers Morgan several times and said, it doesn't matter why I'm saying what I'm saying. I could be getting paid to say this. You wouldn't know. Which is kind of an admission of sorts, given the rest of the evidence. So we have to wonder where, he's getting a lot of money there.
I would like to amend my previous statement. Okay, this is how I feel about it all. My previous statement was, if you meet a Hollywood elite, right, that you should assume that they're a narcissist and a pedophile. I would like to now amend this and add, if you meet a Hollywood elite or a famous YouTuber or Twitch streamer, you should probably just assume that they're a narcissist and a pedophile until proven elsewise. Because there's way too, like, there's a sex scandal from a famous YouTuber or Twitch streamer, like every fucking 6 months.
There's
It's
a
like,
difference between sex scandal and pedophile.
Whatever your favorite YouTuber was 10 years ago, just look them up, and then you're like, oh, darkness, right? And like, and that's what you're.
Most of them
right?
are
Like,
I'm just saying. Most of them
I
are
have to say something that I have a problem with nowadays.
I'm not saying Destiny is a fucking pedophile. I'm just saying you should just assume that these are a bunch of fucking degenerate narcissists that do crazy shit, that lie, that do whatever they can for clout,
and that when a person has power, right, and influence, right, then they'll use that power and influence. That like you have access to people, to resources that other people don't. There's
something unique about actors and streamers, right? Once
people in the public eye, same thing with politicians.
But hold on, Fabian, let me engage with this.
Because these are people that are engaged in a parasocial relationship with their fan base. These are people that need and crave affirmation from their community, because that is what feeds them to have the work ethic to be able to get famous in the first place.
Before he pushes back, because I want to. Before you push back, let me say this. So the other thing about Destiny is that you would think that by now he would make better decisions about his actions. How stupid can you be to be sexting
it's worked out.
a very young girl? Valid, real details of
She was an
your
adult,
life,
allegedly.
and not expect her to get pissed off and put it on
because he's a narcissist. Because
I wasn't done that when I was 19. She's a retard.
Hold on. All right, one I want to push back.
I wouldn't have done that when I was younger than that.
I'll give you the example, right? Like I don't know if y'all ever been to like Ren fairs, right? But like if you ever go to a Ren fair, like at some of the bigger ones, they basically turn into like orgy town after night, like after dark, right? And what you see is a lot of these people like to party, right? You like people are like hedonistic. They're like that's their fun thing. They go do this.
Yeah, they're
everybody
carnies.
has sex. Yeah, they're carnies. Everybody has sex. They go do whatever. They leave. Some of these are very attractive people, right? You know, and then if you're rich and you're a swinger or you're into this lifestyle like him, you know, you're probably gonna meet other attractive people as much. And so I don't know about the pedo thing. I don't think he's a pedo. I would say that, like, as pushing back on what you're saying, Scott, is I think there's people that are like swingers or have Riz in general. And yeah, once they get to a certain size, why wouldn't you be like, first of all, I don't know about your social, how do you talk to anybody not in your social, that like circle, right? Like once you know them, they're in your social circle. Two, like if you're rich and powerful,
I meant orbiters.
Sure.
Not,
but if you're rich and powerful or rich and like, you know, famous, you're going to have access to the best. Why wouldn't wouldn't you be like, oh, I got this hot orbiter that's a a supermodel. Why wouldn't I flirt with her and see what happens?
I'm not saying that.
I get to like
I'm
fuck
not
her.
saying that.
Oh, and then, well, I'm a swinger, so we're all swinging together, and her husband. Well, who am I to fucking stop this supermodel from sucking my dick? Who am I to tell him for like getting his schlong and suck my Quintus or vice versa or whatever. Like if he's just doing what he does in his bedroom is whatever.
I understand that you can't fathom a person having power and fame and not trying to fuck everything around them that's hot, right? But
I feel like in general already trying to fuck everything that's hot. Most of them.
All I'm saying is to people that actually have conservative values, unlike you, right? That when you're trying to understand like a streamer or a Hollywood elite, you should just assume that they're a narcissistic degenerate.
Because I'm not going to make assumptions of people because I'm not a pretentious asshole. Like it's really that simple. Just don't make judgment calls about people that you don't know.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying every one of them is. What I'm saying
just assume they are.
Yes, absolutely.
Hard to prove a negative.
I'm not saying you should assume every guy that joins the Navy is gay.
Let's let that go. Okay, give it a try.
We got it. Narcissist pedophile. We got it. Thank you.
It's the safer assumption.
One of the girls that he had a lot of drama with. I remember his wife at the time coming up to him and saying, I don't know why you started it up with her again, because you know what she's like. You knew she was crazy and you knew she would do this, and now she's doing it.
Well, crazy ones are the most fun.
And he said to her, yeah, but did you see the numbers?
Yep.
That was his answer, right?
I mean, he said multiple
times. A girl spazzes out on him, his numbers goes up. And now you could make that claim without him saying that, and maybe you could deny it, but he himself pointed to it in that one interaction.
He's right.
And
it's
said,
pretty
no,
fun.
every time this happens, my numbers go up. So that's a big part of it.
It's that defense, Katya. It's that constant defense. You can't hold anyone.
No, it's reality TV shit. You can't deny that. People love
I know,
that
but
crap.
if it just becomes everything, then anytime you want to hold the person accountable for anything, it's just like, yeah, it's fun. Oh, it's just you're downplaying it. So it's just like, right.
It is. It's reality TV crap. People find it fun. I'm just telling you the truth.
Yeah, and reality TV is it's fake. So when someone says that like he's like grifting or doesn't really believe the things he says and he's just saying it for the sake of an
that
argument,
has nothing to do with his political beliefs. That has to do with how he feels about content regarding
his
orbiter drama.
But his entire lifestyle is content and drama. Or like it's like the political stuff is boring on his side.
Well, then why does he continue to do boring political shit that, like, I find interesting, but most people find boring?
Because debate panels.
Sorry, I would like to speak. I'm not even talking about the debate panels. I'm talking about what he does most of the time, which is he often does shit that'll cause his viewers to decrease. Yeah.
He does research for debate panels so he can win.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but obviously winning isn't a lot of it.
That's
the debates and
as
debate
far as what
panels-
people find interesting.
The debates and the debate panels are just reality TV for a certain group of people, which tends to be dudes that are somewhat politically engaged, right? These debate panels are that's why they call them blood sports. People like people screaming and yelling in certain
You're
things.
right.
It's more entertaining than people having a calm, rational conversation about things that they believe in. All I'm saying, and I'm going to reiterate it again, and you're going to hate me for it, just fucking assume when someone is a famous streamer that they're probably a fucking narcissist that is a degenerate, because so many of them are, and you will just be so much happier if you just accept that what does it take to be famous
when they are not?
What does it take to be famous in
I think we've all accepted that.
in streaming?
Right, I agree with you.
It requires a massive amount of drive
You
towards
say that we're going to hate you
drama,
for saying that.
bullshit.
No,
Right,
we're not.
right.
Keep telling us to believe what we already believe.
So then like why are like I just don't understand, like it's almost like you want to believe otherwise, because then something drops about Destiny or something and some degeneracy shit, and all of a sudden we have to be like, oh, can you believe that? I couldn't possibly believe that. And it's like, if you actually assumed that was probably what was going on because that's the way they are, then you wouldn't. Then it would be a nothing burger when it came out. The fact
I was
that
not
it
at
is
all
something-
surprised. It was a nothing burger to me, but
I'm
I
not
mean, a lot
saying
of people
you
acted like it
specifically,
was.
right? Like,
it was a
becomes
lot
this
of people
thing.
did act like it was crazy. Like, oh my god, I can't believe he did this, which is absolutely Willy
Well,
Wonka
that'd
to
be
me.
crazy, but I don't think it was unexpected. I think people.
Yeah.
He's had enough drama arcs at this point, for us to believe that he sleeps with everybody. Like I don't know why anybody would be surprised by this.
It's not that anyone's surprised. I think for so for someone who watched his content for maybe a year or two, it was the Red Pill arc that I kind of got introduced, and from that then on, it was dude was preaching a whole shit about masculinity. He was preaching a whole shit about the left, but at the same time he doesn't portray any masculine attributes.
Yeah, I
and
was
then
gonna
he
say,
goes then
how
he
did you
goes
buy
around
into that?
then he goes around and while he's fighting for the left and being a leftist,
Go to the
it's
gym.
but you're in love with and you're having a relationship with someone who's against every single your basic your literal rights.
Yeah, they
right.
don't
The only
believe any of
thing
that
left
shit.
about Destiny is the fact that he's bi and that he likes to sleep around. Other than that, he's a misogynist. He's a racist. He none of his values are left. So I don't see where this
you could be, hold on. You could definitely be. Hold on. Misogyny and racism
consequentialist.
are not.
He's a
This is bullshit.
progressive.
Are not.
Those are all left.
Hold on. Misogyny and racism are not things that you have to be right to be. You can be a lefty and be racist. You can be a lefty and be a misogynist. Those are not things that make you.
I don't
right
think you can
being.
claim to be
believe that.
online and be super leftist and be I'm a progressive, but then meanwhile be
Absolutely.
misogynist,
I mean,
I think they kind of clash.
Bro, what do you mean? Communism is the epitome of being as far
I was
left
about to say, have you ever met a fucking
have you
tanky?
read Karl Marx?
They're
Have you
socially
read Karl Marx? You can't argue.
He's constantly saying he hates tankies or hates these whole things, and now he's
Right,
left.
no, I'm
just one
using them as
example,
an
bro.
example
Let's
of
just-
radical
He has not
left
left
people
the left.
that
When
hold-
was that?
Yeah.
that hold
He's
conservative
he's
values.
not a progressive anymore. He refused to call himself a leftist or a progressive. He's gone away.
He said he was
from that.
far left last
victory,
week.
bro.
He said he was center left, far
What
left
do you
last
mean?
week.
It has progressive in the name. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It's not like they're sitting over here preaching ultra capitalism over there. I mean, what do you think they're preaching? Jesus Christ! It's bro. I get it that people want to
He's
pigeonhole
not far left.
racism.
The Overton window has moved so far that Destiny is now considered right wing.
That's what I'm saying. It's
what's
insanity.
fucking
It's
insane.
literal insanity. Well, no, I don't think
And
it's
Donald Trump,
No.
his cabinet
Wait,
for
whoa.
Democrats
Wait a minute.
is like the far right populist.
Destiny's a genocide apologist, right?
He's
been
still on the
spending a year cheerleading a genocide. Let's not pretend that there aren't. Well, sorry, I'd say. Well, this is coming from me because I think liberals are center right in the first place, right? So it makes sense to me. It makes total sense that a liberal would genocide, would sponsor and promote genocide in the way he does, right? But he doesn't. The classic
Dude,
lefty
stop saying
generalized
genocide.
values.
It's such a silly thing to say.
No, I will.
It's
Sorry,
not
I will
genocide.
not.
It's
Sorry,
fucking dumb.
excuse me. I will not stop saying genocide. That will never happen. I'll never be told.
It's just
right?
factually
I'll never be
inaccurate.
told to stop saying it. Absolutely is a genocide, right? And we can argue about that some other time. But trust me, I'll never stop calling it genocide. It won't never happen. So you can give up on that right now. Fuck that.
But it just distracts from you because you're just saying silly
I will
shit.
not. Sorry, it distracts you because you don't like it. I don't care if you don't like it. I'm going to call it genocide. It is a genocide. What's happening over there? At the very least, I can call it by what it actually is. Fuck that.
Except it's
I
not,
don't care
and
if
you have
like
no
the
argument
name
that
or
it
not.
is.
I don't care. Sure, whatever. I'm gonna ignore that for now. I'm not trying to get that.
I
my
know
point
you're
wasn't to
ignoring
start-
it because this is
Yeah, hold on. I've had this discussion for literally months, right? So if you want to do this at some point in time, yes, I love it. I want the smoke. Trust me, I've done it many times
All right.
before. I
Yeah,
can
it's
do
fine.
it again. But in any case, yeah, I've not. That's not the point of this. My point is that he's a genocide apologist, and so to say that he has some sort of ideological moorings that would say that he wouldn't do this bad thing. Well, no, I mean he's actually completely morally compromised. So yeah, go ahead.
Prime. I mean, I'm obviously not going to go as far as to say what Scott was just saying, but one thing that I guess I have like noticed that's like my one little baby criticism is that a lot of the times when, you know, stuff regarding Israel-Palestine is brought up, it's with completely unrelated topics. And when it's like, oh yeah, and the genocide is brought up, it's like honestly like a bit of a bit of a mine in the conversation about something else, because it's either, you know, you say, oh, whatever, or you have to talk about that and then it becomes an Israel-Palestine debate, even if it's about something different. So that's like my only, I guess, little criticism about like discussing that in relation to other topics.
Sure. If I think that Israel Palestine is related in any case, in any way, I'm going to bring it up. I will absolutely do that. Right? If it's something that annoys you, it's something you're just going to have to deal with. I will absolutely take the opportunity to bring up the genocide. I don't care if it makes people uncomfortable. I don't care if you feel like it's distracting. If I think that I can make a case for it in relation, I don't bring it up randomly. But if I think there is some sort of relation, I absolutely will. I will.
Yeah, you can
never
bring up
stop
whatever
doing
you
that.
want.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, obviously, I'm also going to say it's silly when people say silly things. You know what I mean? Like that's what I do.
We should set up
You're
a debate.
free to do that.
But just the on the back on the kind of on the Destiny thing. One of the things that I've always found really interesting is there's this one clip, and I didn't save it. You can find it if you look hard enough, but where he's talking about somebody was criticizing his life and all of that, and he says, "Well, you know, I'm a multimillionaire. I live in a high-rise apartment in Miami. What do I care?" I think it was after his wife had just left him, and they were criticizing him for, you know, kind of that whole deal. And it was really an interesting dynamic because he didn't say that, you know, hey, I'm happy, I have my work, I have, you know, I have all of these, you know, I'm thankful for all these followers, you know, that watch me every day. It was, I'm a millionaire, live in a high rise in Miami, I fuck a lot, any woman I want to. It was exactly as Scott has described, just complete narcissism, completely out of character with what you would, well, not what I would expect from a leftist, but what a leftist would expect from a leftist. I honestly expect leftists to act that way. So
those moments are honestly partially out of character for him specifically. Like, I would even say, like that's something else. I think that he has emotional situations he should probably deal with, but doesn't. Yeah, I'll absolutely go out on a limb and say that.
I want to come back. I want to circle back to something Ali said.
He's
real quick.
dealing with it by taking more Adderall. All right, buddy.
That's how he deals with it is drugs.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that. You know what? I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say it's bad. I'm joking.
Yeah, I want to circle back to something that that Ollie brought up here, which I think is important because I've seen a lot of people on the left now rejecting Destiny, and their argument is something along the lines of Sociologic's made. It's like, oh, he's, you know, somewhat of a racist, somewhat of a misogynist, and I have a real problem with this because it implies that if you are either of these things, no matter if everything else you believe is left, you're somehow still like a righty. Right? No. And like, okay, hold on. And the lefties, I don't get mad whenever we don't pick their super special for snowflake name for whatever they are, progressive, liberal, or whatever. Like they cry. Like I'm not gonna sit here and get mad because y'all called, I don't know, a Klan member a righty. I'm not gonna sit there and argue about it. He's not the same type of righty I am. I'm not a Klan guy, but he'll kill me in the second roundup once he finds out I'm Hispanic. So like whatever. But I'm sitting here going, yeah, okay, cool. Everybody gets lumped into some umbrella. I want to cry about it, but don't sit here and go, oh, the right has this monopoly on the ideas of racism and misogyny, because like he might be those things, but everything else about the guy is ultra left. He said conservatives should die and be genocided. Like, come on, bro. Like,
I think once again, I think he just says that to like rile up his audience. But when I say that he's like a sexist or misogynist, I'm not saying that he's on the right. I'm saying that like all the things, all the values that the left claims to push that he's supposed to embody, he doesn't really necessarily embody those values. So like, yeah, when someone is a progressive and yet they're racist and they're misogynist and they're Islamophobes and they're like open Islamophobes and then they're doing like, I don't see any of that where like and also like not to mention I don't think you can be a progressive while shitting on people that got shot at a like the opposing side's presidential rally.
How are those?
Like,
why not? How can you not be progressive? Because you hate.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Like
it's super late. I have work tomorrow. Good night. Love you all. Goodbye.
Good night.
How? There's an explanation that I kind of want to run by you guys.
Sociologist, just thread this for me. Your claim is one cannot be a progressive and also be excited about and celebrate the death of people at a political rally, especially one that you're claiming is a fascist rally. Where are you making that connection? Where is that?
Yeah,
it looks
all
like a
these
logical
ideals
jump to me.
Are based on
honestly,
violence.
I don't. So like when as it's like in the metaverse, right? In the internet world, the left is not meant to be like this. Like it's supposed to be the nicer side, right? Like if we're gonna look at it, it's supposed to be the kinder side to women, the better side to minorities. It's supposed to be these things. And so what I'm saying is, like, if you're not embodying the things that it's meant to be, then I don't know how you get to claim that, like, any of those virtues.
Oh, I mean, look, you know what? I will take that at face. I will bite that bullet. Okay. If you don't embody the virtues that the left claims to have, then you are not on the left. The problem is you just got rid of 98% of leftists because they don't hold any of these fucking principles. Every person that believes in CRT is fucking racist. Okay. So now we have to get rid of every critical race theorist. Okay. Every fucking feminist. Okay, well, okay, you said misogynist, right? So I guess misandry doesn't actually matter in that regard. So maybe the feminists can stay. Okay, well then we're going to get rid of a fuck ton of the feminists, right? The further left you get and the more radical you get, the more you are going to embody racism against whom you believe is the oppressor.
Isn't that the horseshoe
sexism,
thing?
Right? But then if that's what you're saying says that you are no longer part of the left, then what is the left? And by your definition, the left are people that genuinely hold these niceties and these concepts of like equality amongst all, and yet the left are the very people that attack those same things. It's contradictory because these very same people attack white. Like the more left you get, the more likely you are to attack white people as a problem for being white, or men as a problem.
Yeah,
for
I think the
being
left.
men.
I think the left has a problem within itself that it has to take care of, like 100%. I think the left.
But then it becomes a definitional contradiction that essentially ejects the entire left from being the left.
Wouldn't you then just like work within, like have like determine the values, work within the values, and try to create people that are now, yes, push out the people who don't agree with those values. They're no longer part of the, like, what you would want to determine as the left. They would be like some other things.
Right, like I think most people would consider progressive, right? Obviously, progressive is much like socialism or the left is less about a specific set of policies and more about directional, as laid out by Engels in Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? But the progress and progressive means more wealth redistribution and more money and services for the disaffected, to include welfare, TANF, to include, Medicare for all, to include, the rich paying their fair share, whatever that means. How is that? How can someone not embody that because they say that a random white dude at a fascist rally got killed and they don't care and they wish it would happen more? And you're saying, well, it's because they're not nice. And it's like, how is that a definition of being on the left? Like all of the left is nice, but also like 90% of the left now have to go. Like I don't. It just doesn't seem like a cogent definition.
Well, just look at political philosophies though. Like say like Marx, right? Marx is like says super racist, wild stuff, and like all is right. And I think we all agree that communism is a political philosophy that is on the left, right? And therefore, if like basically if you have an asshole like Karl Marx writing like maybe some of the most leftist political theory ever, then like that argument really does fall apart. Like
he's written a letter to his friend about blacks that was horrible.
I mean, he's not the only one.
Jews are
remember
just
Goebbels?
Bad, right?
Remember Goebbels? He was a big old socialist over there, and 6 million Jews dead. Doesn't seem like he likes too many of these people, and that's ultra racist.
They would argue that the Nazis aren't on the left, which I find to be funny, but that's a separate thing.
It's like gatekeeping.
Maybe you're I don't really have a counter argument that like you guys are probably like, it sounds like you're right because I don't have, but once again, I think just like portrayal of what the left is supposed to be is the kind of like the only argument I'm making is that it's supposed
don't
to be
think
the
it
anti-racist.
ejects him
It's supposed to be
yeah.
these. Yeah.
I don't think it ejects him from the left. I think it just it exposes the hypocrisy of
that part. Could
that,
just
that they claim that they are these nice people and that they have these values and that they care for the disaffected, but whenever they're in power, they don't.
Well, even then, like, okay, so like that's actually somewhere where like me and Fabian butt heads on a lot right here. I think it's part of the reason why he thinks I'm a grifter is he is like a moral like idealist, right? He has those ideas, and yeah, he can talk about like the here and the now, right? But he like believes in these like these ideas, and he thinks these things. And there's the things how they should be. I really don't deal with things how they should be. I deal with shit how it is now and what's going to be best for Papa, right? So like I'm just honest. I'll just be upfront about it. And I think that the difference is though that he's not going to gatekeep me from these things as much, or unless I guess he thinks I'm a grifter, then I guess he is gatekeeping. But yeah, I mean, there's the problem.
I think
right
you're
there.
bullshit. I'm going to call
bad.
it out. You know what I mean? Like that.
I'm sure you can try. But yeah, I disagree in general. I don't think anybody, well, not with that part. That's fair. But I mean, I'd say that in general, just because you have like one or two of these bad qualities that people don't like to associate with something, yeah, sorry, in some broad sense, all y'all get, like all these people get like lumped under there, and it's like exclusion for destiny. All of a sudden, it's really hilarious. You can't just kick somebody to the curb because they're distasteful to you now, or it's politically inconvenient when they've been representing you for so long. Like.
I think actually sociologic. I think you've actually kind of stumbled on a greater problem of the left, and you've said it several times. But like the purity spiral of the left is part of the reason why it's so difficult to build a coalition, right? Yeah. Like when you look at the right, when you look at like how politics have shifted and opinions have shifted, right? The right has moved in the last 20 or 30 years a little bit to the right on cultural issues and a little bit to the left on economic issues, and they have coalesced together, right? So the trad, like obviously there are some splinters that have been ejected and are potentially growing, right? Like some of the legit fascists and some of the trad caths / ortho bros, etc., right? But overall, the right has shifted socially a little bit to the right. In some domains, a little bit to the left in other specific policies, but overall a little bit to the right. And then economically, they've shifted a little bit to the left. And what we see when we look at the data in terms of like political positions, obviously it's not perfect, but like what you see is you've seen the neoliberals shift slightly to the left from where they were 30 years ago. And then you have seen another faction of the left move way to the left on a ton of different issues. And they're not together at all in terms of a coalition. Like and this is, I think, so prominent in what occurred in the last election and even in the last couple of elections, is that you have had so many people on the radical left or that faction that are on that like further left position that are like, I'm not voting for a Democrat. They're the same as the Republicans.
That's exactly
right. Right. Whereas like you see a lot of Republicans biting the bullet and going, look, I don't like Trump. I don't like a lot of the things he stands for.
But it's better for our side.
But it's like it's better for like there's not as far away from me as let's say the tankies or the super woke people are compared to like the DNC candidates that are putting forward. And you are talking about this, like there's an ejection that is occurring. As a spiral occurs, more and more people get ejected, and there is this kind of feeling that like people like Destiny who have progressive policies, right, and who are center left and who are philosophically left wing, right? Like he's not a Christian, he's not a religious person, he's a a consequentialist, utilitarian liberal in the way that he views things, right? These are all left wing philosophies. These aren't right wing philosophies. Right wing people tend to be deontological in their positions. I believe this because God gave me the fucking 10 commandments and said this is true, or they like arrived there, via logic, like the objectivists or libertarians. And so, yeah, he gets ejected because he isn't good enough for the presumed values that they have. But the problem is as more people get ejected, the circling down the drain gets worse and worse, and more people get ejected over time because the purity that you have to have of these like cultural beliefs, become that way. I mean, like look 30 years ago at like LGBT people, right? Or LGB people, like so many gay men are Republicans now. Like, there are so many gay men that have become Republicans, despite the fact that, because when they were young, the Republicans were like, fuck gay marriage, fuck all these things, I'm not about that. The Republicans are mostly accepting. I mean, Scott Pressler, fucking is one of the major reasons that Trump won Pennsylvania. An openly gay man that was working with the Amish and working with a bunch of people to get them out to vote for Trump. And it's like, but because the left has gone from equal rights, neoliberal kind of equality for all ideas within the LGBT movement to queer theory, xeno, pronouns, all of this other shit is a part of the left. Like, it has ejected like regular gay dudes that want to get married to their husband, and they've become Republicans.
Sorry, this is just too much. This is too much, right? Like, yeah, like this was like people like Scott Pressler, right? In the, I don't know if he counts himself as a log cabin Republican, but that ilk, right? They existed long before the left got to this particular point in time. If you actually listen to those queer individuals, if you listen to the history, yes, white gay men have always been trying to exclude everyone else from the movement and be the respectable ones, right? To show that, hey, we're just like, we just happen to love someone of the same gender, right? But they were pushed out, they were marginalized, and they were forced to be involved with these other groups, right? But like the black queer leaders who didn't fit, who weren't telegenic, those individuals, they've been trying the entire goddamn time from fucking Stonewall. They've been trying to keep these people out, when it was those black queer individuals who actually did Stonewall, who actually were the ones, the rioters, right? But in any case, right? So like, there's plenty of oral history talking exactly about this issue. So like, whatever, right? So actually listen.
That's
to
not the existence of log cab Republicans before does not discount my argument.
Oh my God, you talked for like 7 minutes, man. Like, fuck.
I just interrupted you because you didn't argue against the claim.
Okay, so moving on. These individuals, they got what they needed from the movement. They got gay marriage. That was the only thing that was keeping them out, right? These are people who would otherwise be within those circles, who didn't have any principles of the left, right? Like, literally all they needed was this. And this works both ways, right? There are black individuals, plenty of black individuals who are conservative, right? In all their values and all their ideology, they are conservative. They feel like they can't be but Republican because of the vile racism that's like endemic to that side, right? So that's why the
left is more racist than Republicans.
They feel that they're trapped within the Democratic Party. But otherwise, in terms of their values, in terms of like in terms of all their intuitions, right? Yes, you would really firmly be in the Republican side, right? So this happens both ways. So they just happened to be marginalized enough to be put to be forced with this other party that was saying, we're going to get you this one thing that you need. They accomplished that, and so they naturally, through osmosis, filtered back to where they went to their natural position. So there's that.
Doesn't that prove my point, though? I mean, like, let's say I take it at face. Let's say I take what you're saying at face value, and we just assume for the thought experiment that it's true, right? That the proportion of conservative gay men and the proportion of conservative black men, right, has remained constant over the past okay, sure. That has remained constant. I don't think that's true, but let's assume that it's true. Your argument is then that, well, these people have always existed, but now they have moved over to the right because the right now represents their values, and they have gone away from the left because the left never represented their values. And so your argument would then be that I am incorrect in saying that the left moved to the left, but what has actually occurred is that the right has moved to the left. Is that your argument?
No. I can accept that the left has shifted farther left. Absolutely, right? I'm saying the reason why those individuals, specifically right now, I'm talking about like white gay men. That the reason they shifted, a cohort of them, not all of them, obviously, sure. But the reason why that group shifted is because, yeah, they had no allegiance to the left beyond their marginalization.
You just admitted that the left shifted to the left, right? And that they are no longer on the left because the right is now more accepting of those people. That's my argument. Even if I take that it's a constant.
Well, hold on. I want to jump in here real quick if you don't mind.
But it's different. At least maybe I misunderstood your argument, and that might be a possibility. So I reserve that. But it seemed like what you were saying is that the left has moved, and because of that movement of the left, now these people don't have a political home. I'm saying that
My argument is twofold. That the right has moved to the left on social issues and acceptance of certain people.
Yeah,
and that the left has moved, right? And my other argument is, which I didn't necessarily make, but is kind of snuck in, but I'm not trying to sneak it in, is that people are not constant throughout their lives, right? So the 20-year-old gay men today are not the exact same people, obviously, as 20-year-old gay men in the 1980s. And what I'm saying is that the culture and the political philosophies affect the development and growth and people as they are. And I would posit, though you disagree, that there are a larger number of log cabin gays and of conservative blacks now than there were then because of these cultural movements on the left and on the right as well.
I think both can be true, but I'll let Ali, sorry, not Ali, excuse me, Admiral Gibbs, because he's been trying to jump in, so I'll let him go in, but we could talk more about it soon.
Yeah, I want to touch on one other thing though. There's also like the style of the gatekeeping. I think is very different on the right and the left, right? So like, for example, right, like I was given a hard time in my chat because like, oh, Gibbs, you're gatekeeping. Right now, you gatekeep every Wednesday and call Tiberius like a lefty, a fascist. I'm like, well, yeah, that's different. I'm not going on here, and I've seen a lot of this on in these chats and discords and whatever, and they're basically saying, hey, this guy's not a lefty because he went on a show with Fresh and Fit, or he went on a show, whatever. Now I'm like, that is ludicrous. That'd be like y'all going, hey, Prime's actually a righty because he goes on shows with Gibbs and Fabian. Like, there's no way that like people are taking this serious. And they're like, no, because you platformed him, that you gave some sort of benefit to him, like that inherently makes you whatever. And I'm like, crosstalk is good. There's a different style of purity testing on the right and the left, I think. Like, and the right is much more like, okay, if you're like, even on our far right,
challenge ideas.
Like even on our
even
far
if they
right,
do it poorly, that's what they focus on.
Right, yeah, and like even on our far right, like, we got some like nut jobs, right? I'm like, I'm definitely not a white supremacist, even though I look like blonde-haired whitey, right? Or not blonde-haired, blue-eyed whitey, right? Like they're gonna because you guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna do a blood test to find out I'm Hispanic, and I'm gonna be like, fuck. They might not get me on the first bus ride to Auschwitz, but they'll get me on the second or third. It's gonna be a bad time. So it's like even then we're like, okay, yeah, I'm saying like so then we're like, okay, we gotta like watch out for these people, but what's palatable, we'll come together and be like, all right. We'll go vote for Trump because we may hate it, but it's like at least he's defending more of our shit than these guys. Versus the left, if you do any of these people, it's some sort of betrayal to like this ideology because all they do is like make their ideology their religion, and that's a problem.
So Scott, I think both can be true. One, there is a cohort of individuals that match exactly what you said, right? They say that like. I've seen the shift to the left of the left, and that doesn't attract me. And then I'm going to move. I think that's true not only of gay individuals, but of straight and whatever demographic. There's going to be people who have seen the shift of either the party. Not that the party's shifted all that much, but still the left in general, and decide they don't want to be a part of that. So I agree that they exist, right? My argument is that. Also, there's another group of men who, like, their natural equilibrium was on the right the entire time. And
I don't discount that. I don't discount that.
Okay.
I agree.
Right,
I agree that there were definitely, like, if we go back to like 1970s, right? I agree that there were definitely probably people that were economically conservative. That held some conservative, values in terms of their cultural values, their social values, right? But because they were gay men, They were fighting for a movement, and within a movement that was the only group of people at that time that was recognizing them and their rights. And they were fighting from a perspective of liberalism, of the fact that I am being denied rights as because I am a gay man. I can't get married, right? I can't see my husband in the hospital. I can't, I'm forced to testify against my husband. I have to pay more insurance. I'm being ostracized, right? And if I go out into certain places, I'm being attacked for who I am, as opposed to being in San Francisco, even though I fucking hate half of the shit these people are voting for. And then those people, obviously, as they get older and get even more conservative, maybe shift to the right, right? But what I'm saying that I agree that is a natural tendency of people. But the thing is that, as things change, new generations come in, and the younger generation of gay men, right? The Gen Z that may have voted predominantly Trump, right? Obviously not the gay men, right? But the Gen Z that may have voted predominantly Trump, and I'm not saying they support predominantly Trump, but in terms of Gen Z men, they did at the polls, right? This group of people, they go into school as a gay man or a gay boy, discover themselves, and they're hearing that white people are the problem. They're hearing that they're part of the problem. They're hearing that gay men aren't even really on our side because they already have all of their rights. They're what community is the community of the LGBTQ plus, whatever community is demanding that you hold certain political values to even be a member of their community. So of course, people that grow up under that environment are simply ejected from the movement. They're not naturally conservative, so they just went there. But as they develop, as they grow, they're castigated, cast aside, and call that they're part of the problem, which never would have occurred in the 1980s or 1990s for young men, gay men growing up. The left would have welcomed them by virtue of them being gay men, and they would have welcomed them by virtue of them arguing for equal rights. But now it's not about equal rights. It's about queer theory. It's about, destroying heteronormativity. It's there are all these positions that would naturally eject them,
I think
and that affects their development.
Scott, I agree with all that, but I mean, isn't that really just you're just defining that the Overton window has just moved with especially with regards to gay people. And we can I'll go all the way back as far as you want, the 50s and 60s. Raymond Burr was who played Perry Mason was homosexual. He had he never was able to marry. He hated being in Hollywood, but he was a very conservative person, right? So he was widely respected. So why and now he would be, by virtue of what you're saying, and I do believe this to be true, while he would be accepted by most of mainstream America, his own community would ostracize him to the point where he had to vote left. This is something that we see with the group called the Pink Pistols, who are a 2A advocacy group based in San Francisco, right? Is that they're ostracized by their own group because they choose to protect themselves and have some conservative values. That, by definition, if you are X, you can have no other tendencies or you get ostracized because they don't want anyone to step out of line and kind of threaten, that might be too strong a word, but to push their window out of shape, right? Like they have a very clearly defined with all of the gender dynamics and all of the queer theory and all of that. They have a very clearly defined bracket, and if you try and push outside of that, then you can and probably will be ostracized by your own group, right?
It's not really that clearly defined, but I get what you're saying. So my argument isn't so much that the Overton window is shifted for the left and the right, because that is true, and I agree, and that is part of what we were talking about. But more so, what I'm talking about is the fracture within the left, in the sense that if you are a neoliberal gay, right, you are not a Republican. You're just not a Republican. If you believe in like, you know, Medicare for all, let's say you have views very similar to Destiny, right? With like close to Destiny, right? But you're a gay man, right? You very well might end up find yourself voting Republican.
Pick up logic.
Because the radical left is actively attacking you, your identity, and who you are constantly. Like if you're a white gay man, right, and you have some concept of like liberal values, right, but you're not conservative, you're not a Christian, you're not super capitalist or anything, you might find yourself going, well, I ought to vote Trump, or I ought to vote for the right, because the culture of the far left that is part of this coalition that you're supposedly in is ejecting you. You are being attacked from the left by the left, and that doesn't necessarily make you a Republican, but it pushes you into the Republican sphere. And another example of this, not looking at gay men, look at like somebody like Joe Rogan, right? Like Joe Rogan was a Bernie supporter, still believes in Medicare for all. He still believes that we should have Medicare for all. He still believes in several progressive things that are anti-Republican, anti-conservative, anti-libertarian as well. And yet he finds himself ejected to the Republicans because he sees all of this craziness happening on the left, and he's like, I can't fucking get behind that shit. But he's not talking about your typical like neoliberal. But the problem is by forming a coalition with them, they are kind of one and the same, at least as far as that coalition is concerned. And like he can't get behind the radical, more socialist, more tanky, more critical theory, more woke left that say crazy, insane shit. And so he's supporting somebody like Trump who doesn't agree with a lot of his things, but is just saying things that are like normal people would agree with. Like, yeah, we're $37 trillion in debt. We should probably have somebody come in and get rid of 4-letter agencies that aren't working or giving us any money. Shit like that, as opposed to like you're evil white man.
I mean, who could disagree with the Department of Education losing $311 billion and not being able to account for it?
It's just, it's not as bad as the DOD.
I don't know. Did they? I don't know.
Oh yeah, they have an annual budget of $800 billion a year.
Yeah, but what about when did they lose $300 billion?
They cannot account. For the past 3 years
they didn't lose it. Yeah,
sorry.
They just
you're
won't
saying they
account
failed.
for it.
They failed an audit or something that
the last 3 years they've
for?
been unable to justify their expenditures.
Justify is different. Okay,
well,
so
justify mean reconcile it.
Yeah, for 3/8 of their money, they don't know where the money went. They know they spent it. It's not like it, I mean, it could have been stolen. It could have been thrown on a truck, but it's their accounting and keeping of where they spend money. Their money is so out of control, and they're giving to so many different agencies and programs, etc.
Oh, I
think
part
of that they're not keeping track.
That's
of
fair.
Is it money laundering or is it just bad accounting? Who knows?
Well, before we go down that path, because I know a lot of people don't want to do the conspiracy theory, even though I think you're right for a lot of that. I will say this: the Overton would have definitely shifted some. Like I've said that Donald Trump's basically Bill Clinton, but it's also like I think that.
Fucking a third of his cabinet are Democrats.
Yeah, I mean,
literally.
literally. I mean, even as like you sit here, you go, okay. I think it's also you spoke to the normal people, right? The economy's been so bad, and people are struggling, and like I really, it's the age-old expression. It's much easier to be sad in the penthouse than to be sad at home, wondering what you're gonna eat later. Like if people work on the economy, it's all this really comes second a lot of times. And I think that when people are hurting at the lowest level, they're more likely to go and vote with their wallet. And I just don't think that the Dems really got that, and I think they really were just lying to people and saying, "Hey, when the economy's good, when anybody gets out, all this is bad," and then they start purity testing in addition to this and going, "Oh, well, you should be happy things are bad, because at least." So-and-so is not getting it. And I don't think that sits well with people when you're going, man, my children are going hungry tonight. Man, I remember a few years ago, gas was $1.80, and now it's $4 or like
imagine-
get $5 and then get told
imagine
you
you're
work
a-
2 jobs. You don't count for 2 jobs because you're not working 80 hours a week at the second job. You're only
Well,
working
just
60.
imagine-
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, imagine you're a white gay man with some progressive values, and you're deciding who you want to vote for, and you're like your default vote is Kamala Harris, and then you go and you look at her website, and in several of the programs listed, they specifically talk about DEI initiatives for Black Americans and things of that nature, and you're like, so these are economic plans, but I don't count. Like, I'm not a part of this. Like, I'm not this isn't to help America. This is to help some other marginalized community that thinks that I'm the problem. It's like, and of course you're going to fucking think you're going to revisit whether or not you should vote for Trump. Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
if they keep telling, like, how many times do you get told you're the bad guy? Well, things aren't going great for you. Like, if things are going bad for you and the one party's going, you're evil for being white, we don't even want your vote, hey, lo and behold, it's not a surprise to anybody after that purity testing and you're hungry economically for you to go and vote for the other party. I get it.
I mean, yeah,
and
the
I don't know why
biggest
the Dems are getting it.
The biggest shift between 2020 and 2024 in the election, if you like, that are huge shifts, is Appalachia. Appalachia was blue in 2020, and all of Appalachia in 2024 was red. And in many of these counties, we're talking about like 30, 40 point swings, like mass. Now, obviously, Appalachia is, a microcosm as far as population and the electoral college, right? Because most of Appalachian counties are in red states, with the exception of like some of Georgia, but and like some of Virginia in a blue state, and some of people in Pennsylvania, which is swing state. But as a population, not a huge population. But what is Appalachia? These are coal miners. These are country workers. These are the places hit the hardest by fentanyl, because they were hit the hardest by Purdue Pharma's OxyContin, because that's where they went in and specifically lied to them and told them that OxyContin was a non-addictive opioid, right? These are people that have lost a lot of jobs as energy things have transferred over. And,
They shut down the
it's
coal
not...
mines.
Right. It's some of that is energy, but that doesn't explain the shift from 2020 to 2024. And I'll tell you what it is. It's a lot of white working class men, that work factory jobs, that work, distribution jobs, that work blue collar jobs. And so these white working class men, well, why did they shift so rapidly from, union Democrats to Republican voters? And it's the populism and the promises of Trump to fix so many problems with the economy. Some of it is their dumbass understanding of tariffs. There's a lot of things at play here. But a lot of it's because they've been ejected from the left. Kamala Harris didn't give a fuck about the unions. She didn't give a fuck about the white working class. They were part of the problem. She wanted a coalition of blacks, queer, and liberal elites and Jewish donors. That's all she gave a fuck about.
I'll you guys later. Have a
See
good
you,
one.
sociological.
Yeah. Peace out, guys.
Yeah, so, Scott, you're not wrong, but I mean, remember that the real problem, or the real interesting thing about Appalachia, is that most of them are what they call blue dog Democrats, right? Kennedy Democrats.
Well, I said union Democrats, but blue dog is another term. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're Kennedy, JFK Democrats, and so they looked around.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't recognize their party. My mom is one of them. My mom has voted Democrat every election of her life, and she didn't vote this year at all because she couldn't bring herself to vote Republican. And she, but there was no way she could vote for Kamala Harris.
Well, I mean, to speak that, like, I will say the opposite does also happen. Like, I know Iko here, for example. He said he was like a Reagan Republican, right? And like after, I grew up in the Bush era. He didn't like all the Bush stuff, so he started moving to the left on some of the stuff, right? And I can agree that there's some shift in like certain parties get pushed out. Like now we see the Cheneys, are in cahoots with the Dems, right? Because they can work with the neolibs now. Because and they didn't get into new power in the new segment, right? But it's kind of like, there can be shifts all around. However, I think this greatest shift has definitely been like the middle of the road people who are just like, I'm suffering. And I used to be working. I used to think this party was working for me, but every message is how I'm bad. And also, they can look at go, yeah, the left's message is this guy hates. It's going to be the trans atrocities if he takes over, right? But then they go and watch advertisements from DeSantis where he has the funk music and them screaming how Trump is like pro-gay rights, everything. So which is it? Is he the trans apocalypse, or is he going to be too pro-gay rights for the Republicans? So then they go, okay, he's probably middle of the road, and that makes it a lot easier to vote whenever you're like not as radical as some of these people. Like I like what's crazy is we'll give you an example. Brianna Wu is somebody I would consider ultra left, right? But now,
for sure,
now this is gonna sound bad when I say it. I almost think she's moderate leftist, right? Because the Overton Windows movie is so far left on the left, they're taking the ball and just running and just going and going and going.
Isn't it hilarious that one of the fucking Gamergate people is now fucking center left moving to the right? I mean, that's where we're at.
It's insanity, bro. I was on a panel with her the other day. It ended up being me and her and agreeing on like foreign policy, and I was like, "Oh God, what's happening? Either these two people are crazy, which was what it was, or it's just like she's seeming reasonable because just the alternatives is like literal insanity, and like that's what's going on. They're just taking the ball and running." And,
I do want to say there was a moment that I think was the death of the Blue Dog Democrat, and I was trying to remember it. 2016 primary with Jim Webb. That is when the Blue Dog Democrat died, because he was on the debate stage with Clinton and not Edwards. Oh God, no. God, who was it? It was some guy from like from the mid from like the Northeast who didn't do too well. And then there was one other person. I can't remember who was running that at that point in the 2016. Could have been Bernie. I think it might have been Bernie.
Probably Bernie.
And yeah, I think it was Bernie at that point. Yeah. He hadn't dropped out yet. And because Jim Webb dropped out before him. And Jim Webb, they were asked about like, I don't remember the exact the question, right? But they were basically asked about like, their enemies or something. And like they gave like, and yeah, because like Bernie was like, I'm happy to have an F from the NRA, blah, blah, blah. And then like Hillary Clinton basically repeated his fucking thing and then attacked him for like, actually getting a D- from the NRA because he refused to vote on assault weapons ban or some shit. And it was like, and the reason he didn't vote on it is because it was tied to some other shit. Legislating gun manufacturers be responsible for mass shootings, I think was the thing. And he was like, that's crazy. And then Jim Webb was like, I'll tell you who my enemies were. And it was the Viet Cong that I threw a grenade in there. And and everyone was like, fucking what? Like literally, like the stage, the crowd, everyone was like, what the fuck did you just say? Are you fucking batshit insane? But it was like, what he spoke to was that Blue Dog Democrat, right? Like, yeah, no, I've been to fucking war. I've fucking killed the enemy. Like, I understand, like it was something that would have made sense in 2012 or 2008 or, 2004. And to the Democrats at the time, they were like, you're talking about killing the Viet Cong, you fucking monster? And it's like, and I'm not saying that I agree with his take about, or that was a good answer, but I saw that and I was like, yeah, the Blue Dog Democrat's gone. Like, that's not a thing anymore. Like the rural, freedom-loving, gun-toting Democrat that votes Democrat because they're going to protect my union job and they're going to protect,
right.
You know what I mean?
I literally have Teamsters in my chat right now, like Teamsters for Trump. Like, it's very interesting because, I really do believe that, honestly, I believe that the start of the downfall was Obama literally shutting down the coal plants, one after the other. And matter of fact, we had a steam plant here near where I live that was shut down for no reason. It wasn't a gross polluter. It was fine. It didn't hurt us much here in where I'm at because we have nuclear plant.
More than anything else, it was natural gas that took down coal. Because natural gas got so cheap, coal couldn't compete.
Yeah, sure. But
fracking.
Yeah, but
yeah, I mean,
but
to Obama's
Obama
credit,
ended fracking as well, though. I mean,
fracking,
that's
really.
yeah. But Obama ended fracking as well, so it was, it was kind
No,
of a
Obama didn't. Obama
No,
didn't end
Obama
fracking.
definitely didn't end fracking.
No,
Fracking
Obama
has
was very
been-
quietly pro fracking. That was one of the few things that was good about Obama, is he
Yeah,
mostly
the- well,
stayed out of the
he-
fucking way.
What he did was he triggered a transition to natural gas that ended up crowding out coal, and so America, like North America generally, had a reduction in emissions that was almost entirely
I'll
due to
reread
this
that.
transition to natural gas, which naturally meant that coal wasn't able to compete, and that's what shut down the coal plants.
Well, I mean, it's a congruence of factors, but yes, I do agree that was a very, very major portion of that. I mean, but again, you look at somebody like Obama, who was pro fracking. He wasn't like out and about talking about it, because he was kind of quiet about his support of fracking by like staying kind of like a Calvin Coolidge approach, like just let it happen, and I'm not gonna.
That was
get
the
in the
lead
way.
from behind sort of strategy he had.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at like Kamala Harris and and Biden both, who gave both pro fracking and anti fracking on Biden's perspective, and Kamala Harris that avidly said that she would ban fracking if she was president in the 2020 primaries, and then when asked about it several times by reporters and things, I've been very clear about it, and that is that I will follow the law, which isn't a fucking answer. And she gave that exact same answer multiple times, because if elected, she would have fucking banned fracking. She would have stood in the way. Because why? Because the corporate neoliberal establishment, they are in favor of two things: drill, baby, drill, believe it or not, right? And they're in favor for massive government subsidies for solar panels and wind farms that they also invest in and own, right? Like it's the worst things for the environment is, if you believe in, carbon, dioxide is like a major problem and driving force for climate change, is oil, followed by solar and wind. Like these are not clean things. Like it takes a fuck ton of carbon to mine the resources for solar. These things get replaced every 15 years. They get thrown in landfills. They have to be built again. It's bad for our national security reasons, because China is the ones producing all of this shit, right? But so why is it that all these stop oil climate change lefties are supporting the worst ones? They're not supporting nuclear deregulation and building new nuclear plants. They're not supporting geothermal or
Well,
hydroelectric.
that's half true, and it's half not true. I mean, I know a lot of people, who are left of center who support nuclear.
Yeah, but
they
you don't know
support-
any fucking well-funded NGOs that do it. That's the fucking problem. Is like, yeah, they're climate change activists that, educate themselves and learn these things and fight, but they're up against the moneyed interests that are on the left. So you have people like Just Stop Oil.
What they support, they support it, okay, and more indirectly, right? If you're a climate activist who supports a carbon tax, then you support nuclear, because nuclear benefits from carbon taxes more than any other form of generation.
Sure.
Nuclear
Unless, of
activists
course, the
themselves will
government is
say-
subsidizing solar and wind and heavily regulating nuclear, right? Like you're not
guys,
really
I got to
supporting
drop
that.
off. Scott, always a pleasure. Admiral Gibbs, good to meet you. I'm sure you're not.
I'll change my name.
I probably
that was a joke from a prior panel.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I get those too. Guys, been great. Had a great time. I've got to go remind my wife why we're married, and you guys have a great rest of your evening.
Absolutely. And did you have anything to say to me, Admiral Gibbs, before I dip out of here? Are you good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Y'all have to be good. I'm gonna be good as well.
All right, but I'll probably see you next Monday. Who knows?
All right, sounds good.
Peace. All right, give me just 1 second. Get some pretzel rocks going. Pull this up. All right, boys. It is 1:19 in the morning. Oh god, doing the timestamps for this is gonna suck. I'm probably gonna do it in the morning. I'm not gonna do it tonight. This is 6 hours and 18-minute stream. But I think most of you have probably passed out and have probably just left it on. I appreciate it nevertheless. Yeah, I'm obviously Fabian Liberty. If you're new here, join the Discord. That's the only way you're going to get notifications. Because, oh no, my camera shifted. Fuck it, we'll just do this. Yeah, the only way you're going to get notifications and go lives is obviously, click the notification bell, follow, but I hear from a ton of people that they don't ever get my go lives. But you will get them if you're in the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. That's where I talk shit. And, consider liking, sharing, subscribing, donating. Again, if you want to support the channel for free, there is the stream clips portion of the Discord. If you find something funny, you find something comical, you find something based, clip it, put it in there. And that makes it really, really easy for me to turn these things into like YouTube shorts. So that I can, get into the YouTube shorts feed without having to go through like hours and hours and hours of stuff to try and find something that I kind of remember I said at some point. So I appreciate you guys, and I will see you Wednesday. I end up signing up for a panel in the middle of in the middle of stream. So I guess I'm going on oh god, what's this dude's name? Oh my god, I can't remember this guy's name. It just says L ... I don't know, it's some lefty streamer. He does panels occasionally. Talking about fucking Destiny again. Blech. But also talking about what is it? Johnny Somali or whatever, and like nuisance influencers and shit, as well as debating with the existence of public property, whether or not public property can be justified with quibbles over coffee. So both of those are going to be happening. It's going to be a big debate day on Wednesday, and then Thursday we'll probably do something more fun, some reaction content, etc. Back again, my internet sucked on Grid's channel too. Fair enough, but I'm getting out of here. I love you guys. I appreciate all the support, financial or just likes and follows and joining the links. All of it helps, and I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you Wednesday. Peace.